Good evening, everybody. Happy Monday. I am calling the September 16th, 2024 West Hollywood City Council meeting to order. It is 6:06 o'clock on the dot. And we are going to have our land acknowledgement done by Wendy Goldman.
Thank you, Mayor. The West Hollywood City Council acknowledges that the land on which we gather and that is currently known as the City of West Hollywood is the occupied, unceded, seized territory of the Gabrielino Tongva and Gabrielino Kizh peoples.
Thank you so much, Wendy. It is now my pleasure to invite Everly Fizinga to come forward and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Woohoo! Great job. We might book your services for future meetings, so just hang on out for a little while, Everly. Madam City Attorney, can I please have a report on tonight's closed session?
Yes, thank you. Good evening. The City Council convened a closed session this evening a little after 5:30 p.m. There were 4 of the 5 council members present at the beginning. We had 1 member of public speak on public comment, Mr. Victor Omonchenko. The council discussed the 1 item of business listed on the posted agenda. Mayor Erickson joined the closed session about halfway through, and the council finished up at about 5:52 and took no reportable action. That concludes my report.
Thank you, and for the public's knowledge, I had a work meeting that led into closed session, so I had to be there, and I came in afterwards. Thank you so much. All right, Madam City Clerk, are there any changes to tonight's agenda from staff?
Mayor, can we conduct roll call first?
Yes. Oh, yes, let's just all go home. It's fine. We'll do roll call, please.
Councilmember Highlandman.
Here.
Councilmember Meister.
Here.
Councilmember Shine.
Present.
Vice Mayor Byers. Here. Mayor Erickson.
I'm here now,
We have a
yes.
quorum.
Wonderful. Madam City Clerk, because I went ahead, Madam City Attorney, do you want to do the closed session again, or are we good? Okay. All right. Groundhog's Day. All right. Approval of the agenda. Any changes from staff?
No, Mayor.
Wonderful. My colleagues, I'll go to my left. Councilmember Heilman, do you have any changes on tonight's agenda?
I have some things I'm hoping we might be able to move to consent.
Okay.
Item E4, the update on commercial and mixed-use development projects. Item E5, the strategy on vehicular noise. Item F1, the award of the negotiation agreement for 1047 and 1057 Crescent Heights. Item F2, the Larrabee project. No, okay, I see somebody saying no to that. Item F3, Halloween.
Yep.
Item F6, the film on the Quake heroes.
I think that's a unanimous from everyone.
Item F7, the pre-approved organizations list. F8, the co-sponsorship of the Trans Diary. And F10, the schedule of dates for installation of the mayor and vice mayor.
Those all work for me. I think the only one that we had a comment on was the F2.
Yep.
Okay. And then
Mayor, I have a couple of comments, but if there's an issue, then we can always, just
on the commercial one?
on a couple of them,
Okay.
but not big.
Okay, perfect.
Little comments.
Okay, cool. And then just because I'm the only one for the Arts and Cultural Affairs Commission, I'll be moving that to consent and appointing Martin Gantman. Councilmember Shine.
Yes, may I try for some as well? Is there Any agreement to move E1 to consent?
And E1, could you just name the title as I...
Adoption of a resolution accepting an $8.1 million grant award
No.
from CARB.
No, okay.
Okay. Also, F4, the signage on public school properties. You have questions? Okay. F5, did I hear that F5 was moved to consent, expansion of Be Well WeHo programming?
Be Well.
I don't know if I heard that from...
Yeah, I don't know if I said that, but it was on my list. So
Okay.
yes, I would like to move that to consent as well.
Great, wonderful. I didn't hear that, so just making sure. Great.
Wonderful. And we moved Halloween. Is there desire to move the Pride item to consent?
No.
No? Okie dokie.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Okay, so we're gonna just go to all of the items real quick outside of the public hearing. So D1 is staying. E1 is staying. That's the adoption of the grant. E2, agreement for professional services at Hart Park is staying. WeHo Pride is staying. Commercial and mixed-use developments, was that moved to consent? I thought I heard someone say,
Yes.
yep, okay,
Yes.
great, thank you. The negotiation agreement, F1 is staying. Financing committee letter, F2 is staying. F3, Halloween is moving. F4 is staying. F5 is moving to consent, that's Be Well. F6 is the screening, the Film Quake Heroes. F7, the pre-approved authorizations for council travel. F8, the co-sponsorship of the 2024 Trans Diaries. And then F9, Arts and Cultural Affairs appointment by me. And then F10, the dates for the election and installation of the mayor and discussion of council meeting schedule. Whew. Good. Madam City Clerk.
Can I just list what's going to consent, just so everybody is clear?
Yes.
E4, E5, F1, F3, F6, F7, F8, F9, I skipped over F5, and F10. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And then just before we get there, I will be recusing myself from the social service contracts renewals process I am employed by one of the people. All right.
I'd like to also note my no votes on items B6, B7, and B8.
Sounds good. Thank you so much, Councilmember Meister.
Same here on, I think it's 2.6, 2.7, and 2.8. Or B. Yes.
Yes.
Oh, it's driving me crazy.
It's driving us all crazy, Melissa. I do got to say that one, but that's a whole nother
With
story.
those changes, I would move the agenda,
Wonderful.
and our button isn't working, so.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. We have a motion by Councilmember Heilman and a second by Councilmember
Okay, now
Shine.
it's working.
All right. It will happen.
Okay. And then click the motion.
Why don't we do a voice vote just to move things forward unless this thing's working? Does it come up for you? Nope.
I just remade the motion. Okay.
Granicus has a little bit of a lag.
It's fine. Why don't we do a voice vote, Madam City Clerk, and then we'll get
Okay.
this done.
Councilmember Heilman.
Aye.
Councilmember Meister.
Aye.
Councilmember Shine.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Byers.
Yes.
Mayor Erickson.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you so much. Moving on to Levine Act disclosures. Do we have any for tonight? Councilmember Heilman?
No.
Vice Mayor Byers?
No.
I do not have any. Councilmember Shine?
No.
Councilmember Meister? Wonderful. All right, moving on to adjournment motions. Do my colleagues have adjournment motions? Councilmember Heilman?
No.
Vice Mayor Byers?
No.
I do not have any. Councilmember Shine? Councilmember Meister? All right. Presentations. Evely, come back on up, everyone. We'd like to give you a proclamation. You can give her a round of applause. All right, I'm going to turn it over to Vice Mayor Byers, who has a proclamation in recognition of National Voter Registration Day.
I sure do, and what could be more important this time of the year, and especially this year? I would like to recognize a day that plays a very pivotal role in strengthening our democracy, National Voter Registration Day. Whereas the City of West Hollywood remains committed to fostering an inclusive and engaged community, promoting civic responsibility and encouraging broad voter registration, access, and citizen participation in elections among voting eligible citizens. And whereas the City of West Hollywood recognizes that voter registration is a fundamental step in the democratic process. Yet many Americans are not able to vote because they miss the registration deadline, do not update their registration information, sometimes when they move, or are unfamiliar with how to register. And whereas, during times of crisis, such as the recent coronavirus pandemic, barriers to voter registration and participation became even more pronounced. And whereas it is crucial to provide reliable, accessible, and transparent information and education on voter registration to safeguard the integrity of elections and to maintain public trust in the election process. And whereas the City of West Hollywood acknowledges the vital role of diverse community partners, including nonprofits, libraries, businesses, colleges and universities, and more in providing voter education, resources, and registration opportunities to ensure that all citizens, regardless of background or circumstance, are empowered to make their voices heard. And whereas National Voter Registration Day serves as a nationwide call to action, uniting communities across the country in an effort to boost voter registration rates, particularly among historically underrepresented groups, and encouraging civic engagement as the foundation for our democracy. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council and the City of West Hollywood hereby declares September 17th, 2024 as National Voter Registration Day and commits to joining national efforts to support voter registration and citizen participation in elections. At this time, I would like to invite Melissa Crowder, our City Clerk, to the dais for a photo and to accept this proclamation.
Wonderful. Thank you. Melissa waived her 2-minute rebuttal, so there you go. All right, and now you all have to hear my voice for the next couple, so apologies or commiserations. Next up is someone that many in this community know, and I'm really excited to do this in this official fashion, but none other than Reverend Kathy Cooper Ledesma, who is retiring from such an incredible year of service. And I'm going to read this because it does not do someone as incredible as you justice to see this in words. So, whereas Reverend Kathy Cooper Ledesma is an esteemed elder in the California Pacific Conference of the United Methodist Church and has served with distinction as co-senior pastor of the Hollywood United Methodist Church since July 2006. And whereas Reverend Cooper Ledesma has demonstrated unwavering dedication to growing the congregation into a vibrant, progressive community in the heart of Los Angeles, fostering a space where all are welcomed, respected, and empowered to contribute to the greater good. And whereas as a respected leader in the greater Los Angeles region, the Reverend is known for her advocacy and passion for justice, including her numerous mission opportunities and overall effort to move the denomination towards full inclusion, which ultimately led to the United Methodist Church growing from 1 campus to 2. And whereas her extensive work with the LGBTQ+ community during her time as the chair of the Community Advisory Panel of the Los Angeles Unified School District HIV/AIDS Education and Prevention Unit has helped countless people, as her service on the Los Angeles County Mental Health Commission. And whereas from 1994 to 2005, she has served the California Council of Churches, the public policy and education arm of the mainline Protestant community in California, and directed statewide projects on interfaith relations, public-private partnerships, welfare reform, implementation, and faith-based childcare, all of which reflect her deep commitment to social justice and community well-being. Whereas Reverend Cooper Ledesma is a tireless advocate and has cultivated a spirited and inclusive congregation that celebrates diversity and encourages outreach towards young urban professionals, progressives, and families with children. And whereas over her 30-year career, she has been honored with numerous recognitions and awards, including the Boutier Award for Distinguished Economical Service from the Southern California Economical Council in recognition of her exceptional contributions to the Christian unity and interreligious relations. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of West Hollywood hereby joins the Hollywood United Methodist Church in recognizing and honoring Reverend Kathy Cooper Ledesma for her many contributions and years of service to the West Hollywood community and beyond, and extends our heartfelt best wishes on her retirement. And I would love to invite you up, which you already are, to accept this proclamation on our behalf.
I'm just saying. But I just wanted to say thank you. It's been the honor and joy of my vocational life to serve the United Methodist community in West Hollywood and the greater community as well. And the church with the red ribbons on the towers, they're not going to lose me. I'm still going to be around. God bless you all.
Thank you so much, Reverend. Vice Mayor Byers.
Thank you, Mayor. Next, we're going to recognize September as National Suicide Prevention Month. Whereas September marks National Suicide Prevention Month, a time to honor the lives tragically lost to suicide, acknowledging the millions more who have experienced suicidal thoughts and the many individuals, families, and communities that have been impacted by suicide. And whereas in 2022, suicide was the 11th leading cause of death in the United States and the second leading cause of death among individuals the ages of 25 to 34. And whereas over 90% of the people who die by suicide are suffering from a diagnosable and treatable mental health condition, although that condition is often unrecognized and not treated. And whereas the stigma associated with mental health conditions and suicide serves as a significant barrier to seeking help, preventing individuals in crisis from accessing life-saving resources and further traumatizing survivors of suicide loss and those with lived experiences. And whereas the City of West Hollywood has long prioritized mental health and well-being through initiatives like WeHo Cares, the promotion of 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, and partnerships with local mental health organizations, reinforcing the belief that a compassionate and informed community can help prevent suicide and promote healing for all those affected. And whereas the City of West Hollywood commends organizations such as the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, whose vision of a world without suicide inspires hope through research, education, advocacy, and community-based resources, ensuring that those struggling and those left behind find support and understanding. And whereas, in recognition of suicide as a preventable public health crisis at the national, state, and local levels, the City of West Hollywood aligns with the goals of the National Strategy for Suicide Prevention and California's Strategic Plan on Suicide Prevention, which emphasizes the importance of early intervention, accessible care, and community engagement. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of West Hollywood hereby proclaims September as Suicide Prevention Month in West Hollywood and encourages residents and community members to observe this month and raise awareness about suicide prevention and share messages of hope and support to foster a culture of care and resilience. At this time, I would like to invite Bridget McCarthy and Robert Storr, board members from the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, who are in attendance this evening, up to the dais for a photo and to receive our proclamation. Thank you.
On behalf of the American Foundation of Suicide Prevention and all those we have lost to suicide, thank you, Mayor and City Council, for recognizing Suicide Prevention Week in West Hollywood. My name is Bridget McCarthy, and I'm here because my beautiful, amazing child, Riley Chart, died by suicide September 16th, 2020. Yes, September 16th. It's 4 years today. He was 16 years old. Suicide is a public health problem. It's a leading cause of death in the United States, and it's preventable. It's the third leading cause of death amongst youth in general, but the risk is significantly higher among LGBTQ individuals like my Riley. On October the 19th, the American Foundation of Suicide Prevention will be hosting the Los Angeles Out of the Darkness Walk on the Santa Monica Pier. It's a powerful, connecting day of speakers and music and healing and coming together. Please join us. Sign up at afsp.org/LA Walk. And there are these flyers at the front, if anybody would like to grab one. Last year was such a success that we were able to increase our educational programming by 177%. We trained thousands of people in schools and workplaces and thousands more online. It also allowed us to advocate for bills supporting mental health and 988, the suicide prevention hotline. I personally traveled to Washington, D.C. to advocate for 988 expansion and funding right here at a local level. The work we do is so important. We couldn't do it without you. So please join us on October the 19th. And once again, thank you, Mayor and City Council.
Thank you so much.
I think we may have used up our time, but I just wanted to say thank you as well as a resident here in West Hollywood, how important, as the board president for the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, how appreciative we are, and as a survivor of a suicide loss, having lost my partner 12 years ago, how important it is for our community. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. All right. Next, we have our amazing Disabilities Advisory Board here for National Disabilities Awareness Month. Whereas National Disability Awareness Month is observed annually in October to increase awareness about people living with disabilities and emphasize the importance of inclusive policies and practices. And whereas in 1945, Congress dedicated the month of October to recognize and celebrate individuals with disabilities, both past and present, and whereas the month continues to be observed as a way to pay tribute to all who fought for better laws, demanded better treatment, and overcame ignorance and indifference to make our communities better. Whereas the City of West Hollywood has a strong commitment to providing a range of services, resources, and programming for residents and visitors living with disabilities, and whereas on October 1st, 2024, the Disabilities Advisory Board will partner with the City and Cedars-Sinai Medical Center to organize a health and wellness event at Hart Park, which will provide free seasonal flu shots, blood pressure education and screening, and emergency preparedness resources. And whereas on October 23rd, 2024, the City of West Hollywood will host the 26th Annual Disabilities Service Awards and broadcast the ceremony at the specially televised Disabilities Advisory Board meeting. The Disability Service Awards will extend recognition to this year's honorees for their continued dedication to equality and awareness for people with disabilities. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of West Hollywood hereby recognizes the month of October as National Disability Awareness Month and urges citizens to join the celebration and awareness. And I would love to invite members of the city's Disabilities Advisory Board in attendance up here to take a photo and accept this proclamation.
Oh. Oh, I'm waiting. Hi, good evening, council members and community members. On behalf of the Disabilities Advisory Board, I want to express our deep gratitude and pride as the City of West Hollywood once again recognizes October as Disabilities Awareness Month. This recognition is not only symbolic, but incredibly meaningful. It is a promise that West Hollywood is committed to cultivating an inclusive community where all people, regardless of their abilities or disabilities, are valued and celebrated. Throughout the month of October, the City of West Hollywood will commemorate Disabilities Awareness Month to raise awareness, break down barriers to access, and remind all of us of the importance of inclusion and representation. This year, our theme is Accessibility Reigns, using our voices to rise together, in which we celebrate the strength of the community's collaborative expression, whether that be oral, written, signed, translated, or communicated through assistive devices. Everyone is eagerly invited to two important events the city is hosting this month to raise awareness and shine recognition on people and organizations that have made a positive impact in the lives of people with disabilities. On Tuesday, October 1st, from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., the City of West Hollywood, in partnership with Cedars-Sinai, will host a free health and wellness event at Hart Park. Services include flu vaccines, COVID vaccines, and health screenings for blood pressure, blood sugar, cholesterol, and resources for emergency preparedness and trauma prevention. We're excited that we'll have a host of local organizations who will provide community members with valuable resources and connections to help improve their quality of life. On Wednesday, October 23rd, we will host the 26th Annual Disability Service Award, honoring individuals, media, and organizations who have made outstanding contributions to the disabled community. We will have a reception with light refreshments at 5:30, and then at 6, we will have the special televised meeting right here in City Council chambers. This year's Disability Service Award honorees are, for the Lovedee Bryden Differently Abled Individual Award, Mikey Freeman. For our Business Award, the California Rehabilitation Institute, the Media Award, Brandon Ross Garcia, and the Nonprofit Award, Disability Community Resource Center. We will also recognize previous recipients of the individual nonprofit organization categories through 19th Street pole banners along Santa Monica Boulevard, continuing our recognition of their service to the disabled community. We invite everyone to join us to commemorate Disabilities Awareness Month in October and to join us at our monthly meetings where we work to advise and advocate for the needs of the disabled community. Your participation and support help make West Hollywood a place where every voice is heard, and we look forward to continuing to build a more inclusive West Hollywood together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, moving on to public comment. The City Council values your comments. However, pursuant to the Brown Act, the Council cannot take action on items not listed on the posted agenda. The public comment period is limited to 20 minutes, with 2 minutes allotted for each speaker. This public comment period is to address the City Council on consent calendar items, other agenda items if the member of the public cannot be present at the time the item is considered, or items of general interest within the jurisdiction of the City Council. Another period is also reserved for general comment later in the meeting for those that could not be heard at this time. Public hearing testimony will only be taken at the time of the hearing. If you go over your 2 minutes and you do not respond to the City Clerk's notification that your time has expired, your microphone will be muted. If you signed up to speak on both consent calendar items and general public comment, as well as the item that was moved to the consent calendar, you may take this public comment period to speak on the consent calendar items. You may also sign up to speak during the second public comment period for your general public comment. Lastly, speakers should not bring up any items to the podium other than a prepared written statement and or writing materials. Madam City Clerk, how many speakers do we have today?
We have 28 in chambers, and we have 2 in Zoom.
Okay.
There are 6 for consent calendar items and 21 for general public.
Okay, so what we'll do, so 21 for general public comment? Thanks. Okay, so then what we will do is we will reserve 20 minutes. So as long as we get through, and correct me if I'm wrong, Madam City Attorney, the ones on the consent calendar. Okay, great. So we'll start. Sounds good?
Would you like to do Zoom or in chambers?
Are the Zoom ones consent calendar? Let's do that one then first. And then I'll set a timer as well, Melissa, but if you want, Madam City Clerk, but if you would like to as well, that'd be great.
Our first speaker in Zoom for consent calendar is Jamie Francis. Jamie, you'll have 2 minutes. Please press *6 to unmute.
I'm sorry, I'm not going to speak on consent, so I'll wait till the comment on the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
All right, on to the ones in chambers then. All right, Madam City Clerk, I don't see it on my thing, but maybe you, who do you have first?
Steve Martin.
All right, Steve Martin on item B13.
Followed by Stephanie Harker.
Followed by Stephanie Harker.
Steve Martin, West Hollywood. I'm speaking on behalf of our organization, East Side Neighborhood Watch Association. We appreciate the staff's recommendation on B13. We thought was some good analysis, and it probably actually prevents a lot of traffic coming down Poinsettia Place and Poinsettia Drive. But, you know, we will certainly look at, and Fountains probably needs another stop, needs another signal somewhere. So we're certainly not precluding that. I also need to announce that there was an unauthorized post on the East Side social media that contained an endorsement of Mayor Erickson and Danny Hang. And that endorsement was posted by Catherine Ng, who I believe is the mayor's appointee to the Business License Commission. I was not aware that this endorsement was posted on our social media. It was not authorized by our board, and we don't endorse politically. I mean, I don't believe it's allowed, but it's certainly not good. We're trying to focus on neighborhood issues and not personalities. But while I understand that hijacking our social media and putting up a false post probably doesn't amount to a felony, it certainly would violate the city's code of ethics and code of conduct for a commissioner. And I would ask that the city look into that. Our membership deserves better. The integrity of our organization deserves better. So anyway, thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Stephanie Harker, and then who's the next one?
Kevin Burton.
Kevin Burton.
Good evening, Stephanie Harker, City of West Hollywood. I wanted to speak on 13 as well as Steve. I live in that area, and we've had a lot of trouble without the traffic light. It's a dog leg, as you know, probably like the one on Fuller and Santa Monica. So traffic light there is going to be an improvement. And traffic lights are an excellent way to slow traffic, calm traffic, and they don't cost $35 million. Also, Disabilities Awareness Month. I'm so excited that we do this every year, and I thank the city for holding the meeting. It's always very moving, and I'm inspired by those people who are getting the awards this year. Lastly, I want to talk about the state of the buildings, particularly the French Market. You probably all received an email from me, but I noticed tonight on the way here that the Herb Ritz building has been boarded up, and there are bills slapped on it and graffiti on it. You know, I was at the Planning Commission recently, or I listened to it, and the new Arts Club slated for construction on Sunset Boulevard. The club, the developer is hiring an artist to paint a mural across the front of the building to have that look nice while they're waiting for the construction of the project. We've had nothing but peeling paint, and the French Market sign itself is gone. I don't know if it was stolen or what, but there have been people breaking in there. Someone had actually seen someone pry open the lock and sneak in, but at the moment there's paint peeling off of it. The sign is gone, there's wires hanging out. We really deserve better. it's just making blight of our city, and we need to hold the developers to the feet to the fire. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Kevin Burton, to be followed by, who's the next speaker?
Victor Almochenko.
Victor Omenchenko.
Good evening, Council. Kevin Burton, resident of West Hollywood. And I want to speak on a few items. One is my support for E5 having to do with the noise produced by vehicles. As someone who lives 2 doors off Fountain Avenue, I get the full brunt of noise from what should be a residential street, but is actually a little freeway right through a residential neighborhood. There's a lot of high-speed, loud traffic there, people whipping from one lane to another to try and get ahead of the next person. Likewise, on Fountain Avenue, I support having a traffic signal installed on the northern leg of the intersection of Fountain and Poinsettia. I've spoken in support of that a few times in the past, and I think it would be important to install it. On that note, I'd like to also remind everybody that September is National Preparedness Month, and I support F6. Thank you, Councilmember Meister, for bringing that forward to show the film Quake Heroes. It's an excellent film, and to have a preparedness expo. We need that. The more the better, so I'm looking forward to that. And finally, on the topic of preparedness, the city is going to host CERT training with the County Fire Department a couple of weeks from now. But the thing is with that is that it was announced about 5 weeks before the class. It was fully subscribed after about 3 days. Over a month ahead of time. People who want to take this class, become trained, are not allowed to in this community. And I think the city can do much better, step up, and if there's a problem with resources, the County Fire Department, find other trainers. But the city can do better. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kevin. Victor Omenchenko, to be followed by...
Crystal of Villalpando.
Okay, Crystal.
Good evening, Council. Victor Omenchenko, longtime West Hollywood resident. Regarding item E4, which you moved to the consent calendar, I did have a variety of questions about it, but what I'd like to say, and maybe some of them can be answered by city staff for me, but regarding number 1 on attachment A on the projects that we were getting updated, the Melrose Triangle project, I have witnessed in the last month a continuous cascade of precious water flowing into the drains at the northwest corner of Almont and Melrose. And I realized that a lake with mosquitoes had formed at that deep excavation site, but please find out, given concerns about climate change and water preservation, whether any of this water is being reclaimed and when will that pumping stop. This unfortunate situation calls into question the effectiveness of the entire environmental impact report process that was used to get approval for this ill-fated Melrose Triangle project in the first place. And then regarding, following up on what Ms. Harker said about the French market, I want you to ensure that this now vacant property is given all the care and protections it deserves as an important site of LGBTQ cultural history. The French market is officially considered as a potential cultural resource in this city, and its frontage and patio area were to be preserved as part of a now abandoned new office development. And election season is on us. I know that we have our mayor up there ready, incumbent for re-election. It's great to see candidates George Nickel and Larry Block here. And as we get closer to November 5th, I hope that all of the candidates show up, stand up, let us know what they're thinking about. So I call out, maybe they're here, Jordan Cochran, Danny Hang, Dorian Jackson, Stephanie Lahart, Rachel Schmeidler, Wes Siegmiller, and Zakiya Wright. Showing up is important, and it is a chance for free visibility and publicity. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Crystal was the next person?
She's signing up for another item, so we're going to call Scott Schmidt, followed by Annie Jump.
Okay, Scott Schmidt, followed by Annie Jump Vicente. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Scott Schmidt, resident of West Hollywood, Executive Director of Emerald Village.
I feel like it's Groundhog Day again. I'm here to talk about cannabis special events, and those, especially as it relates to 3E and 3F on the agenda. First off, thank you for your support. Every time I've come up and asked for something, you guys have told staff, let's do it, or let's, address the issue. A year ago, I made the assumption that the Halloween fee waiver included temporary cannabis special events, only to learn after the fact that it didn't. And it's unclear from the staff report whether the Halloween fee waiver includes temporary cannabis special events this year. Last year, it cost us several $1,000s between the fire inspection fees and the encroachment fees and the parking and the street closure. We had to pay for a street closure fee even though the street was already closed. So if y'all could ask staff to waive those fees tonight, that would be amazing. Likewise, later on, you're going to be discussing Pride. We would love to be doing a Pride event, but the question is, where is it going to fit? So as we look at the street closure, any direction to staff that you could give to try and find a space now rather than in the spring would be helpful for planning purposes. And finally, I just want to thank you again for all of your support, and if y'all could come back with that additional scope of work for our contract, that would be amazing, because that would empower us to do more for the city to make us the Beverly Hills of weed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Scott. Annie Jump Vicente, to be followed by, who's the next one? Okay.
Lindsay Deaton.
Thank you.
I mean, I really don't even know what to say at this point. Thanks for opening up my seat tonight. All the other ones are still taped off, but you opened up all the other ones. And, I mean, you all, I'm obviously standing here for a fucking reason, guys. And what's got me crying is there was a WeHo article, a WeHo Times article, a blog. It's not a fucking news outlet. WeHo Times blog post from September 4th said, something like Annie Jump, block by block, gets her day in court. And it shows the thumbnail is the scariest part. The thumbnail is the fucking scariest part. When they portray you as half, one photo on one half as this violent fucking predator, and this other half just sitting in the fucking street minding her own business, that is what Umberto Eco, who wrote the 1995 essay, Your Fascism. It's the most widely spread essay on what fascism is. And it is point number 8, where they make their opponents look weak and violent at the same time, so they're the inside and the outside. Your fucking city wants me dead. I truly don't know what to say anymore, man. Just look at the articles. What's wrong with you fucking people?
Thank you, Annie.
Mayor, that concludes our consent. We are now going into general.
Wonderful. And could you call the next name, please?
Lindsay Deaton.
Wonderful. Lindsay Deaton, how could I forget about you? Come on up, please. And then to be followed by?
Victor Almochenko.
We'll figure that part out afterwards. Lindsay Deaton, please go ahead.
I hear you, I see you. Well, dear friends, my goodness, with the reappointment of Commissioner Martin Gantman, I have completed my tenure as the first transgender arts and cultural affairs commissioner for the city of West Hollywood. I'm taking a sabbatical following the death of my father in May, and Joan and I decided now would be the time for us to spend the winter and next year in Guatemala. I need to thank Lauren Meister. Lauren, you gave me a lifeline in 2017 in September, after which my life folded, and yet you kept me and you allowed me to continue to work on behalf of the Transgender Advisory Board. I need to thank Hernan Molino, Moya Marquez, Bonnie Smith, Deanna Saunders, and all of the great staff for the TAB, and all of your hard work. I was grateful that we were able to go say hi to Adam Schiff at the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C. I need to thank you, John, for appointing me as the first trans commissioner. Visibility means everything, and I am grateful, very, very grateful. I think one of the biggest accomplishments will be the new WeHo Playhouse, the Laurel Street artist residency. And where else will you have a meeting packet, my dear friends, of 908 pages? But the Arts and Cultural Affairs Commission, and that means that a staff person had to put those 908 pages together, and that person is Marcus Mitchell. And I want to thank Marcus. I need to thank Arts Manager Becca Eman, Arts Manager, our Administrator Michael Che, Marcus Mitchell, Grants Coordinator Eva Angeloff, and Denise Osierra, and Joy Tribble. Thank you for everything you are and do.
Thank you, Lindsay. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. Mikey Friedman to be followed by Slade Lynn.
Mikey Friedman, West Hollywood. Why can't you behave? Oh, why can't you behave? After all the things you've told us and the promises that you gave. Oh, why can't you behave? I don't understand how you behave. Most of us don't want bike lanes taking away our precious parking spaces, so you push bike lanes. Most of us don't want scooters and delivery robots blocking sidewalks, so you defend and support robots and scooters. Most of us dog owners don't want artificial turf in our dog parks, but you go ahead with the artificial turf for our Hart Park anyway. You use the excuse that it makes it accessible for people with disabilities, and I'd like to know, did you take the Disability Advisory Board over there and let them actually look at it, or did you just go to their meeting? Most of us ask for more safety, so you call us fearmongers. The truth is, you want money and power, so you care about the developers, the PACs, Bike LA, and Unite Here Local 11, and any group that can get you big money to run campaigns for now and for political aspirations. And you want that $8 million grant that will only come about if you lie to CARB about our lack of input and approval. This is bad behavior, actual lies and lies of omission. You say you have our best interest at heart. Well, in an interview, John, you even quoted your own grandma about not lying, but you're not making these decisions because you care about us. That's a lie. You're making these decisions because you care about yourself. So do us a favor. Stop posing for the cameras and just start behaving. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mikey. Slade Lynn to be followed by Rory B. And Slade, you may be our last public speaker.
I'm speaking on item E1, Slade Lynn, 38-year West Hollywood resident, and a 4.5-year bike rider in the city. I'm very concerned about the loss of 2 traffic lanes on Fountain. I do all my errands that I can on my bike, but I have to drive my car a lot too, because a bike can only fit so much. And you have to go different places that are beyond West Hollywood. Fountain has, at night, 2 lanes are dedicated to parking, correct? Where would all of the people in the various apartments who don't have parking going to park when we know all of those streets are already filled up with so many, parking spaces? Would this occur even when it's raining and people aren't riding bikes? Would it occur at nighttime when they're really not riding bikes? I really don't see a lot of people riding bikes when I'm riding my bike in West Hollywood. To even consider this, the amount of traffic on Fountain currently, it's hellacious. I drove on it today. I counted like 15 cars waiting at 2 o'clock. And during rush hour, it just won't be doable. There's more I could say, but it's pointless. I'm obviously very against losing 2 lanes of traffic on Fountain in service of, 10, 15, 20 people maybe that would be riding a bike on there? Sorry, this is a car culture. We're from Los Angeles. We are a car culture. That can't be helped at this point. We need the lanes. At this point in time, we need them. Thank you.
Thank you, Slade. Madam City Clerk, that's 20 minutes.
So we probably have 30 seconds left in,
Sure,
in
we'll
the
take
20
one
minute.
more.
You want to take one more?
Yeah, we'll do one more just to make sure. Rory B. is our last public commenter.
And I just want to jump in before Rory. A lot of people signed up for public comment that I really think wanted to speak on E1 or E2. So if you indicated public comment on your blue slip, can you please come see us so we can get you moved over to either E1 or E2, please? Thank you.
And for Rory, 1 second, sorry about this. E1 is which one? So, because there's a lot of
E1 is the CARB grant,
Thank you.
and E2 is the Hart Park Dog Park award of contract.
Thank you, but if you could do it silently so we can make sure that Rory speaks. Rory, if you would like to start whenever you're ready, please do.
Okay, all right, thank you. On the issue E1 of bike lanes on Fountain. I live on Havenhurst between Sunset and Fountain and can attest to the already backed up traffic on Fountain. If proper traffic studies were done, and especially during peak traffic hours, you would be hard pressed to find even one cyclist during this period. Taking away car lanes to accommodate perhaps a rider or two is insane. Creating a bike lane is not going to encourage any more riders either, if that's what the thought process is. And coming here today, I didn't even see one cyclist from where I live to here, not one on the road. Maybe speak to LA Councilman Mike Bonin, who was responsible for the disastrous road diet on Culver to Vista Del Mar. Traffic was backed up for miles, and he admitted afterward that it was a very bad idea. He should have listened to his constituents and had to turn the bike lane after spending all of that money back into car lanes. If I go to the local hardware store, as Slade said, to buy a ladder, I'm not taking my bike. If I go to the grocery store, I cannot do big shoppings on my bike. I'm a real estate agent. I'm not going to take a client out on a bike, no less buy a tandem one, and especially when I show property from here to the beach. I'm not going to restaurants and galas dressed up on a bike. So as much as you might want to see people get rid of their cars, as Slade said, it's not going to happen here in LA. It's too spread out. And taking away lanes on Fountain will only back up traffic on the other main arteries, such as Crescent Heights, La Cienega, Santa Monica, for example. We're not in Oregon, BC, or even the countryside of Holland, where many roads were built putting bike lanes in at the time, rather than adding them afterwards. We need the car lanes that we have. If there's a possibility to add a bike lane on a very wide street without taking away any car lanes, then great, go for it. Otherwise, I'm really against this. I think it's a bad idea.
Thank you, Rory. All right, so that concludes public comment. All general public commenters will be moved to the end of the meeting, but it looks like, again, if you are on E1 or E2, please go see the city clerk. All right. Mr. City Manager, yeah?
We have one individual who is getting on a plane at 8:30 who is wondering if they can speak because they can't speak at the second public comment period.
Sure.
Okay, so.
Hopefully you're traveling out of Burbank.
Yeah, because I'm not sure you'll get to LAX in time, but go ahead, go up to the
Come
podium,
on up.
please.
And just please state your name because I I don't know it, sadly.
Thank you so much. Good evening. My name is Erica. I'm an Indigenous descendant and youth climate advocate, and I stand here as part of the Plant-Based Treaty team with an urgent concern. The United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, responsible for the assessment of the climate science available, states in its latest report the urgent need to rapidly reduce intensive animal farming and shift to plant-based food system. If we aim to have a fighting chance to limit the average global warming below 1.5 degrees, after which no scientists or politicians can guarantee that we keep this planet livable and our futures as young people protected. We acknowledge the efforts of the City of West Hollywood to make all CBD events plant-based, and we hope that you will support us in endorsing the Plant-Based Treaty and commit to creating a city plan to transition to a more plant-based food system that protects communities, ecosystems, and all forms of life across the local jurisdiction. For some, change can be scary. Alternatives to current forms of life can feel distant. However, plant-based is not something only of the future. It is in our roots. Our ancestors safeguarded the knowledge on seeds and plants that sustained ancient civilizations. Time is cyclical. Our future will change, and it is in your hands to make sure it changes for the better. 2 cities in the world have already launched strategies to encourage a plant-based and a more safe and just approach to food, fostering innovation and supporting community-led initiatives on alternative proteins. We wonder if West Hollywood City will be the next. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. City Manager Wilson, please provide your city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. I have just a few announcements tonight. This weekend, September 21st and 22nd, the City and Pacific Opera Project presents Cinderella, a 60-minute opera in English at Kings Road Park. For more information, go to go.weho.org/theater. The city is celebrating Bi Visibility Week through September 23rd. Join us for the Bi Picnic Day celebration this Sunday, September 22nd, from 11 to 3 at Plummer Park. There will be music, games, activities, resources, and flu and monkeypox vaccines. For more information, please visit www.weho.org/LGBTQ. The city is hosting a community emergency response team training from September 27th to the 29th, and certified CPR and first aid training on October 5th. To join the waitlist, email safety@weho.org. The city is hosting a mobility expo to increase awareness of transportation resources on Saturday, October 5th from 10 to 2 at Plummer Park. The expo will include a community bike ride, demonstrations, and giveaways while supplies last. And lastly, the city has a new resource called Get Involved, the Guide to Civic Engagement, which includes information about ways to stay informed, get involved, and participate in public meetings. Printed copies are available in the lobby. If you'd like additional copies to distribute at future events or outreach opportunities, please contact cityclerk@weho.org. And that concludes my announcements.
Thank you so much. Madam City Clerk, what's the fiscal impact on tonight's consent? Yeah, sure.
It's for the city manager?
Do you have questions? Sure.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. A couple of questions. One is, in the building item E4, Melrose Triangle, which in fact one of our speakers brought up, they were approved originally in 2014, and their building plan check expired in May of 2024. It says that staff is continuing to meet with the applicant to discuss terms of a development agreement. When is that going to come back to us? And if not, when are we done with this project?
So staff has been meeting with the representatives of the property at Melrose Triangle. Council approved an extension while negotiations happened regarding the development agreement. Those negotiations seem to be stalled, and so that extension actually expires September 19th. And so at that point, they will not have an entitlement anymore.
So September 19th, it's okay. And then the other issue with that project is the fact that because it was approved in 2014, at what point does the environmental impact report mean anything? It's been 10 years.
There's no hard and fast rule for how long a EIR can be valid for, but if there was a future development or entitlement to be proposed on that site, it would require some new environmental analysis for whatever comes forward in the future.
Okay, so my question to the city manager is, if this does expire on the 19th, will this come back to us in some form of like, what are our next steps as a council and as a city?
We can certainly bring something back if the council desires that. Again, there wouldn't be an entitlement at that point, and it is owned by a private individual. So there is certainly limitations on anything that we could do as a city, but if the council wants to have some type of discussion regarding that site,
Including discussion of eminent domain? I mean, is that a possibility that we can discuss that?
I don't think we should talk about that publicly.
Okay, well, I can't talk about it privately, so I don't know how else to bring it up. Then my other question is about Halloween. Just wanted to confirm that the cannabis, whatever it is that they're going to have at Halloween, that they will be beneficiaries to waived fees, just as the other businesses will be during Halloween.
yes, and there is a memo attached to the agenda from Community Development Director Danny Rivas that speaks to that, but cannabis businesses are eligible for the same fee waivers as any other business, including the special event inside the...
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Meister. Does that complete your questions? Sorry about that. Does anyone else have questions? No? Great. We are going to move on to Madam City Clerk, the fiscal impact on the consent calendar,
Thank
please.
you, Mayor. The fiscal impact on tonight's consent calendar, with the exclusion of E4, E5, F1, F3, F5, F6, F7, F8, F9, F10, and the no votes from Councilmember Heilemann and Councilmember Meister on B6, B7, and B8 is $9,656,466 in expenditures, $189,500 in revenues, and $25,170 in waived fees.
Great. There is a motion and a second, and you've indicated all the appropriate no votes and recusals. Great. All right, that passes. Wonderful. Now, moving right along, we are going to move on to our first public hearing tonight, and that is C1, Zone Text Amendment to update replacement units of above and lower income protected units and new housing projects and incorporate unit demolition protections in compliance with state law. The public hearing is now open. Are there any disclosures from Councilmember? Councilmember Heilemann? No. Vice Mayor Byers? No. Councilmember Shine? Councilmember Meister? And I don't have any as well. Madam City Clerk, how was this hearing noticed?
As required by law.
Thank you. Will staff representatives please introduce yourself and present the staff report?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. Nick Marisich, Director of Community Development. I'm joined this evening by Francisco Contreras, our Long Range Planning Manager, and Michelle Montenegro, Associate Planner, who will be presenting on this item.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. My name is Michelle Montenegro. Thank you for having us tonight. This presentation would take no longer than about 3 minutes. So we'll be presenting on the Zone Text Amendment to revise the replacement requirement of above lower income protected units. We'll be going into the history of the zone text amendment, the feasibility study that was completed earlier this year and brought forward at the May City Council meeting. We'll also be covering Assembly Bill 1218, a new state law that was in effect January 1st, 2024, and then the proposed amendment itself. For background, the state identifies 4 categories of units that are protected for demolition protections as existing residential units if they were to be demolished as a proposed project. The first one includes any affordable unit, deed restricted. The second is any that is identified as rent stabilized. Third is any that is occupied or has prior been occupied by a lower income household. And the fourth is any unit that's been exited out of the market through the Ellis Act. The subject of today's zone text amendment is the second category, dealing with rent stabilized units that also happen to be above lower income. Assembly Bill 2556 is a state law that allows jurisdictions to elect how specifically above lower income protected units are replaced. It should be noted that any protected units otherwise are replaced as lower income. So the election is between 2 options. The first is that they would be replaced as deed restricted affordable at an affordable cost or rent by lower income persons or families. The second is that they will be replaced as rent stabilized under Title 17 of the West Hollywood Municipal Code. In September 18th of last year, City Council ultimately decided a middle-of-the-road approach to instead require that 35% of the total units of the proposed project would be lower income up to the required replacement of above lower income protected units. Any other remaining units would be subject to rent stabilization. As a prior direction, it also required that city staff would be directed to analyze a study. The study found that all the feasibility, regardless of the project type, would be proven infeasible for projects, even when state density bonus is applied. At the May 6th, above lower income, City Council directed staff that all above lower income would be replaced as rent stabilized. AB 1218 requires that rent stabilized units, as well as other protected units, are replaced in any development. It also requires tenant occupancy and relocation benefits and right of first refusal. The proposed zone text amendment is 2 components, the revised City Council direction and the second AB 1218, which is state law. Planning Commission recommended approval, but they also suggested recommendations to study local density bonus in replacement for deed restricted affordable instead of rent stabilized units. This concludes staff presentation.
Thank you so much. I think that was under 3 minutes. Councilmember Meister, I have a feeling you have a few questions. Would you like to go first?
Yes,
okay,
thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So we received some correspondence, unfortunately late in the day, but we did receive it from Michael Soloff, who said that the feasibility study on which the zoning text amendment is based fails to consider the additional 50% density bonus now available under the state density bonus law due to the passage of AB 1287 in the fall of 2023, and that the analysis should be updated to consider this. Did we consider, was that included in the density bonus, in the feasibility study regarding this item?
So AB 1287 was not considered in the analysis last year. However, we are conducting a current study that's underway that will consider AB 1287, the inclusionary requirements, replacement requirements, and state density bonus all comprehensively so we understand all the variables together. That will be completed at the middle of next year.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hammond?
Just one question. The units that will be rent stabilized, they will be rent stabilized at the new market rent that they're rented for, and then they will be stabilized at that level going forward. Is that correct?
The above lower income rent stabilized units will be priced at market rate, but are rent stabilized moving forward. Correct.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Vice Mayor Byers, do you have any questions?
I just have a question for clarity. I know that we are working with Metro on a study. You mentioned a few studies, and then there's the study recommended by Planning Commission. I am just curious how much redundancy is sort of baked into what's already happening. You said, you know, next year we'll be getting back more results that could sort of alter our thinking. So is the recommendation coming from Planning Commission a redundancy or something we're already looking at what you just named and what was on our agenda tonight? Thanks.
So something that I think the Planning Commission did not consider in the local density bonus program is AB 1287. So that's something that we'll be studying already in our current study. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Shine, and then I'll come back to you. Apologies. Wonderful. Councilmember Meister.
Yeah, so just to follow up on something that Councilmember Howman asked, when a unit is rent stabilized, the rent will be stabilized, but then when that tenant leaves and a new tenant comes in, they can raise that rent to the new market rate. Is that right?
Correct, pursuant to Costa-Hawkins Act.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So my question goes back to Councilmember Meister's. I understand that this the market rate study that was done, or the study in general that was done, didn't include new state law, but is this a time-sensitive ZTA, whereas we couldn't include that state law analysis in 6 months?
I would say yes, because there's uncertainty among developers about which provision applied. There was kind of a limbo period where the city did not have a policy that was codified.
Okay.
Yeah, so if I can add,
sure.
Mayor, I think that like AB 1287 probably kind of offers an additional tool, sort of like in addition to what we're considering. And the feasibility study kind of highlighted kind of like our existing economic challenges that we have with of requiring restricted units in certain scenarios. So I think this ZTA is kind of designed to provide sort of a feasible pathway for development with our existing conditions. And I think that, we can, continue to study AB 1287 and bring that further, but it doesn't really, necessarily inhibit moving forward with this particular ZT at this time.
Councilmember Meister.
But we do have a policy in place right now, don't we? We have a policy in place. I mean, we don't necessarily have to do this if we know that 1287 is something that we have to study, because we have a policy in place now, and that is the 35% to be affordable, and then the remainder to be rent stabilized. Is that right?
Correct.
Yes, thank you.
Councilmember Howman.
But that policy, according to the feasibility study that we did, showed that no projects were actually feasible with the current regulations in place. That's part of the reason why we directed you to come forward with a proposal to change it so that housing projects would be feasible.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
And that's why I think we need to go forward now. I do agree that we need to study the impact of new state law that might make us change this at some point in the future. But right now, we need to make housing development feasible. And it isn't with our current replacement model.
Wonderful. Any more questions before we go to public comment? Nope. All right, we're going to go to George Nickel to be followed by Annie Jump Vicente. And those are our only two speakers, I believe, at one in Zoom. Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. George Nickel, 20-year resident of the city of West Hollywood. I've said it here before, but affordable housing is as deep in the DNA of West Hollywood as LGBTQ rights. So as you are considering this, please remember that, because we have an affordable housing crisis. It's not a housing crisis. I can show you all sorts of places around the city if you have plenty of money where you can move and where you can live. We need to do everything that we can to replace every single rent-stabilized affordable unit one for one as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Annie Jump Vicente.
Thanks, George, for giving your comment. He actually kind of snapped me out because of his stupidity. Housing, yes, it should be affordable. Also, we should have housing that is not just affordable, but also permanent and supporting. We have interim housing already. We don't really need affordable housing. I mean, this city's got fucking like $140 million in its budget at the last time I checked. It could be even higher. So why are the costs of everything's so high? Because it goes to the cops, almost $40 million budget. It goes to roads, which is so costly to maintain. It is stupid how much it costs to maintain it. If you actually put curbs and things in the way, cars wouldn't be able to use it as much, as frequent, and you wouldn't have to maintain it as long. Asphalt every 25 years destroys the city's budget. Go to Strong Towns on YouTube or Not Just Bikes on YouTube. They will perfectly describe all of this to you. I mean, like, weight destroys roads. Suburbs are in poverty because of the amount of roads that they have to fix. So bringing that back to housing, you could literally just take all of that money that you spend on maintenance and these law enforcement that just beat the shit out of people and arrest them, and put that actually into housing. Hey, Trans Rescue Action, nonprofit looking to house trans people in West Hollywood. Look, you told me to go through the system, so I started a goddamn fucking nonprofit for permanent supportive housing for trans refugees. Okay? If you actually want to do something, not affordable housing, because, dude, I can't afford to live here. My asshole landlord's been trying to evict me for the past 7 months for failure to pay rent. Dude just restricted me from paying rent and then told everyone I can't pay rent. It doesn't matter if it's affordable. Landlords are assholes and just want the money. We don't need to spend money on developers, John Heilman. We just need to spend money on getting people into units. There's plenty.
To our commenter in Zoom. I'm guessing it's Jamie Francis. Thank you.
Jamie Francis, you're next.
So much, Council. I just wanted to basically say that it's really important for us to take into consideration we need to allow affordable housing to be a constant in this city, because it's not really something that's being considered right now. I spoke about this 2 months ago. I want to emphasize the fact and reiterate what the previous speaker said about 1-and-1 replacement. That's not even enough. Some of these buildings have to be completely affordable, and they have to be tiered. Very low income housing. That's what's required. It's not median or moderate income that is necessary, because people are coming here and flooding the market and making it more expensive. And let me just say this, the city doesn't have a housing authority. So those of us that are recipients, we have to go through the county. And it's something that I'm very discouraged about. I really don't know why we have to talk about this and rehash this, and even with the city coming back with staff report, it's to make moderate housing available. So those that have moderate income of anywhere from $60,000 to $100,000 have the ability not only to afford the regular units in this city, but now they're going to have selective housing. And it's affordable because if you're making less than $1 million or $100,000 a year, you're considered not middle income or moderate income. But what about those people who earn $35,000, $30,000? I just am frustrated to know that this has not been resolved. And here we are in 2024, and come in the next few years, it's another housing element. It's 40 years of incorporation, and the one constant that has not been somehow a priority, or let's just say resolved, is the housing crisis. It's an affordable housing crisis that the state has said to these cities, you're not doing your part. What is going on? 37,000 residents, 38,000 residents, and the population will decrease because we can't afford to live here.
Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, Jamie. Your time is up. Thank you.
All good. That completes public comment. Wonderful.
Mayor, if I may.
Sure.
There is a citizen position slip in support of item C1 from Michael Carter.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I will now close the public testimony of the portion of the public hearing. And council, you can still ask questions of staff, but we can now move to council deliberations. I'll start to my left. Councilmember Heilman, do you have any comments?
No, I move the item. I think we need to do this, at least for now, and make housing development feasible.
Wonderful. Since there's a motion, I'm going to ask for a second, and then we'll keep going on to commentary, so that way we can, I will second a first statement of, so thank you. Councilmember Meister?
Yeah, first I have a question for staff. How many developers have complained about the way our zone text amendment is now? Have we had many complaints?
I'll let Michelle speak to specifically working on this project, but I will say we've seen a notable decline in applications that have been submitted to the city for new housing development, certainly in the 1 year that I've been here. It seems
Having to do with residential, in residential zones where they're
just
existing.
in general, in terms of there
general.
being fewer new applications for housing projects, but I'll let Michelle speak to this
Okay.
project in
Okay,
in
I'm
particular.
talking, Michelle, just so you know, I'm talking very specifically about buildings that already exist that would have to be demolished in order to create a new development, not new developments.
The redevelopment, yeah.
Yes, thank you.
So in our developer roundtables as part of this study, all of the developers did highlight the replacement requirement as being a barrier to development, but outside of that, no developer directly has spoken specifically to the zone text amendment.
Okay, thank you. So, should I give my
Yes,
comments
please.
now? Okay.
I was going to go to you next anyways.
Okay, so again, when this state law happened, one of the reasons that it applies to cities that are rent stabilized was that it was actually giving the city a tool to maintain the buildings so that our tenants who were in rent stabilized buildings, who were actually in apartments that are affordable, not necessarily affordable units, but units that are affordable, would have that possibility that they wouldn't be faced with eviction because of redevelopment. So again, allowing any one of the one-for-one replacements to be rent stabilized rather than affordable is not providing affordable housing, and it's not protecting our existing tenants. Rent stabilizing a new unit that is going to start out at $3,500 a month is not affordable. If we're a city that provides affordable housing, then we must use this tool that the state has provided to designate all one-for-one replacements as affordable units. You can't be for affordable housing and vote against 100% affordable replacements. You can't be for protecting our existing residents and vote against 100% affordable replacements. I think we should require the 100% affordable replacement policy now, and then ask staff to, continue looking at what this new bill, 1287, what it does, and if it doesn't do enough, then let's look at a tiered incentive policy to mitigate feasibility issues. But just because we're using the state tool to actually protect our existing residents, that is not a horrible thing. We keep saying we want to protect our tenants, we want to protect our residents, and yet we have this tool and you don't want to use it. So I am not going to vote for this change, and I'm going to stick with it should be 100% affordable, one-for-one replacement. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shine.
I wanted to actually talk about the additional Commission recommendation to, I guess it's part of my, I'm going to go back to questions, sorry. Can you explain what that recommendation is?
Sure. The recommendation was to study a local density bonus program beyond state law provisions, including AB 1287, to require replacement as 100% deed restricted affordable with no rent stabilization replacement.
So rather than doing this, there would be an option to build higher, but then do affordable, which is what Councilmember Meister is proposing and advocating for, correct?
Build denser rather than scale. So not necessarily more height, but more units, but yes.
Right, well, either higher or smaller units.
Yes.
And would that be an option to developers, or how would that?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's great. I feel that providing options is really important when it comes to specifically having affordable units built. So I'm in support of, I'm definitely in support of this this study and aspect, and whatever we can do to create affordable housing.
Wonderful. Before I get over to you, Vice Mayor Byers, Councilmember Heilman, I see you.
Oh,
You indicated you wanted to speak real quick.
no, I'll hold off.
Okie dokie. Did that conclude your comments?
Mhm.
Okay, thank you so much, Councilmember Shine. Vice Mayor Byers.
Thank you. I was excited to see this come back, particularly with the added recommendation for more study. I know we're doing a lot of that, and I'm glad to hear where the redundancy exists and how timelines we can expect more information, because we are doing everything we can to ensure that we are reaching our housing goals as quick as possible. But if we're, setting the bar of 35% and nobody is developing because it's infeasible, then we're really getting 0% new affordable units.
Yeah.
And our goal is to make sure that we're achieving every new unit possible. So I'm supportive of the motion on the floor to ensure that we can move forward the ZTA as stands, along with the study tonight, and looking forward to more information coming back to us so we can keep modifying this as needed so we can get the most affordable housing as we have every opportunity to build.
Thank you. Would you like to go before I go? Thank you, Councilmember.
Yeah, and I just would reiterate what the Vice Mayor said. I think what happened is, and going back to Councilmember Meister's comments, when this came before us previously, or when it came to the council previously, council obviously wants to do what they believe will maximize affordable housing and maximize protection for existing residents. But what we discovered after doing a feasibility study is, as the Vice Mayor said, no units will actually get built, no replacement units will be provided. There are existing buildings that are vacant that could be developed, but developers can't develop based on the fact that it isn't feasible to develop housing at those sites because of the replacement requirements that we put in. After we did a study, then we realized the problem. And I think it tells me that before we start changing these rules or making changes in rules or spouting things off the top of our head tonight of, oh, this sounds like a good idea, we need to do a study to show how it actually impacts the real world. And in the real world, we've seen projects, I've seen them, where the developer has said, I'm not going forward with this project that would have provided affordable, that would have had inclusionary units. They can't do it under the rules that exist, and that's why we need to change them.
Thank you so much. I will just say that Councilmember Heilman, you just gave us a school policy lesson on land use. So that's exactly my opinion. I completely believe in what you've been saying. And the most important point, and I would hope members of the public hear this, is that by not doing this, no one's going to build and there will be no housing in general. And people should understand that, because we need to continue to build all levels of housing, including affordable housing, because right now we are nowhere close. The 3,995 units we have to build by 2030?
3,933.
Thank you so much. Only a few off, but there we go. Because I believe we've only built 100?
496.
Wonderful. So it tells you all that. We all want affordable housing. We all support affordable housing, and we need to build more of it. All right, there is a motion, there is a second, and we will move on with the vote.
Mayor, before
And you
we
will
do
read
that,
the record.
I'm going to read the title of the ordinance into the record.
You
for
took it
first
right out of my
reading.
mouth. Continue. Go ahead.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of West Hollywood adopting an amendment to Title 19 zoning ordinance of the West Hollywood Municipal Code to update the replacement requirements of above lower income protected units in new housing projects and update provisions related to unit demolition in alignment with state law. And with that, we will now take the vote.
Thank you.
Can I add to the motion that it also includes
the
giving
study.
direction to staff to look at the recent
AB
changes?
1287?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Wonderful. All right, that passes 4-1. Thank you. We are now going to hear item D1, an ordinance of the City of West Hollywood amending Title 17 of the West Hollywood Municipal Code relating to transfer of a different rental unit for certain qualified tenants. and repossession of a rental unit for authorized correction of violations, and a resolution of the City Council of the City of West Hollywood amending rent stabilization regulations 20001, 42000, and 60041.1. Will the amazing staff please introduce yourselves and present a staff report?
Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor and council members. My name is Christoph Schroeder. I'm the Director of Human Services and Rent Stabilization for this city, and I'm here with our Rent Stabilization Manager, Cameron Kessinger, who will provide the staff presentation.
And I believe this is Cameron's first staff report, right?
It is. That's
Welcome
correct.
to the Thunderdome. Let's go.
Thanks so much. So there is a presentation to accompany this. I'm not sure if we're able to see this right now.
Sure.
Maybe a technical. Yeah.
She's coming.
Thanks so much.
Madam City Clerk, do we have any speakers on Zoom? Is it Jamie Francis? Okay, great.
Great. There it is. Thanks so much. This evening I'll be presenting on proposed rent stabilization ordinance and regulation amendments. The first of the proposed amendments is the adoption of Assembly Bill number 1620. Assembly Bill number 1620 became effective January 1st, 2024. It amends the Costa-Hawkins Rental Housing Act. And it allows municipalities to require a landlord to relocate the tenant without a change in the MAR or terms of tenancy under certain conditions. Among those conditions are there's no current eviction for non-payment of rent, the tenant has a permanent physical disability related to mobility, and no elevator access to the current floor of residence. The move is necessary to accommodate that disability. There's no intended owner or owner-relative occupancy, and the new unit is in the same building or parcel, and there are 4 or more units in that building or parcel. This Assembly Bill might be familiar to the council because the city was actually a sponsor at the state level. There's also a proposed amendment to RSO section 17.52.010, subparagraph 13. RSO section 17.52.010, subparagraph 13 authorizes a landlord to evict a tenant or tenants where a unit will remain uninhabitable beyond 6 months. However, per the City Council, there's a 3-month limit for temporary relocation of tenants due to habitability issues. Some legislative history there. This was adopted as Ordinance 21-1149 on May 3rd, 2021. The intent of this ordinance was to protect tenants from prolonged temporary displacement and to set an expectation that tenants should not be displaced for longer than 3 months. It amended RSO section 17.52.110. Extensions are possible upon requests and approval by the department. The suggested amendment brings consistency to both provisions. So this is just a brief visual note of where this occurs in the code with the 3-month period highlighted, and the proposed language amending this to be consistent with what was adopted in 2021. Finally, we're going to move on to some amendments to our rent stabilization regulations, the first of which is an amendment to the rent stabilization regulation 20001. Rent stabilization regulation 20001 currently requires that changes in ownership and management be provided to the city within 60 days. However, RSO section 17.28.010D, in contrast, requires this information be provided to the city within 30 days. The ordinance controls in this case, so the regulations should be modified to be brought into consistency with the West Hollywood Municipal Code. There are also proposed amendments to rent stabilization regulation 42000. Rent stabilization regulation 42000 currently permits tenants to deduct unpaid security deposit interest accruals from the prior calendar year in February only. However, the deadline for the landlord to pay or credit this is January 31st. So it gives tenants a very limited to non-existent time period to actually deduct that rent accrual, or that accrual from their rent as a credit. The proposed change would allow tenants to deduct unpaid security deposit interest for any subsequent month in the same calendar year. This allows tenants more time to make this deduction, particularly where rent is paid earlier at the end of the prior month. And finally, we have an amendment to Rent Stabilization Regulation 60041.1. This establishes the valuation guidelines, which are increased by the annual general adjustment. That was passed by the City Council in 2022, pursuant to Commission recommendation, and became effective in September 2023. So we've only seen 2 iterations so far of these adjustments to the valuation guidelines. These are used by hearing officers in reduction in services cases, so there's a long list of different types of reductions with a low end and a high end for what can be credited to the tenants or what should be. Adjustments are currently rounded to the nearest dollar amount, but what we have found over the past 2 years is that, in effect, smaller values never increase. So if we have $15, for example, and it's increasing by the maximum of the annual general adjustment of 3%, it's not going to increase if we round it to the nearest whole dollar. So staff has proposed an amendment which provides that a minimum of $1 be adjusted to either end of the range annually. That concludes staff's presentation, but I welcome any questions.
Wonderful. Councilmember Meister, do you have questions?
Just a quick question. On page 1079, where it says at the bottom of the second paragraph, in cases where the landlord has provided written notification that service will be reduced or removed at some future date. Upon the removal of the service, the 30-day requirement notice shall be waived to file a rent reduction hearing application. So I just want to make sure, clarify that that means that there won't be a third, they can come back in 60 days to file that rent reduction? Is that right? Or 90 days or whenever? Is that what you mean when you say waiving?
So I think in this case, this is referring to the Commission's recommendation, this item, and their recommendation, from my understanding, was to completely waive the 30-day requirement so that a tenant could immediately file a hearing. Staff's proposal is to modify the 30-day timeline so that it can occur at any point after which the tenant has been given notice. So prior to these proposed amendments, the tenant would have to wait 30 days after the service was actually reduced. Staff proposed that the tenants be able to provide that 30-day notice to the landlord upon notification by the landlord that that service would be reduced at a future date. So this essentially...
Say that again.
Yeah, I apologize.
Sorry.
So the Commission was recommending completely waiving this. Staff's recommendation was to start the timeline at a different point to allow for more flexibility to tenants.
That's what I really wanted to hear. So this is allowing more flexibility to tenants.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Heilman, do you have any questions? I don't either. Why don't we go to public comment? We'll go to Zoom first, and we'll go to Jamie Francis, to be followed by, in person, Victor Olmanchenko, and then Annie Jump-Vicente.
Jamie, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Erickson and Council. I appreciate that. I wanted to say, as a non-senior disabled person, I resided in the city for 13 years, initially moved to the LA area. 20 years before, I couldn't find anything affordable, and I was dealing with a pre-existing condition. There are people who are in their 20s who are dealing with chronic conditions as well as congenital conditions. Considering me, even though you walk upright, you have disabilities. And I want people to be aware of that, because even in the city of West Hollywood, there's a lot of emphasis on people who are older, 62 and above, people who are HOPWA, people with HIV/AIDS, but there's no mention of diabetes or chronic conditions. And that's why it's very frustrating when someone like me is only given an opportunity to live in a unit that's 60 years old and has mold, or a landlord who skirts around the law because there's 9 units instead of 10 or more. And also because I have balance issues, I need an elevator now, or I need rails. And a lot of these older buildings aren't equipped with it. Plus, they have a lot of things that are exposure to lead and have cancer-causing agents because they were built in the 1950s. So I just want you to know that it's really important for someone like me to have options to move and maybe even get upgraded units or something that I feel more comfortable and shouldn't have to be 62 and above. So please be aware and advise in your ordinance to say that it's not age required, or anybody that meets a disability can and is eligible to move and find a better unit in the building, or something that's equivalent if there is another building owned by the same landlord. I couldn't have that option, so that's why I had to move through West Hollywood Community Housing, affordable housing list, because there was nothing in the city of West Hollywood. So I just want to make the point and emphasize that. So I greatly appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jamie. We'll move into in person. Victor Olmanchenko, to be followed by Annie
Good evening again. Victor Omolchenko. Well, thank you so much for looking out for us rent-stabilized tenants. And both the item that we just discussed and this one really resonate with me because I am living in a very comfortable, well-kept, rent-stabilized courtyard building in the center city. One day I will try to understand better what you had just discussed under C1, because I remembered the broad rule was 1-for-1 replacement, and now it's become convoluted with all these percentages and issues of feasibility studies. And I'm looking forward to seeing one of these feasibility studies that shows that the developers can't seem to build affordable housing. I would really love to see that. But regarding this D1, I remember asking Mayor Erickson on a bike ride, when are we going to have the provisions in place for this law that was passed on January 1st, signed into law, where a person who's disabled and has the proof for it can move from their second story or higher unit in a building that doesn't have an elevator down to an available first floor unit? Finally, we're putting the ordinance out, and I do have to put a shout out to Larry Block, as well as I remember Yola DeRay and other people in the Disability Advisory Board, and I and others talked about this issue, and it's finally come to fruition. But the proof of the pudding is in the details. So if you are one of the disabled tenants on the second floor, do you just put a letter in to your landlord saying, I have the disability, when you have a unit available, let me move down to the first floor? Does the city also get a copy of the letter? How is this actually going to be implemented? You've promulgated the rules, but what's the nitty-gritty for the person who right now has to move from the second to the first floor and there's an available unit? So the community would like more specific details. Thank you.
Victor. Annie Jo?
Thank you, Victor. And speaking about disability friendly, thank you, John Heilman, for wearing a mask. It's always appreciated when someone wears a mask to be disability friendly. A lot of immunocompromised people can't gather into spaces because all of you are like, fuck the pandemic. Yeah, just quickly, just because we're talking about disability, wearing a mask is a trans right issue. We are heavily disabled in every capacity. I am also disabled because I keep getting hit by cars in your city. I can't even sleep on this elbow anymore. I can't even use it for the computer chair anymore. It hurts way too fucking much. And one day I'm not gonna be able to walk. I mean, it's just gonna fucking happen. And when that happens, how am I in a 2, 3, 5, 10-story building supposed to move down? My experience with RSO, or RSD, my apologies, has been, okay, you've helped me out where you can, and at the same time where they can't help me out is enforcing these things onto landlords. It's a problem. I don't have the power to do this shit alone. I do not have the money to hire an attorney in the city, because when I went to Bethesda, they declined me. They did not give me a reason why. So I have to afford my own attorney, and yet here I am trying to fight my own goddamn battles when RSD can easily help me with that. That goes the same for just moving from top down and anything of the sort. I don't know, I got 24 seconds. That's fine.
Citizen position slips? No? Great. We'll move on to comments from any my colleagues. Councilmember Maestro, do you have any more comments? Nope. Councilmember Shine? Nope, I don't. Councilmember Heilman, I see you doing something. Oh, I knew what you were doing.
I'm prepared to move the item. This is largely providing some clarification on some minor items, and it's also providing additional protections for tenants, so I'm supportive.
Thank you, and I'm supportive of this motion, and if you could, to Mr. Omolchenko's point, and I believe you already are doing this, put together a how-to now that the law is going in. I know a lot of cities are working on how they're implementing this, so if you could provide that so people are aware, and maybe put it in one of the, you know where I'm going, the newsletters that we send out and mail to tenants, that would be wonderful, and landlords at the same time. All right, We have a motion and a second.
Before we vote, I'm going to read the title of the ordinance into the record. An ordinance of the City of West Hollywood amending Title 17 of the West Hollywood Municipal Code relating to transfer to a different rental unit for certain qualified tenants and repossession of a rental unit for authorized correction of violations. And with that, we will take the vote.
Wonderful. That passes 5-0. We're going to move on to E1, but before we do my colleagues want to get through the CARB grant and then take a break, or would we like to keep going? I'm fine with continuing, but...
How many speakers do we
Yeah,
have
how
on
many
the next
speakers?
item?
23.
All right, let's move on. E1. Thank you so much. Adoption of the resolution accepting an $8.2 million grant from the California Air Resources Control Board for transportation improvements. Will staff representatives please introduce yourself and present the staff report?
Good evening again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, Nick Marisich, Community Development Director, joined by Francisco Contreras, Long Range Planning Manager, and Senior Planner Christine Shen, who leads our sustainability team in Long Range Planning, and Christine will be giving the presentation.
Evening, Christine Shen, Senior Planner in Long Range Planning. I will be giving a 5 to 7 minute presentation going over the CARB background, projects, and clarifications, and we're just starting with the slide with our staff recommendations from the report. All right. The City of West Hollywood has consistently invested and committed to plans and projects that provide multimodal transportation options for the community of all ages and ability types, including the pedestrian and bike mobility plan, transit services evaluation and plan, WeHo climate action plan, WeHo Target Vision Zero, as well as the zero emission bus rollout plan. On July 23rd, the California Air Resources Board issued a request for applications for its Sustainable Transportation Equity Project Program, or STEP. The STEP grant's primary goals are to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and vehicle miles traveled and increase access to key destinations and services. Projects are required to be implemented with community residents to address the community needs, and this is a fundamental principle of all STEP grants, and CARB is aware of how community engagement may impact a project's final design. To be eligible, more than 50% of the project community is required to be in a disadvantaged or low-income community census tract per state requirements, and the project has to include at least 2 active transportation, fixed route transit, or shared mobility projects. And at least one of the sub-applicants must be a community-based organization if a local government is leading the application, which was the case here. Staff worked with CARB's technical assistance provider to identify City Council approved projects or directed projects that align with the grant's eligibility requirements. And the next 2 slides go over the projects and the past City Council actions. So this includes Vision Zero implementation. In December of last year, City Council adopted the WeHo Target Vision Zero Action Plan, which aims to eliminate all traffic fatalities and severe injuries. For Fountain Avenue streetscape, in March of 2021, City Council directed staff to initiate a feasibility study for Fountain Avenue protected bike lanes. Then in 2022, Council approved proceeding with the Fountain Avenue protected bike lane project. And then in 2023, City Council approved proceeding with the plan specification and estimates for the design of Phase 1 of Fountain Avenue. At that council meeting, they also changed the name to Fountain Avenue Streetscape Project. And then in last December, City Council received an update on the Fountain Avenue Streetscape Project, including the proposed steering committee and the public engagement plan. There are currently 9 members that make up the steering committee. 6 are residents, and 3 of them live within a block of Fountain Avenue on various side streets. Staff is seeking 3 additional residents who live directly on Fountain to help with the sidewalk design in phase 2 of the study. As for the EV transit fleet, City Council adopted the zero-emission bus rollout plan in June of last year to comply with the state's requirements to transition to a full electric public transit fleet. And for the commuter pilot service expansion, City Council had adopted the East Side Priorities Plans, which included connecting the City Line to the Metro Purple Line extension. And in 2022, City Council directed staff to perform analysis and cost study of a airport shuttle and provide feedback. As for paratransit outreach and feasible improvements, the city has taken multiple actions to increase mobility options for folks living with disabilities. So regardless of the grant outcome, each of these projects would be brought forward to the City Council for approval and/or next steps. This goes over the timeline a bit. On September 8th, the city submitted a concept phase application, and out of the 32-step concept applications that CARB received, the city was one of 17 that was invited into the full phase application. And last November, the city submitted its full application, and March 7th of this year, the city was preliminarily awarded $8.2 million. The next slides show the breakdown of the $8.2 million and the project tasks. Like I said, whether or not the city accepts a grant, each project will be brought to the appropriate commissions, advisory boards, and City Council for next steps and approval. If accepted, CARB requires that at least 5% of the total project cost is budgeted for grant management, which is where you see that $100,000. Vision Zero implementation would receive a total of $191,000. Fountain Avenue Streetscape, which is proposed to install protected bike lanes and widen sidewalks, would receive almost $5 million to conduct outreach as outlined in the project's outreach and engagement plan found in attachment E, to develop plan specifications and estimates and construction of phase 1 of the project. The EV transit fleet would receive a little under $2 million for an EV transit fleet and EV transit fleet charging for that fleet. The City Line commuter shuttle service expansion would receive $2,400,000 for outreach and a 1-year pilot with that expanded service. And finally, paratransit would receive $100,000 for outreach and making any feasible improvements. This item was originally continued from the August 26th City Council meeting so that the city could get clarification from CARB on a few items. So I'll quickly go over that. In terms of timeline, CARB indicated that the city has until October 1st to execute a grant agreement. If the grant is not executed by October, the city will forfeit the money and need to explore other options. If the grant agreement is executed, the city will be reimbursed up to the $8.2 million and has until January 1st of 2028 to expend the funds. Any funds expended after that date will not be reimbursed by CARB. In terms of funding availability, given the state's budget deficit, future funding rounds have not been announced or guaranteed. If the grant is accepted and changes to the scope in the grant agreement would require a formal grant amendment or a stop work order. So CARB would work with the city to either amend our scope and reallocate those funds to a different task or stop paying us for future work. But the city would not be required to pay back any of the funds that were already dispersed for work completed. Okay. Community residents, CARB requires grantees to directly engage community residents during all phases of the awarded application's development and implementation. That's why we included some of this language from the draft grant agreement, which does confirm that CARB is aware that the scope may change due to community input, and they are willing to work with us to make adjustments if needed and if it is still eligible for CARB reimbursement. And that brings us back to the staff recommendations. Thank you for listening, and staff is available if you have any questions.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Howman, do you have any questions for staff?
No, I'm ready to hear the public testimony.
Great. Vice Mayor Byers? Councilmember Meister, do you have questions for staff?
I'll just ask one question now, and the rest I'll wait till after public comment. In the beginning of your presentation, you said in August of 2023, council changed the name of the project. We didn't change the name of the project. We changed the project. Do you realize that we changed the project?
I think the reference in the application was to it being referred to as a bike lane project, and then it being reconceptualized as a streetscape project, both in name and in substance, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So again, that was before I joined the city, but I think that we were intending to reflect that was a name change and a change in a line of different direction we've received from the council in recent years.
Okay, but the grant proposal was written after we decided to do a streetscape project rather than a bike lane pilot. Isn't that correct? The grant was written in fall of 2023, and we decided to do a streetscape project starting from scratch in August of 2023. Is that correct?
That is correct. We were not able to fix, that was a staff oversight of not being able to fix it in time for the submittal.
But you wrote it after we did it. You wrote this grant after we decided to do a streetscape project. Don't I have my timeline right? We did this in August of 2023. I know that the grant didn't come out till that summer. I was told by Francisco it was written in fall of 2023, which would say to me that it was after August of 2023. I just want to make sure that everyone is aware of the timeline here.
Can you go back to the timeline slide? Right, forward one more. Nope. That, back, there we go. Is this what does this help a little bit? Because
no.
Because okay. December 18th, 2023 says the city received an update on the Fountain Streetscape project, and the steering committee, which is when we made additional direction for that unanimous vote, was last year in December 18th, 2023. That's when we all agreed to move forward with this. And then you are saying, and I was trying to clarify your question, was they wrote the grant agreement in August 2023 or the fall of 2023? The
fall of 2023, which would be after August of 2023.
But my understanding of the timeline is that we did not do anything officially with this until December 18th, 2023.
No, we decided on a streetscape project in August of 2023.
I would have to go back and look at the minutes, but yeah, I hear what you're trying to say. Okay.
The proposed project is in line with the August 2023 direction to design a project that would reduce travel lanes from 4 to 2 and removing on-street parking.
That's not what we decided in August of 2023.
We didn't decide on a design though back then. Because I remember you, I thought, had a really great motion at that time to bring us all on board to make it a total streetscape plan, but we didn't finalize any type of design, and I believe we all agreed because that cart was way too ahead still, and we wanted to make sure we had community input.
What we said was a streetscape project starting from scratch in August of 2023. So what we're seeing here is a grant that was written following that decision that was basically the bike lane project, which we had decided to shelve for that time being.
Councilmember Shine.
Yes, so I remember that meeting, and it was to do a streetscape project. It was to, instead of moving full force ahead with the pilot, we were going to do the streetscape project. It wasn't to scratch the whole entire thing. It was always going to have protected bike lanes incorporated, but to have a streetscape project, to have community input, and add the streetscape portion of it to it. That's what I voted for that night. It wasn't that it was completely scratched. So I can understand. Yeah, I can understand why this grant was written, because this grant is for bike lanes, pedestrian, bicycle, roadway safety, which is part of the streetscape project. In addition to all of the, because we talked about the Melrose Streetscape project, and why are we just, we need to have a full-on plan, so we're taking account a lot of the residents' issues with respect to not wanting to just throw a pilot bike lane in. So that's what we weren't going to go full steam ahead with, but it wasn't just completely scratching everything.
I'll just also add that I saw the streetscape as keeping everything on the table, whereas the initial protected bike lane was really about looking at that strip through the lens of the protected bike lane. But the streetscape was looking at it more holistically, putting all the different elements, the parking, all of that back onto the table with the thought of how Melrose was looked at in mind. So this is accurately reflecting my understanding of it because of the comprehensive nature of it, but if that's not where we're at.
Well, why don't we go to the public so we can have more conversations? I think we're getting into commentary at the moment, and we'll go from there. So we have 20, how many speakers? 24? Wonderful. You have one on Zoom?
I have one on Zoom.
Okay, we'll go Zoom first. And then if people want to line up, because we're going to go right after another, you'll get 2 minutes. Todd Holman and Kevin Burton. So if you want to come on up.
Our speaker on this item is Genevieve Morrill. Genevieve, 2 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Genevieve Morrill, West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. I'm writing on behalf of the concerns that we have, that I wrote in our letter regarding the proposed grant, specifically in relation to the allocated funds for the bike lanes on Fountain Avenue. After thorough consideration and internal research, it's evident that the Fountain Project is one of the most unpopular initiatives under the city's current agenda. At the City Council meeting in 2023, nearly a year ago, we voiced our opposition on this project, as well as the proposed bike lanes for Santa Monica Boulevard at that time. Our opposition was rooted in concerns about the lack of outreach, the potential loss of parking, the impact on businesses, and the absence of supporting data. While we initially supported the city's request for the grant to aid in the challenges of developing a multimodal transportation network, we did so in good faith, believing that the city would follow through with the comprehensive community outreach, data collection regarding bike usage, parking lots, and business impacts. Unfortunately, despite the passage of time, we are still having the same discussions with no significant progress. The presentation at our Government Affairs Committee was inadequate, lacking crucial data, renderings, or substantive information for us to present to our Board of Directors. As a result, we cannot alter our position without further details. Our stance remains that we cannot support this project until more data is provided. Thank you.
Thanks, Genevieve. All right, Todd Holman, to be followed by Kevin Burton.
Good evening, Mayor Erickson, Vice Mayor Byers, and Council. Todd Holman, 30-year plus East Side resident, Public Safety Commissioner, although I'm not speaking on behalf of my commissioner role. I'm speaking on behalf of being the 10-year Neighborhood Watch Captain, and I stepped down from this position. Recently, I found myself caught in the crosshairs of this particular project. Staff reached out to me when I was neighborhood watch captain and asked if I would write a letter in support of this project because the east side fell in a zone of affordable housing, which made it available for this project or a grant for this project. I was a little confused in the beginning because I didn't see the east side as low income, but staff explained it to me, said this grant would be available if the project were approved. I wrote the letter, it was simply on behalf of if the project would be approved. Nothing else. I didn't really say I didn't know exactly what the full project was going to be at the time. I think those things were still being decided. I have since stepped down from the watch group, and I seem to get a lot of press in WeHoville. I don't know why. I'm not running for any public office. They seem to love me. I only wish it were a more credible publication where I would appreciate the press. There was a hit piece that was recently written that said, I endorse this project. I did not have the authority as the watch captain, and it should be rescinded. The current watch captain, Steve Martin, never came to me, never asked me about this. What happened? All of a sudden I hear, I'm in WeHoville again. I could have explained this to them. I seem to get caught up in this mess. When I stepped down from the watch group, I wish them the best, nothing but the best. But everything that seems to have happened since I've stepped down seems to be politically directed. And I believe it's all because of one co-captain that is running for council.
Thank you, Todd. Next up is Kevin Burton, to be followed by Laura Bocoletti.
Good evening, Council. Kevin Burton, West Hollywood, and I'm with the West Hollywood Bicycle Coalition. And firstly, I want to thank staff for all their work in obtaining this highly competitive grant. They're not easy to get. That's targeted toward principally the low-income area of the east side. And these monies will go to support a wide variety of projects, including Vision Zero, which aims to reduce injuries and fatalities on West Hollywood streets, bicycle lanes, electric vehicle transit, and other transit projects. So it's a very valuable source of funds. The grant application was supported by several organizations, including the West Side Cities Council of Governments, the Southern California Association of Governments, and the majority of a written correspondence to council on this item tonight. We would like to point out that the delay that has occurred since the passage of the 2017 Bicycle and Pedestrian Mobility Plan in installing bicycle lanes has partly been blamed on a lack of funding, because there are 8 bicycle lanes on 8 different streets proposed, about 5 miles worth. And in the past 7 years, only 1/2 of one block has been installed. So this funding will partly overcome that roadblock, because once we have a continuous, connected network of protected bicycle lanes throughout the city, many more bicyclists than you see now will be on our streets. Witness Ciclavia. There is a big desire to do just that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Laura Bocoletti, to be followed by David Eckert.
Good evening, Laura Bocoletti, West Hollywood. We are...
Keep going, Laura. Hold on one second. Let's make sure you're tuned. There you go. Please start.
We are not Amsterdam, Bangkok, Copenhagen, nor are we a self-contained island roped off from the neighboring cities that surround us, where everyone who lives here works here, eliminating the need for daily driving. I have nothing against bicycle riders unless they endanger pedestrians or motorists by ignoring traffic signs. I salute them for their courage. However, they are very much in the minority. I have lived on the east side, half a block south of Fountain, for more than 20 years. I travel Fountain by car or on foot almost every day, and rarely do I see bicycle riders. Possibly a couple a month. Maybe a couple more on Santa Monica Boulevard, but not many. What I do see just about every time I go out is mentally ill homeless people, but that's another subject. Anyone who thinks that disrupting traffic on Fountain will cause more people to miraculously give up their cars and ride bicycles, taking cars off the road, or take public transportation across the several hundred square miles of urban sprawl of Los Angeles may have been spending too much time at our numerous cannabis cafes. Commuters made up of mostly pass-through drivers who can't move fast enough on Fountain will be cutting through side streets, increasing traffic on Sunset and Santa Monica Boulevard, and endangering the bicycle riders using the dedicated lanes. There is nowhere else to go. In neighborhoods made up of primarily multifamily dwellings with no garages, to remove street parking spaces without noticing them of the intention, not to mention omitting the fire department in the equation, is baffling to say the least. I know it's difficult to make decisions that favor one group over another, but isn't it your job to decide what will benefit and adversely affect the majority of your constituents? I urge you, as representatives of all the citizens of West Hollywood who you pledge to serve, to abandon this ill-advised, potentially dangerous plan.
Thank you, Lord. David Eckert, to be followed by Kimberly Copeland. And if Kimberly's here, oh, there you are. I didn't see you. Sorry. Hi, Kimberly.
Hi, good evening, City Council. David Eckert, City of West Hollywood, Fountain Avenue resident. One, I'm opposing the grant application as written for Fountain for these reasons. One, it's very unclear exactly what was agreed upon by the city for the requirements for this fund approval. It's very vague in transparency, and transparency is very important, I believe. Second, 2 letters in support of this grant have been proven to be invalid, so I don't understand how this application is considered to still be validated. Is CARB aware of these errors? Fountain Avenue residents not included in phase 1 with the steering committee, I find problematic. I don't understand why the public is only considered for phase 2 about sidewalks. I think that's a huge problem. Also, I'd like to know why Bike LA is unbiased in their input with residents since they're part of the steering committee. Again, where are the residents of Fountain Avenue in regards to this? Again, I'm not opposed to bike lanes. I'm just opposed at the process that's gone through this grant process. And also, reducing lanes doesn't remove vehicles or emission miles. And in your report, you state that. All you're doing is congesting traffic, which actually causes more emissions. So I just don't understand the logic behind some of this. And just please, let's go forward with public input prior to the grants or any project moving forward. It seems like it's always half after, it's half-baked. It's already gone through a process, and then we look like we're opposing projects. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you, David. Kimberly Copeland, to be followed by Stephanie Harker. And it's great to see you, Kimberly.
Good evening. By the way, my hat is a reminder to me, not to you all, to be nice. There are people here who are going to bring up some of the important points a lot more eloquently than I can right now, but I'd like to ask you to please consider a few things that I personally have seen that have not been brought up. I live just south of Fountain on Hayworth. We have Hayworth House, which is our senior building. They're a HUD building. They do not get permits. They have 48 units and 27 parking spots. So those who do not have disability placards go up to Fountain at night and they park there. And in the mornings, they come down and they wait for spots to open up and fight the construction workers for them. So I would ask that you consider them, because where are they to go and park? Go around the city and then walk home at night? That's not good safety for them. Also, the handful that don't have cars that live there have caregivers, so they have to park as well to come and take care of them. So street parking is very scarce there all of the time. The other thing is traffic and safety. You can say take Santa Monica or Sunset, but how do they get there? When they get frustrated in the morning, what I see is they hit the gas and they fly through the side streets. They've hit cats, squirrels, very near misses with seniors, people, their pets, and it's very dangerous. And I think this is going to exacerbate that by shrinking the parking down to 1 lane each way. We don't have traffic calming bumps on the side streets. So if you could be proactive and maybe think about some of these things as you make the decision or as you move forward. We don't have enough code enforcement, deputies for speeders, they fly through the stop signs, and for safety issues. Please consider all of those things that are quality of life and safety issues.
Thank you,
Thank you so
Kimberly.
much. Good to see you.
Stephanie Harker, good to see you as well. Stephanie Harker to be followed by George Nickel.
Stephanie Harker, City of West Hollywood. I did watch the August 21, 2023 meeting, and yes, you should go back and look at that, because John Hyman made the motion. Lauren had suggested that you shelve the study of the bike lanes and do it as present a study of the streetscape plan. I oppose item E1 primarily because there are some erroneous statements in the grant that relate directly to us, the residents. Number one, the grant requires that the community support the project. Of course, we support wider sidewalks and electric vehicles, great, and the rest of the streetscape plan, which is what Council in August 2023 tasked the staff with. Development of a plan for a streetscape. But I and many others have never supported the bike lanes, the full length of Fountain, and more particularly the bike lanes on the Vista Gardner Street portion, which will remove 56% of street parking, never mentioned anywhere. The $8.2 million grant also states that there was community outreach. Yes, you had meetings, but many of those will be those who will be most severely impacted and their lives disrupted every single day of their lives and their lives of their families were never informed that the parking in front of the apartments was going to be lost because of bike lanes. If you need an example of how the residents were left out of this process, just take a look at the steering committee that has had 5 or 6 meetings and not one resident who lived on Fountain or not one resident on Gardner was ever on that committee or attended the meetings. So unless you amend the grant application, I believe you should not submit the form. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. George Nickel to be followed by David Lewis.
George Nickel, 20-year resident of the east side of West Hollywood. On the 19th of August, I asked the Assistant Fire Chief of LA County about this project. Have you been spoken to about it? Have you been presented plans? Have you been asked for feedback? No. Although they would like to have input. They would like to have input because when HLA came before the voters in Los Angeles City, the one group that stood out and said that it would be a problem was the union that represents firefighters. They said that this would reduce response times in case of an emergency. They cited Paradise, California, which had put in bike lanes in their main street before they had fires, and many people died. You have to talk to the first responders. Maybe that dialogue has started since the 19th, but the thing that worries me is that what I read in the staff report says that phase 1 is weeks away from being completed. Weeks away from being completed. I could also talk a lot about the way this was done, because it's obvious that bike lanes are the purpose. We all want bikers to be safe. There are other ways to go about doing this. This is not the way to do it. You take away parking. The only way this is going to reduce emissions is if a fantasy happens, which is you make life so miserable for people who drive cars that they give them up. People who drive cars have mortgages to pay and rent to pay and jobs to get to, and they cannot just give up their cars. My office is 30 miles away, and that's the case for many people.
George, because you were interrupted, do you want to take a few more seconds to, were you done with your comments?
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm
just
done.
wanted to make sure.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. David Lewis to be followed by Brianna Kaufman. And I'm glad you found the chambers. I helped
Thank
you.
you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for directing me. Yeah, I'm David Lewis. I'm a 20-year resident of Gardner.
When we moved here, it seems like, I don't know why we're here, because it seems like a few years ago, we were told by the city we didn't have enough parking, that you guys needed to come in and tear out the park and put in a parking lot. We said, no, that's ridiculous. We're okay with our parking. Since then, parking's gotten a little bit tighter, but we're still consistent. Now you come in and say, we have too much parking, and we want to rip out 60% of your parking. My vehicle is not a convenience for me. It is my livelihood. I work out of my vehicle. Unfortunately, I can't work in West Hollywood because you don't have enough parking. But I do need to commute to where I do work. And so I don't, like I said, I don't understand why we're here, because you guys have overwhelming popularity. It's not popular. You said you're going to consult the community. You've not taken that into effect. 90% of the people don't like it. And you haven't even taken into effect the response times for firefighters, the effect on businesses. And you want to put a bike lane down Gardner Street, the widest street that the fire department has to use? I just hope that when you tell the fire department and the ambulance they have to slow down to avoid hitting a bicyclist, they're not going to your home, because they've come to my home 4 times, and they respond to the house next to me on a weekly basis, which is a retirement home. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Brianna Kaufman, to be followed by Sun.
Many of you may not remember, but in the early 1970s, Los Angelinos were opposed to carpool lanes. They threw nails on the highway and protested in front of City Hall. And here we are 50 years later having the same conversation. Change is hard, but change is constant and necessary. While car deaths rival gun deaths in number nationally, we do nothing to bring the dangers of our roads into the national conversation. E1 will make our roads slower, safer, and encourage different kinds of transit. Tonight, we'll hear a lot of anecdotes about people searching for parking. We'll hear debunked claims that it takes longer for first responders or causes more traffic. Cities like Seattle are making these changes and have demonstrated that bike lanes do not cause delays. Instead of spending more time on these false claims, I want to talk about people who are victimized by our road design. Every week in West Hollywood, a pedestrian is hit by a car. This pedestrian is a parent, friend, sibling, productive member of the community. How much are their lives worth to you? 1 parking spot? 2? Year on year, pedestrian fatalities in LA are up 20%, and cyclist fatalities are up 18%. LA has double the national average per capita pedestrian and cyclist fatalities. We don't have to accept this as a fact of life. We can choose better for ourselves and for our community. We are on the brink of catastrophic climate collapse, and yet, in one of supposedly the most progressive places in the country, here we are opposing progress. Single occupancy vehicles contribute to 23% of greenhouse gas emissions. Our lawmakers need to make 10,000 more of these changes tomorrow. Increase bike infrastructure, increase public transit, and make this place what it could be. To all those opposed to this measure, I say to you, I know these parking spots mean the world to you, but the world means the world to me. If it's not clear already, I wholeheartedly endorse the $8 million sustainability grant.
Thank you, Brianna. Sun, to be followed by Zakia Wright. Sun, S-U-N, to be followed by Zakia Wright. Are you Sun? Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I was speaking to, whoever's Sun, please come on up.
Hi, my name is Sun. Good evening.
Good
This is
evening.
my first time coming here. I just heard about this project. Oh, sorry. I just heard about this project, so I biked here after work. I've been bicycle commuting for about 15 years now. I'm a nurse, and I came to ask you to please support the Fountain Avenue Streetscape project. Please prioritize safety, access, and mobility for people walking, biking, and taking transit over the convenience of mostly single-occupant car drivers. Car parking is the only private property that we allow to take up public space, to be stored on public space for free or nearly for free. You know, it's more important for the public space to be used for actual public use, for moving people, whether it's by car or by walking or by biking or taking the bus, than it is to store private property. That's all I have.
Thank you so much, Sun. Zakia Wright, to be followed by Mimi H.
Good evening, council members. My name is Zakia Wright, resident of West Hollywood, and I live off of Fountain Avenue. Many people didn't come tonight because they said if they came, what they said wouldn't matter anyways, that there's already 3 votes for this project, and so why bother coming? And to me, that's the real problem. The fact that people don't feel heard. The fact that the voice of the many is ignored for the opinions of the few. That's anti-democratic, and that's not who we are as a city of West Hollywood. So I'll state my position on this, even though I know what the outcome will be. But my answer is no, not because we don't want bike lanes. Bike lanes are a good idea. Bike lanes lower the emission. Most folks want it to be more mobile in our city. However, we don't like this idea. It's a bad idea, and we still have time to change it. I mean, we have time for voters and bikers to get together, residents that are in that neighborhood that are affected by it, because I wasn't asked, and none of my neighbors were asked about it off of Havenhurst. And that goes for most of the neighbors that I ask as I'm asking, what's your opinion on this project? Most people don't even know. And so we have time to make this a better project. We like a lot of the components in there, but as of now, if we're having to vote tonight on whether to accept that 8.2, I say the answer should be no on that. But again, we know that that's not gonna matter. And so I'll speak right now to the voters, since I know it doesn't matter to council members. We have an opportunity in November to elect 2 new seats to council. We have a chance to elect folks that will listen, that will take into account what the voters are saying, and really make policy that incorporates the desires of everyone, not just the opinions of the few and the special interests. And so I'll end by saying, my name is Zakia Wright, and I won't be bullied out of this race. Good night.
Thank you so much, Zakia Wright. Mimi H, to be followed by Helen K.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Mimi Holt. I live in LA. I prefer riding my bike to driving. I use my bike more and more nowadays for errands due to health and climate concerns. I enjoy it mostly, even though it can be absolutely, utterly petrifying. I'm 100% pro bike lanes on Fountain, Gardner, and Willoughby. Last summer, I challenged myself. I rode my bike to Book Soup to pick up a book I'd ordered. I wanted to see if it was possible to bike around West Hollywood. It was indeed possible, although fraught with peril and terror. The new bike lanes will be so inviting. It'll be a really fantastic enhancement to this pleasant city. I can't wait to explore West Hollywood by bike and to do further shopping and dining. There's so much, West Hollywood offers so much, and to enjoy it by bike would just be icing on the cake. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mimi. Helen K, to be followed by Jordan Beard.
Hi, council members. My name is Helen Krieger, and I want to thank you, first of all, for putting this on the agenda and for all the years of planning that you guys have put into this, and all of our staff as well. Thank you. I'm a WeHo resident who lives on Fountain Avenue. I have ever since I've moved here. I share a car, and so that means that I drive and also bike when I can't get the car on Fountain Avenue, and I also walk on it. So I can tell you, unfortunately, I'm uniquely qualified to say that it is terrible right now for all of those uses. If you're a driver and you're trying to go the speed limit, the moment that you hit La Brea and it opens up into 2 lanes, all of a sudden drivers are going as fast as they possibly can. And they're careening back and forth between the 2 lanes to try to stay going 50 miles per hour. And if you're in their way, they get so irate. So most of the day when I'm home, I just hear horns honking. And also, when I very first moved to West Hollywood, I was on Fountain Avenue and saw someone get killed by somebody else on Fountain Avenue in a road rage incident, because I only laugh because it's like so ridiculous that this happened and that it hasn't gotten any better. It was one guy supposedly cut off another guy. They honked their horns. They ended up pulling over, and the one man stabbed the other to death. And since then, it has just become more road ragey, and it's because it's designed that way. And if it's this dangerous for cars, imagine what it's like for pedestrians on those tiny sidewalks. Imagine what it's like for cyclists to just have a little worn out Shero on there. It's really not safe for any of us. And so it was better before. We have a chance to make it better again. This was not the way that this road was originally designed. So I would really like to encourage you all to please make the streets safer. Let's get rid of some of these preventable deaths, including the cyclist who was doored and killed on Fountain Avenue last year. Please vote in favor of these funds. We already have a streetscape committee set up to design, to talk about how we can incorporate neighbors' concerns. The process is in place. Let's do it.
Thank you, Helen. Jordan Beard, to be followed by Summer.
Hi, Council. The acceptance of this grant would be reassuring proof that our elected officials believe that a better future in West Hollywood is possible. Residents of West Hollywood should not have to pay thousands of dollars for a car to be able to safely get around our city. Our children should not have to face off with cars driving 50 miles per hour when they walk to school. Our city does not need to be a hostile place. I ride my bike every day in West Hollywood, to work, to shop, to see friends and family. I've nearly been hit by cars on both Gardner and Fountain Avenue. But these bike improvements are not just for me. They are for the many residents that want to get around town by bike, but don't feel comfortable or safe doing so now because of the outdated design of our streets that prioritizes only cars and leaves bikes, pedestrians, and disabled people to fend for themselves. The solution to traffic is not adding lanes and increasing speeds, but replacing car trips with alternative transit. If you would like some relevant data, I'll offer this. 75% of pedestrians hit by a car that's going 50 miles per hour will die. If that car is going 32 miles per hour, only 25% of them will die. That's from the recent staff report about lowering speed limits in West Hollywood. One last thought is that from Silver Lake to La Cienega, the vast majority of Fountain Avenue is one lane in each direction. LA County widened this short stretch in West Hollywood, transforming a formerly tree-lined, wide sidewalk street into a dangerous pass-through thoroughfare with near freeway speeds. Let's reclaim this residential street and make our neighborhood safer for everyone. We must not let a small but loud group of antisocial residents block the path towards becoming a city that's well-equipped for the challenges of the future.
Thank you, Jordan. Summer, to be followed by Claire Schmidt. You're Summer. So now I see the sun, Summer things. Okay,
it's
there we
actually
go.
Sumner.
Sumner. Okay, there we go.
It's okay. It's not a problem. Thank you very much for letting me take some time to talk. As a resident of West Hollywood who lives next to Gardner, I'm asking to vote in favor of E1 and accept the STEP grant from CARB. When I moved to West Hollywood, I was excited to live in an area that was walkable and allowed me to get around town without the use of my car. However, riding my bike on Fountain, where a shared bike car lane is provided, I have been consistently cut off by cars and have found it to be very dangerous to ride a bike. I imagine this contributes to the low ridership on Fountain, as I rarely use Fountain to ride my bike solely for safety reasons. As a driver, I find that other drivers treat the road like a major street by driving quickly and making it difficult for me to yield to bike riders, doing the best to stay safe. Fountain is primarily a residential street. However, it's been treated more like a highway. As a walker, I find it to be very noisy and not feel completely safe walking on the sidewalk, as drivers drive increasingly fast on Fountain. With protected bike lanes, there are other roads that drivers can use to travel east and West Hollywood. I believe installing protected bike lanes will decrease the speeds of drivers, keep noise down, increase bike ridership, and make it safer for bikers, riders, and the community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sumner. Claire Schmidt, to be followed by David Sarkisian. Hi.
Hi, my name is Claire Schmidt, longtime West Hollywood resident. Very proud to call this place my home. During the many years that I've lived in West Hollywood, I lived in 3 different apartments, all within 1 block of Fountain Avenue. I've walked and jogged along Fountain Avenue many times. It is a critical artery of our city, and yet to be on it outside of a car is to feel unsafe. Narrow sidewalks, speeding cars, no bike lanes. Training for the marathon that I keep claiming I'll run one day is made even more difficult by the fact that I'm almost always wondering if some music executive in a Maserati is gonna squish me to a pulp. And if I feel uncomfortable running, I certainly do not feel comfortable biking alongside cars. I do own a bike, but I just don't really use it. We have the data to support this project. We know that adding one more lane does nothing to help traffic. In fact, it worsens it. We know that bike lanes and protected light bike lanes reduce cycling fatalities and allow more people to ride their bike in our gorgeous city. We know that biking is cheaper than owning a car in this ridiculously expensive city. We know that biking is great for our mental and physical health. West Hollywood has so much potential. We see it in our parks, our public transit, our community events, and so much more. Protected bike lanes should and must be another addition to our vibrant city. West Hollywood and Los Angeles can be so much more than a city of cars idling in traffic and cyclists being run off the road. West Hollywood is a car city. West Hollywood can be whatever we want. We can choose. We just have to make it happen. Please, please accept the $8.2 million in funding from CARB to move the Fountain Avenue Streetscape project forward and accelerate its implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. David Sarkisian, to be followed by Samantha. Are you David? Coming up, sorry. And Samantha has no last name, so you're up.
Hi, my name is David Sarkisian. I appreciate being able to have the time to speak. I'm a Fountain resident. I live right between Olive and King on the street of Fountain. And I would like to say first and foremost, I found out about this yesterday. I spoke with my neighbors. I spoke with a lot of people in my community. I walk my dog every day. I know a lot of the people that I live near, including some members that are in this audience. I don't think that there was an adequate form of communication with the residents of this city. I don't think that we had the option to really weigh in when it mattered. Now we're facing $8.2 million that may or may not be allocated to the city for very good reasons. Zero waste vehicles, those kinds of issues. But the fact is, a bike lane on Fountain just isn't very practical. 32,000 cars drive that street every single day. In peak rush hour traffic, that's about 900 cars every hour. We're talking about huge increases to both Sunset and Santa Monica Boulevard if we're gonna reduce the amount of traffic that can flow on this street. The street isn't very safe. The sidewalks aren't big enough, but a bike lane doesn't work. Where are people gonna bike to? There's no bus stops on the street. There's no businesses. It's all residential. Versus down on Santa Monica, there's already partial bike lanes in certain areas. The buses already travel that route. They could take you up to the trains. It just makes a lot more sense. It doesn't make sense to impact the residents that live on Fountain in this way. But I don't have the opportunity to say I'm not for the bike lanes because I am for a lot of these other issues, and I'm aware that the City Council has already made their stance. So this is where I'm at, and I just feel disappointed about it, and I would like to mention that. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Samantha, to be followed by Kathy Blavis. Samantha? Nope. Is Samantha here? I just saw someone. No? All right, Kathy Blavis, you're up. Take your time, don't worry. That was quick. To be followed by Sarah and Pat. So if there's a Sarah and Pat here, you're next.
I can't do anything but take my time. Good evening, Kathy Blavis, City of West Hollywood. Why am I speaking this evening? For the same reason I have been all along. For me, it's about the process. Was there meaningful outreach? Was there significant input? The honest answer is no. I'm not here to weigh the pros and cons of a bike lane, nor the potential catastrophic effects of removing hundreds of parking spaces. What is at stake here tonight is the legitimacy and the integrity of the application for this grant. Community has been told over and over, there is no plan, no project. It's a sketch, a work in progress. It's up in the clouds. But on the grant application, it's stated as fact, there is a project. The grant application states there was community outreach and input and support. And yet, certainly, with regard to Gardner Street, those most affected were never notified about the loss of parking associated with a bike lane, and they are not supportive. I wonder if those here tonight and writing in, supporting, accepting this grant, have any idea of the misinformation. And because of the deceptions regarding bike lanes, loss of parking, meaningful outreach and input, this $8.2 million grant should not be accepted.
Thank you, Kathy. Sorry. Sarah and Pat? Is there a Sarah and Pat here? Nope. All right. Henry Gilbert, to be followed by Steve Brusino.
Hi, I'm Henry Gilbert. I've lived in West Hollywood for the last 3 years, and I'm an avid cyclist. I bike to work 7.5 miles. It's in Santa Monica, and almost my whole commute, there are bike lanes. It's safe, but once you get into the eastern part of West Hollywood, those bike lanes disappear. There are sharrows on Willoughby and Fountain, but the fact is, the sharrows do nothing for me on Fountain. They're a symbol on the ground that cars ignore. Cars drive 40, 50 miles an hour, treating Fountain like a freeway, and it's dangerous. I've heard a lot of people talk about how they don't see many cyclists on Fountain. How many of you would pick up a bike and go on a highway? I guarantee no one would. That's why you don't see cyclists on Fountain, is because it's dangerous. Accepting this money would allow for safety for cyclists, and I would like you guys to put people above parking and accept this grant money and help bring West Hollywood into the future of transportation. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry. Steve Brusino, to be followed by Steve Martin.
Steve Brusino. I agree with Lauren Meister. I believe I was here for that city council meeting when she did not say bike lanes were on the thing. She wanted streetscape. And you guys said you guys would shelve it for a study or outreach. So she's right about this. We're your constituents, not the community director, not the developers, not the special interests. We are. So you have to listen. You should listen to us. When overwhelming majority want their parking to stay, you should listen to them. And people aren't against bike lanes. They're not against streetscapes. They're against losing their parking. And that's huge for a lot of people. You look at the handicapped and the elderly. They need that parking. Overwhelmingly, the people who want the bike lanes, they're younger. The people who are older, they need this. And it just sounds like you're phasing out what the voices of the people who have been here for a while are. You're phasing out the voices of the elderly for this initiative that I think I need some more studies done, needs some more outreach, needs some more things discussed. Business owners, small business owners, it seem like they're under attack here. You know, you take away the parking in front of their stores, I mean, what are you gonna do? You're gonna just take other people's parking down the street? I live on Hayworth, you know, and I'm gonna lose my parking because people are looking around for their own spots after their parking is taken away. So far, $300,000 to $400,000 have been spent on this initiative. And when I asked city staff how much more is going to be spent in the so-called sketch phase, they couldn't give me a number. So this isn't just money handed to us. We're spending money for things that people don't want, and then we're going to get $8.2 million handed to us? I mean, this thing's a done deal. I know that, so.
Thank you, Steve. Steve Martin, to be followed by Cynthia Blatt.
Steve Martin, East Side Neighborhood Watch. I do want to address the issue of the letter that was sent again. None of the board members, besides Todd Hallman, were ever consulted on it. And I think it's interesting that nobody from the Ogden Owls was approached by staff. But then again, I guess that's because Mike Carter is not an appointee to the Public Safety Commission of John Erickson. So it seemed like there's just politics as usual. And this is why people are disillusioned. This is why there's a poll that the city took that says most people feel the city's going in a wrong direction. It's this sort of arrogance and stacking the deck against the residents. Let's just start off with the mayor's sort of flip comment that this is free money. It's not free money. And free money, even if it was free money does not make good policy. There's no traffic study. There's no report from the fire department, the sheriff's department, any first responders. This project is an embarrassment to staff. It should be an embarrassment to you because it's moving forward with no facts, but just a lot of pandering to special interest groups. Frankly, people are concerned. Your own report says 250 parking spaces will be lost on Fountain. Another 40 or 50 are going to be lost on Gardner. That's 300 parking spaces. People went to a meeting on Gardner and said if they lose their parking space, they're going to have to move. And all we get is, well, you know, I'm sorry you're inconvenienced. And we expect more from the council than that. So that's why come November, people are going to come out and vote, and we will have a new city council that will repeal this, and we will not go forward with this. But I think it's very foolish to move forward today when there's clearly such division within the community. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Cynthia Blatt to be followed by Annie Jump Vicente.
Hi, Cynthia Blatt, West Hollywood, 32-year resident of West Hollywood. What I want to speak to tonight are violations of the grant application, which really prohibits adopting this tonight. First of all, the application says that, well, there's internal contradictions, but the application says that it will be considered a promise to perform actions in a specific project and are not considered a starting place to begin negotiations on the project's final scope. That required robust community outreach, which you did not accomplish. It stated that Bike LA has expertise in capturing feedback from both commuters in partnership with local community-based organizations, which was not done. I have got to quote Mr. Erickson because as a 30-year employee of the federal government with an expertise in competitive funding, his statement in the Beverly Press on August 28th, quote, locals, let me see. It's going to come back to the council and we're going to accept it because this is free money to invest directly in our community to clean the air, and anyone that is against that should get their priorities checked, unquote. As a former federal employee, a public servant, I am personally offended by this ignorance. This is not free money. These are public funds. And you and Ms. Byers, who said she'd rather inconvenience some drivers than to give up her bike lanes. This is not about your personal choices. This is about your responsibility to serve the people who elected you. And if the CARB is to be told of what you have done to violate your original application, where are your budgets and timelines? I would like to see the data collection they require.
Annie Jump Vicente to be followed by Rick Watts.
Okay, so here's your fucking dilemma about the goddamn fire trucks. Number one, get smaller fire trucks. Not every single emergency requires 1,000 gallons of water, am I right? So get smaller fire trucks. Hey, you can make the bike lanes wide enough for the emergency vehicles to go through them. And now look at that, you got dedicated emergency service lanes. Holy shit! Wow, what cheap infrastructure just to save people's lives. The timer's not going, by the way. Okay. Yeah, so, yeah, it's just what a cheap-ass way to save people's lives. Now, here's the thing. I am conflated here because it is Fountain Ave. It is a highway. However, it separates LA from West Hollywood. It does have residential. Would I rather this be on Santa Monica Boulevard for monetary purposes and for my own purposes? Yes, I live off Fountain Ave. I've been hit by all of you. I have a broken elbow. I can't even use a goddamn sling. Holy shit! You know how many times on body cam I got all you guys trying to hit me, racing around me illegally, just going, fuck you, throwing soup at me and shit? Oh my God, you guys are so goddamn aggressive. Hey, what happened at 7-Eleven when that guy TKO'd killed that guy in the fucking parking lot? What, because of a fender bender? Holy shit, you go drive 4,000 to 6,000 pound vehicles while I'm here fucking 160 pound with a 50 pound bike. You worried about your parking spots? Well, guess what? Your 25-foot long parking spots could house like 50 fucking bikes. Holy shit. Yeah, smarter streetscape, of course. I would love $8.2 million. I would like to see the plans first of how they're frickin' drawn. Oh, by the way, hey, fun fact. You know why we have traffic and you know why we have traffic? Well, because we have traffic engineers. You can't have a traffic engineer without traffic. I love that one. So any of these references, I've definitely emailed all of these before to you. Also, Erickson, about those crosswalks that we talked about. January 2023, we had a meeting talking about race crosswalks. Yeah, you can also do that, just kind of like make a divide and cut the emergency services with a bike lane right through that. Boom! You save so many lives, save your money from the massive fire engine.
Thank you, Annie. Rick Watts, to be followed by Nick Roybell.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Rick Watts, City of West Hollywood. The fountain project is being done as policy by ideology, not by common sense, not by consultation with the area residents that are affected by it. I oppose this on a number of levels, and I think it was council made this decision prematurely months ago. I still think it, and I hope that you will reverse it. Where do you expect people to do with their vehicles that they need parking for in this area that live there now? It's one thing if they're moving in, they realize, okay, well, there's no parking. Well, I'll move. I won't move in there. But these are people that live there now, and they need that parking now. We already know how bad traffic is on Santa Monica Boulevard, how stop and go it is. Can you imagine what's going to happen with that traffic if you end up, as you propose, diverting all that traffic off of Fountain, or at least half of it, particularly during the rush hours, down to Santa Monica and up to Sunset. When this came up some months back, you said, "Oh, well, go down to Melrose or Beverly." BS. It's not going to happen. People are not going to go down that way, and in the meantime, you're going to be clogging up the north-south streets. This is bad policy, and you can't govern by ideology. There are a hell of a lot more cars than there are cyclists. Not to disparage the cyclists, but we do live in a car culture, and the people that have these cars, particularly people that are not able-bodied, that can't ride on scooters, that can't ride on bicycles, need to be able to get around as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Nick Roybell. And then hold on one second. Cynthia, I can hear you all the way from up here. Could you, if you want to chat, could you go in the lobby? Cool. Love that you're talking, but that'd be great. Come on up, Nick. Sorry about that.
Okay. Evening, Council. I was sitting here listening, and I want my comments to be productive. I want them to matter. I apologize, Councilmember Meister. I was sitting here thinking I want my comments to be productive. I want to matter. What I am feeling, council members and staff, is that there's community that feels loss. We're taking something away. And so I sit here and I begin thinking, what I learned in government and policymaking, the moment you start taking away from a people, you get this. And take the election out of it, yes, that's important. And thank you, Zakiya Wright, for coming forward in your remarks, and thank you, Public Safety Commissioner George Nickel. But the moment you start taking something away from a people, whatever that may be, because I don't hear in this conversations, what are we bringing to our community? I just keep hearing we're taking away, we're taking away, we're taking away from residents who have lived on that street along Fountain. I'm on the east side of West Hollywood, south on Ogden. But I care about their concerns, and I hear hurt. I hear from vulnerable residents that they're going to lose access And the moment power takes away access from a people, and in this form, some of it is safety, the moment you take away safety from a people, you lose. John Erickson. You want to get reelected? I'm going to tell you right now, you vote this through, you're not getting elected. You're not. And I know you care about power.
Thank you. Does that complete the public comment section? You have citizen position slips. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. These are all in opposition. Deanne Kenworthy, Jessica Strauss, Marie Collins, Elijah Gershman, Joseph Zubor, Joel Mark, Dalia Gonzalez, Virginia Gillick, Laura Scollin, Emma McCormick, Julia Gordberg, Irene S., Alex Mavrotheris, Kevin White, Lynn White, Chris Ramier, Isaac Sims, Christopher Boer, Anastasia Sashikaro, sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, Nina Moshkovich, Talia Ravier, and Carmen Ratushvik.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go back to questions and now comments for staff. All right, I'm happy to start. In regards to the firefighters' local response issue, do we have any plans, any type of actualities that we would take to the fire department to get them to stamp and approve these plans like you have to do in any type of plan check?
Yep. No, Mayor, we don't have that just yet.
And normally, in order to go ask the firefighters what they think, you would have to have a completed packet of plans for a completed project in order to move things forward, correct?
Correct, at least the concept plan, correct.
So the idea that firefighters and our first responders haven't been engaged is just false because there's nothing to present to them yet.
That's correct.
Wonderful. Stop. We're not interrupting at the moment. Thank you. That's your first warning, Steve.
Mayor, if I could, I'd just add that is a next step, certainly, for the
Yes.
project. So I just wanted to add that.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Is the Fountain Avenue project completely designed? The plans are done. Everything's ready to go. By December, this is all said and done?
No, not yet.
No. So this idea that I keep hearing from the community that this is like the donest deal and all done, and that nothing can be changed, the input still isn't to be given, all of these things about good parts of the project, bad parts of the project, these are all pieces of the pie that we're continuing to build, correct?
That's correct.
Wonderful. What is your projected timeline right now to bring back a plan where we would, at this body right here, right now, right, say, here's everything that's been done, it's time to move forward and do all that. What is your timeline for that?
Yeah, we are about, I would say, several months away from presenting, or at least developing the final sort of initial concept plan for Fountain, just the first phase. We have a second phase that we haven't even touched just yet, so that will probably take another maybe a year or so. So in totality, we're probably a couple of years away from kind of presenting a final plan that includes a lot of the engagement with the steering committee and then review of the concept plans with the community for feedback.
And I would just add to that that some of the critical steps for the year ahead will be to take those concept plans back out and get as much community input as we can before bringing a recommendation to this body from staff about whether to move forward with the project or whether to move forward with perhaps a modified project. So that is something that will come back to this council following additional community outreach.
Thank you. I also heard individuals coming to speak about Vista Gardner and Willoughby. Those plans, those projects, those have not been finalized, correct?
Right, that's correct.
So where is this coming from? I haven't seen a plan. I live literally on Fountain. I've never seen a plan for this. And when residents ask me what's going on, I said, there's no plan yet. Like, I don't understand. Well, I know where it's coming from. However, where is this misinformation coming from? Do you know?
I think I would just add that I think that these projects span obviously a long time frame in terms of planning, from being ideas in the pedestrian and bicycle mobility plan adopted in 2017, and then moving through various stages from an idea to developing concepts. And I think over the course of that period of time, there can be a lot of different expectations about what's going to happen and when. So I think that makes it a challenge to really be able to help communicate clearly and effectively with the community about the status of these projects. We always want to do a better job of having everybody understand where we are in the planning process. So I think that's something we very much are committed to doing as we move forward on all of our planning efforts. But really trying to make sure people understand where we are in the planning process, what the steps are in the decision-making process. As was said in the staff presentation for this item, all of these projects will still need to come back to the council for direction in order for them to be able to move forward. And our understanding from CARB, as they've explained it to us, is that we would be eligible for reimbursement under the grant for anything expended up to that point. And if the council chose to pull the plug on a project, we might not be eligible for the funding of that. We could talk with them about repurposing the funding, but that is very much a part of the process that we envision going forward.
Wonderful. And then just have a few more questions and I'll go to my colleagues. The city applies for statewide and federal grants all the time, right?
Correct.
How many, Francisco, you've been, I'm gonna not pick on you for a second, but you've been here, well, longer than I have. In your time, how often has the city applied for a CARB grant, an air resources grant, all of these types of things? And you can be, you don't have to be specific.
I mean, you just approved a grant today from Metro, so that's just one. This would be a second grant just in one city council meeting.
Great.
We have had other, at least in long range planning, at least one or two other just in this fiscal year or this year. So there's, our division alone probably processes about 4 a year or so.
Great.
Yeah, if not more.
And this is really about accepting funds for a project and projects that can still be flexible, but they are part of a project that has broad scope, correct?
Right, that's correct. Yeah.
Wonderful. And then in regards to previous grants that we've applied, have the same type of public outreach mitigations been in place? Have you followed what we've done in terms of process for those other grants? I know each one is different in terms of what their outreach capabilities are, but they can be similar in ways. Are we following the same track that we normally have as a city?
Yeah, typically, we apply for grants for a particular project, and as part of the development of that project, we have a community engagement plan. So we follow the community engagement plan. If we have that ahead of time, we'll put it in the scope of the grant if that's required. But typically that's the business the order of business that we partake for each of the projects.
Wonderful. So for any resident here tonight that lives on Fountain or in the surrounding area or in the city at large, there's still plenty of time to give commentary, be part of the process, and be part of the unanimous streetscape decision that the council gave back in December, or whenever, that August. I could have to go back and look, but I didn't have time to read the whole meeting, watch the whole August 2023 meeting. I'll go back and do it in my spare time. But correct?
Yes, that's correct. And the next steps for this project are community outreach, and the grant also helps to fund community outreach efforts for these projects.
Thank you. Those are my questions. Councilmember Heilman, do you have questions or comments?
I have one question. I actually have, I guess, two questions. First of all, the grant, as I read it, specifically refers to a bike lane on Fountain, and that would be part of what this is funding and what we're required to implement, correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
All right. The second thing I have a question about, who is on the current steering committee, and why is the new steering committee only going to be looking at sidewalks and not the overall plan?
Yeah. So, sorry, council members. So, we have about 8 folks on the steering committee.
Are all of them cyclists?
No. So they're not all cyclists.
Can you list their names?
Sure. So we have Oliver Howe, Emily Gable, Brandon Blau, Wesley Schwartz, Jessica Harris, Nick, Pat Smith, and Kevin Burton.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Meister. And you can, however you want to integrate questions, comments, whatever best for you.
Yeah, no, I'll start with questions. So when you were picking these people, and half of the people several of the people you mentioned are actually the professionals, like Pat Smith is a landscape architect, city staff, obviously, Oliver Howe is LADOT, but Jessica Harris is Transportation and Mobility Commission and also part of the Bicycle Coalition. The Disability Board member, Wesley Schwartz, I don't know if you were counting him as a La Cienega resident, but he's not a resident of West Hollywood. He actually lives in the city of LA because he lives south of Rosewood, and I'm not going to give his address, but I know that he lives in the city of LA, and he's not a West Hollywood resident. Nicole Payton is Public Facilities Commission and also the mayor's appointee.
Nicole's not my appointee.
Nicole Payton isn't your?
No.
Oh, maybe it's
I don't know.
Chelsea's? I'm not sure,
Yeah,
but all right. And then Kevin Burton is obviously a WeHo Bike Coalition. But when we talked about putting together this steering committee, we talked about having 3 residents along Fountain and a resident of La Cienega near Fountain. And that's what you're proposing now, after the fact, after you've already gone through this first phase. So if this steering committee is so perfect, why are you adding people now? Is it because you know that this is a steering committee that was definitely geared towards, the bicycle lanes part of this project?
Yeah, so I think at the council meeting when council was deliberating with regards to the makeup of the steering committee, there was discussion about, making sure that we had, different sort of areas of Fountain that were covered with the representation, so we try to do that. And then there was also a request to have people with specific skill sets. So to provide sort of a little bit more balance to the new holistic approach to the streetscape project. So somebody like a sustainable planner, an environmental consultant, a civil engineer, and so forth. So we tried to find those folks that also sort of lived on Fountain. We found them just off of Fountain, so just like that adjacent street. So in our consideration, I think that makes up a reasonable steering committee that I think met the council members' requirements. As the project develops and expands, I think it's useful to have additional folks represented. So that's why we wanted to ask council if they're willing to add additional folks so that we can kind of expand the committee, expand outreach as the project develops, because it is becoming sort of a bigger project.
But did you consider putting out a public notice to let the stakeholders on Fountain and La Cienega know that you were forming this committee so that you didn't have the usual suspects who you knew would be pro-bicycle lane? And I'm not saying that I'm against the bicycle lane. I'm talking about the process here.
Mm-hmm.
Did you consider putting out a notice to let stakeholders on Fountain and La Cienega know that you were forming this steering committee from the get-go, from the beginning?
Yeah, no,
When we
no, Council-
decided to do the steering committee, and we all gave you direction in December, and I know I sent you the minutes.
Yeah, we did not put out a public notice.
But did you get that direction originally from us in the minutes? I remember reading those, and I remember we didn't give you that direction to put out a public notice. But if you wanted that, then that's something we should have given.
We said to get some, we
Yeah,
said
yeah,
to
yeah.
get
No, I'm
people
not questioning that.
representative
Yeah.
of
I understand
the
what you're
area.
saying.
Okay.
Yeah. And we can, Councilmember, we can definitely do that for the next iteration of council.
Yeah, but next iteration doesn't go back to the first iteration. That's the problem.
Right. No, we
that's
can.
what you're not seeing.
Yeah. Again, like we're not done with any of the phases just yet. So we will definitely invite those folks to continue with the evolution of the project.
Okay.
Nothing
And after we said that outreach should not be the Bicycle Coalition or another bicycle organization because they're not neutral, why is it that in this grant proposal you have that Bike LA will be doing the outreach? It says it in the grant application, specifically.
As a local government lead agency, the city was required to have a community-based organization be our sub-applicant.
So why couldn't the sub-applicant be the East Side Neighborhood Group?
But do you need a 501c3?
I believe so.
Yeah. And the neighborhood watch group is a...
We'd have to look into that
Okay.
to see if that was specifically a requirement for them to be a 501c3. But, as we were assembling this application last fall, I think staff was looking for, identifying organizations that would be able to assist the city in taking additional steps in line with the direction that we've received from council up to that point.
Yeah, but we had specifically said that we didn't want a bicycle coalition doing the outreach to the general public. That's what we specifically said in that meeting. You may not have been here. You say in the grant application on B7 that the identified population is seniors and disabled. Can you tell me how bike lanes address the needs and input of this identified population?
Right, so I think that particular project description talks about the full streetscape project, and because we are looking at sort of widening sidewalks along Fountain, I think that addresses some of those issues with regards to access for seniors and folks with disabilities.
Okay, and can you tell me how taking away 200 parking spaces addresses the needs and input of that identified population?
Right. So again, I think it's a matter of looking at everything holistically. So, while there might be benefits to certain populations in one instance, I think, we're trying to look at sort of everything comprehensively so that we can sort of address as many public benefits as possible, even though we won't be able to address all benefits to everyone.
But this is the identified population in your application. Can you tell me how Bike LA is going to further equity and environmental justice for the identified population of seniors and disabled people in our city? That's in B9.
They would be supporting the city on outreach with different residents and
with
neighborhoods.
the seniors and disabled people.
I think
the bike people are going to do that.
They'll be assisting the city in making sure we're getting input from all affected communities, especially those that we've identified as vulnerable communities, to make sure that we're incorporating that input. And again, we have the ability to make further refinements to this in bringing it back to the council for further direction.
But again, this is after we, as a group, as a body, specifically said we wanted a neutral party doing outreach.
Yeah.
Do you think Bike LA is a neutral party in this application?
Yeah. And Councilmember, they're not the only folks doing outreach, right? That's just one of the components as part of the application. So we have other engagement partners that are helping us along with the other project team members. So this is just sort of like one component of a lot of the work that we're doing with regards to engagement. So it's not just Bike LA, but we also have folks from Fair and Peers and folks that are in our other consultant teams that are helping us with engagement. So they're not the sole
Fair
folks.
and Peers, the ones who couldn't tell us how many driveways there were on Fountain. Okay. The grant application.
Well, wait. He answered the question. What was the answer? The answer was no. You just said no. You said she said Fairs and Peers couldn't provide us with how many?
He just said Fairs and Peers.
Yeah. But then you made the comment that they couldn't provide us with the number of driveways on
They
Fountain,
couldn't
and you
even
said no.
provide the number of driveways.
I just want to make sure staff is. were you answering that question?
Oh, actually, I would have to ask Bob. I'm not really sure,
Okay,
about that.
I thought he answered what you were saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
The grant application requires adequate notice to the identified population in B7, it says that. What notice did you provide to the seniors and disabled population in our city? How have you involved these residents in this grant application?
Obviously, I haven't been here the whole time, but I would point us back to the extensive council history and all of the council actions that were taken on each of the projects that were submitted as part of the application grant, as reflecting that staff didn't just propose projects out of the blue. These were all projects that we had received previous direction from the council to take steps to advance, and that's why they're here. They each had specific steps that led to those council actions that were taken. So I just think that we want to make sure that that's not lost. That these weren't ideas that were brought up by staff in order to substantiate the application. This was really put forward to try to further advance council direction that had been given to staff up to that point.
Okay. So should I give my comments now?
Whatever you feel comfortable doing.
Okay.
It's fine. Yeah.
So again, you wrote this grant after we voted for a streetscape project, and it seems to me you never had any intention of making this a streetscape project and doing the work that's necessary to implement a streetscape project, just like the streetscape projects that I have witnessed over the years on Robertson, on Melrose, Beverly, streetscape projects that actually did involve all of the stakeholders that you are going to be affecting. What you are proposing for this grant is exactly the same as the Fountain Bike Lanes pilot project. You just changed the name, which is exactly what was said earlier in the presentation. You just changed the name of the project, and you changed the name of the steering committee, and that's all you did. You didn't make this a streetscape project. You have to widen the sidewalks, because if you do any road work, because they are not ADA compliant, you must now widen those sidewalks. That's a state law. We voted for the streetscape project, and none of this, again, has been handled like a streetscape project. The steering committee is not representative of the residents living on or near Fountain. You purposely omitted longtime residents, homeowners, and any stakeholders who you felt might have issues with losing parking or losing access to their homes. You're recommending to add new committee members now and have input from the community after you've come up with the plan, when it's really too late and you have a plan. You have purposely misled and lied to this council, or at least some of us, and the public. And if you're saying that this is not going to be a bike lane project, then you have misled and lied to the grantors, which is subject to perjury and could impact the ability for us to apply for future grants. You sent out requests for support without mentioning that hundreds of residents would be losing their parking, and that the fact that you don't have a copy of that request for support in your files is worrisome. And it's embarrassing that I had to call SCAG to ask for a copy of your request. And of course, they have a 90-day policy, so they don't have their request. But I would think that you would have that in your files, especially since you sent them to Westside Cities COG, sent it to SCAG, sent it to the Chamber of Commerce, sent it to the East Side group, and as we heard Todd, he didn't really know what he's signing. He said, oh, we're supporting an $8.2 million grant. Frankly, I don't care if this is $8.2 million. I don't care if it's $82 million. Deception is deception, and no amount is worth defrauding a grantor or your constituents. If you're willing to sell out the residents of Fountain and Gardner for this, where does it stop? Is this how we handle development agreements as well? I can only recommend that you accept money that is allocated for the EV transit fleet, the commuter shuttle service expansion, and the paratransit outreach and feasible improvements. And if you can't accept a partial grant, then reject the grant and apologize to CARB and to the residents of this city for misleading them, and start the streetscape project process over again. And because, you know, there is obviously miscommunication about how to pick a steering committee, that the council needs to be much more specific and give much more specific parameters as to who is on this committee. Honestly, if my colleagues vote to accept this grant, I don't think the community is going to sit for this deception. I really don't. I really, really don't. And I'm just going to say, I'm so glad we got to meet the 35 bicyclists that ride Fountain. Those are the only people that staff has ever counted riding on Fountain, as opposed to the 190 people who are losing their parking spaces on Fountain and the 50 people who are losing their parking spaces on Gardner. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Councilmember Shine? Yeah, sure. Everyone, we're trying to get done with the meeting. Please hold off. You can clap when it's done.
I
ahead.
just want to clarify that there is no...
Everybody, we're trying to get through the meeting. Please let us talk. Thank you. David.
I just want to clarify that staff was not deceiving anyone in the application or anywhere else. Staff's understanding was what several of the council members have said, that a streetscape project was added on to a project that already included a protective bike lane. No, it wasn't staff's understanding that we were starting with a new streetscape project from scratch. If we would have had that understanding, we would have done that, but our understanding was the same as what a majority of the council has said, that we had a protected bike lane project that was expanded to include a streetscape, and that's what the application is for. And tonight's item is to decide whether or not we want to accept the grant for that project. It's not whether or not we want to go back and start from scratch either. So if that's what the council desires to do, we need to bring back an item for that.
Thank you. Councilmember Shine?
Thank you, Mayor. So just to reiterate, the direction that we gave back in August was to add a streetscape plan to the vote that we had given to put protected bike lanes on Fountain Avenue. That was absolutely what was added. What we said was, let's postpone looking at Santa Monica Boulevard for now for any kind of bike lane issues, which is why Genevieve Morrill called in, and in her comment, she mentioned that they weren't supporting Santa Monica, etc. That was also on the item. We agreed to postpone Santa Monica Boulevard. However, we did not agree to roll back our vote, which was a majority vote of the council, to put bike lanes on Fountain Avenue. We did agree to not move forward with a quick pilot program because we listened to some really good input, which included how many driveways are there on Fountain Avenue, why haven't residents, there has not been outreach like you stated, Councilmember Meister, to people on Fountain or near Fountain. It was to create a streetscape to make this a beautiful outcome for all. So as far as the grant, I just want to go through this grant right now. There is, and if you can answer this, staff, I'd really appreciate it. There's $800,000 in grant management, correct? Okay. And then there's a Vision Zero pedestrian and bike safety infrastructure plan, which is 166,000, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And we have the Fountain Avenue sidewalk and bike lane project, which is $4,923,840, correct?
Correct.
The EV transit fleet, which is $2,160,000, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then outreach and engagement is 165,000, correct?
For which item?
Outreach and engagement, it says it's 165,000. It's the last item that totals the 8,214,840.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. How many residents are on the West Steering Committee that are near that were near Fountain?
6.
6. And how many total on the steering committee?
There is 8 excluding staff.
8 excluding staff. Okay, so out of 8 steering committee members, 6 members were near Fountain. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's correct. At the time that we put the steering committee together.
Okay, thank you. So the majority of the steering committee were residents near Fountain. And if it is true that only people that were on Fountain that you weren't able to get, I wish you were able to get them, I'm glad you're getting them, but if it is true that only the people that are on the steering committee, only those voices matter, then do we then not take into account the voices of Kimberly Copeland, who had some really great comments for us tonight, who does not live on Fountain, but lives on Hayworth? There was another gentleman that lives on Hayworth. Do we not take into account their voices because those 6 people don't live directly on Fountain? The majority of the steering committee lives near Fountain. Staff is now wanting to add 3 more people that are on Fountain, which is great. Now it is for the second part, which has to do with what we did vote for, which was to expand the sidewalks to finally make Fountain ADA compliant. There are people here who are residents, who are bikers, that have spoken in favor of this project. We've had several meetings regarding this Fountain bike lane project. Throughout these meetings, we've had residents that haven't been in support, and we've had residents that have been in support. There are bikers who have been in support. There were comments made that we are that this vote tonight is going to not be listening to the voice of the people. The people are sometimes the majority, and the people are also
Sarah, sorry. That is your first warning. I understand. Please let the council finish. Thank you so much.
The people are also those that sometimes fall in the minority and have fallen in the minority for many, 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 many years. And in this case, there happen to be people who are bikers and residents. Their voices are also equally as important. No matter which way this goes, not everyone's going to be happy. It's our job to come up with the best outcome in this situation, which is why we decided to add a streetscape plan, and which is what staff actually came back to us for. So I want to thank you for doing your work and following through what we directed you to do. Somebody was wondering what we are going to be receiving. So I want to address what we are going to be receiving. We're going to be receiving safer sidewalks on Fountain Avenue that haven't been existed at all They're going to be ADA compliant. They have not existed since the inception of the city. We are going to be receiving safety. Safety for motorists that have had multiple crashes because Fountain Avenue is a highway in the city of West Hollywood. When this feasibility study came back to us, there were so many traffic violations and accidents. There was an accident about 3.5 weeks ago in front of the mayor's house. I was driving by, a car had slammed into a street lamp, it had fallen over because this 2-lane in our city is treated like a highway. So what we are going to be getting by reducing it to 1 lane is that cars are going to have to go slower, which is going to bring safety. And we are adding protected bike lanes, which means that the residents that are bikers and those that are scared to go bike on Fountain are going to be able to have access and the safety of a protected bike lane. We are adding an EV transit fleet. So these are the things that we're adding, and we're adding a different and new vision for the future. This grant also is not something that we're going to get this grant and it's all done. There's going to be further outreach. There's going to be further planning by the 6 majority resident members that are actually going to be now 9 residents with the 3 folks that are on Fountain Avenue that are going to be added to the streetscape plan. And what I would also direct is that, and what I heard is that Bike LA was used because of the application needing a 501c3 and they're a community group, so they qualified. It wasn't some malicious, monstrous staff members that are trying to get one over on everybody. That's not what happened. It's just that they picked people that were under the criteria, and there's also other outreach that's going to be done. And if that's not in the plan, the direction that I would add to this is we do more outreach as this continues, even if it means putting more money into outreach and engagement, so that we truly have the representative voices and not have that be a community group. Whoever is independent, whatever money we have to spend to have that outreach done, so that the residents that validly truly feel that their voices aren't heard or there needs to be a more thorough process, let's do it. So getting this grant doesn't necessarily mean by next year, that's it, it's all said and done. But what it does mean is this grant is being given and we're qualified for it. It's actually a really amazing blessing that we don't have to dip into our own funds. And I believe that's what the mayor, maybe not so eloquently, was trying to say, that it's free money. It's basically actually not free money because staff spent time on it, but it's a grant awarded. It's an award, it's a reason to celebrate. And I hope the community can come together and join a vision of unity for the future rather than continuing divisiveness and everybody against each other, because this is what actually the majority of this council voted for, and the majority that was voted in by a majority of voters. So I'm supportive of this grant this evening, and those are my comments right now, and I look forward to hearing from the rest of my colleagues.
Thank you, Councilmember Hyman.
Mayor, if we could offer just a point of clarification.
Sure.
We just wanted to, for the record, make it clear that out of the 8 members, 6 are residents. 3 are residents off of Fountain today. With the addition of the 3 more, then we would have 6 that live on or off of Fountain. So we misspoke earlier in saying that 6 live right off of Fountain. There are 3 that live very close to Fountain on side
Okay.
streets, and by adding the 3 more residents on Fountain, we'll have 6 total. So I just
Okay.
wanted to offer that clarification.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So 3 live near Fountain, 6 are residents, so a majority of residents, and you're adding 3 more, so a majority will be in or near Fountain, plus
Yeah.
an additional 3, that'll be 9.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Heilman?
Thank you.
Councilmember Meister, I'll come back to you.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank everyone who came out tonight to express their views. I appreciate you taking the time and spending the time with us tonight. I think there are good people who are very supportive of bike lanes. We heard from some of them tonight. There are also some good people who are supportive of bike lanes but don't feel that the Fountain bike lane makes any sense. And then there are some people who are not really particularly supportive of bike lanes. I think our staff is also in a difficult position because the council previously, 3 members of the council were very clear that they wanted to move forward with a bike lane project on Fountain. 2 of us felt that the bike lanes on Fountain didn't make sense and that staff had not yet addressed what are we going to do for all of the residents who live along Fountain, who are dependent on Fountain for parking, and where is all of that traffic that currently drives on Fountain, where is that going to go, and how is that going to affect the rest of the community? So I appreciate that staff is in a difficult position trying to implement the policy of a majority of the council. But I have to say I have lost faith in our staff. And I say that not with a great deal of delight. I have a great deal of respect for our staff overall, but in this particular instance, the Gardner Street parking issue and that fiasco and the failure to notify people, and then when we called staff out on it, the failure to notify the second time around, that to me indicates that our staff has already made up their mind about what they want to do, and the public be damned. The steering committee that really doesn't have anyone on it who is opposed to bike lanes. They have stacked the committee with those who are supportive of bike lanes. The use of Bike LA as the outreach consultant, that to me does not make any sense because obviously, and again, they're good people, they're advocates for a position, but they're not going to be supportive of outreaching to people who disagree with that position. When this came to us previously, we agreed that there should be a streetscape plan, and in fairness, the majority of the council wanted bike lanes included, but I think Councilmember Meister and myself also wanted to make sure that we were looking holistically at the street, including widening sidewalks, including addressing street trees and the like. So I understand that the streetscape plan, as we discussed it at the council meeting, also incorporated bike lanes. I don't want to say no to money from the state, but I don't want to accept money with a commitment to implement bike lanes that I don't support and a lot of people in the community don't support. There's not resolution, and I don't think in fairness we should go forward with that aspect of the grant money until we actually have a consensus within the community. This is a major, major change on Fountain. It's going to have a significant impact on residents who live there. Yes, it will be very desirable for those who want to use it for biking, but it's also going to be a major inconvenience for residents who are dependent on vehicles, on non-bike vehicles, I should say. So I don't think we should be going forward until we actually have reached consensus. And I do appreciate Councilmember Shine's desire that everyone get on board and that there be unity. But what I heard tonight is that there are plenty of people who are not ready to get on board because we're going to remove their parking. We don't have a plan for how we're going to address that. We're going to inconvenience a lot of people who can't ride bikes. We don't have a plan for how traffic is going to actually flow. Where are all those vehicles going to go? So until we reach consensus about that and really incorporate the viewpoints of everyone, I think telling people you should just be unified and get on board doesn't make sense and doesn't take into account their legitimate concerns about this bike lane project. With that, I would like us to go forward with the grant, but delete the portion of it referencing a bike lane until we actually have a consensus in the community.
Vice Mayor Byers.
Thank you. I also want to thank the members of the community who came out tonight and are hanging with us through this discussion. I also want to thank the many people who submitted letters. We received many, many letters on this topic from folks here in the city and around neighboring communities who experience Fountain for themselves too. So we know that there's a lot of discussion, a lot of people who want to share, and there's a lot of opportunities ahead to continue this work. I also want to thank staff for all your work to get us to this point. I want to sort of wind back a little bit and talk about how, from my perspective, how we got to this place. We know that bicycle and pedestrian mobility plans have been in works in this city, not just since 2017 when the most recent one was approved, but 2003 before that. And in all of these plans, we've long been in pursuit of a completed network of lanes, so that cyclists can navigate through our community and our surrounding communities the same way that folks on bike or bus or car or bus are able to, in a completed network that doesn't get you to a dead end but gets you where you're going safely. That expectation is something that we've been long working to set forth in our bike network. And the struggle with this in our very long city is this east to west route. We have some of that east to west route conquered on the west side of Santa Monica, where it is wide enough to accommodate for a painted bike lane, but anywhere else throughout the community, you'll notice that painted bike lane falls off. It doesn't exist, and cyclists who have gotten it this far are then forced to compete with vehicular traffic, which, as you've all noted tonight in many different ways, is exceedingly and increasingly terrifying. And there are people who have long competed with that, who have been urging us as a city for many, many years to take seriously the opportunity we have to invite more people out of their cars, onto bikes, because we've built a safe network that is completed. So this long pursuit of an east to west route has fallen to us when we look at Fountain as an opportunity. I'll remind us, we've done tremendous work to look at the southern side of our city on Willoughby, but that's a very narrow lane, it's a very narrow neighborhood lane. We're not gonna get the protected bike lanes we want. We're gonna repaint, we're gonna do some great things there to make it safer and more visible for people who are out there, but it's just not wide enough to do anything bigger than that. We look at Santa Monica. Santa Monica is already so narrow that, again, at Kings Road, we've stopped the bike lanes as they exist, and they're just painted strips. It's not a protected bike lane that we're really talking about. We've stopped the painted stripes, moving to the east side of our town at Kings Road. So we have a broken network on the one east to west route that we've committed to people. We don't even have to talk about Sunset. There's nothing going on up there that's safe for cyclists. Again, these are the constraints we have. So then we look at Fountain, which, again, we've long heard is a very troubling, loud, dangerous place. Even if you're a pedestrian trying to walk across Fountain, it's dangerous. It's very terrifying. Cars are zipping around each other, trying to get farther ahead than each other just to race to the next stoplight. And that is an opportunity we have, as we've been doing across a couple different places in our city, to slow speeds through design. It's maybe the most specific opportunity we have. And so I think in looking at through the lens of a streetscape redesign, of taking serious, the long-standing complaints we've heard about Fountain, the dangers it holds, and this opportunity we've long sought to build this east to west route. Fountain becomes this perfect marriage of opportunity. And that's not just us and some ideology saying that, that's our partners in the West Side Council of Governments, Culver City, Santa Monica, Beverly Hills, and the City of Los Angeles, who've agreed with us that this is an ideal place. This is the Southern California Association of Governments, which looks beyond the County of Los Angeles, but our neighboring counties, because we all share similar goals of building completed networks for cyclists to mobilize through our communities safely. And again, many of our streets don't even afford the opportunity for a painted bike strip, let alone this opportunity for true protected bike lanes, which is very rare. And when you look around communities across the United States, around the world, who have made this transition, the increase in ridership is tremendous. So many more people feel safer getting onto that bike. We've heard from people who have a bike and are embarrassed to say they've been stashing it in their apartments because they just don't feel safe enough to ride it. I'm one of them. I walk, I bus, but getting on a bike to go all the way east feels like a challenge most days. And I think when those of us who see and have that bike lane will start to choose it. This isn't for everyone, for sure. Just like driving isn't for everyone. Not everybody's able to. We're all trying to find and create more opportunities for everyone to get around our community safely. So I just wanted to sort of wind back the clock, remind us the constraints we have in our built environment, why Fountain specifically becomes such an incredible opportunity for this broad transformation. And I think that's exactly why so many partners across the region are encouraging us to do this. The fact that we've been offered a very competitive grant and are one of 4 recipients of that further proves how precisely important this one opportunity is. It is extremely logical, it is extremely rational, and it's very exciting for us as a community to think about those businesses along Fountain that'll have a renewed opportunity for customers, and the neighbors who have lived there who will have a very different experience with the sound and walking around their community. We know we have tremendous work ahead, which is why none of this can happen overnight. We're going to be in conversations with folks, working this out as we do for implementation. We are not even at a place where we have a plan yet to present, but we have a huge opportunity tonight to accept funding that'll help accelerate this work and keep it going. And again, this work has been nearly a decade in concrete plans and even more specifically before that. So I just wanted to sort of wind back that clock a little bit, remind folks of how we got here. I'm very excited about this opportunity, grateful that staff worked to pursue it. And it just wanted to say too, to the folks who have been serving on that steering committee, I had the opportunity to serve on our Playhouse steering committee. I know that we work with experts to sit on these committees to then bring plans back to the full community. And so folks who have come out tonight for the first time or are getting engaged in this process, please stay with us. I said Santa Monica bike lanes are being studied. We're looking at all different places across town to continue these conversations, and we want you to be a part of it. So I'm really grateful that we're getting so much engagement. We know that's what people want to be doing, is being a part of the city. And thank you again to staff for your work on this. And I guess I can offer a motion if you're ready, but you want to make comments?
I'll just make some brief
Okay, great.
comments. It sounds like you have a resident on Fountain, my friend over there in the orange. If you want to participate, please come. This is a great chance. Thank you to all the members of the public who came out tonight to voice their opinions. It is really important that we continue to make sure that we're doing all to make our streets safer. I live on Fountain Avenue. I think I say that every time we talk about this. I cannot tell you how many times I have had great cups of coffees with my neighbors over watching someone who's mangled get dragged out of a car, seeing a biker who's been hit by a car, seeing a woman with their child not have to be able to use the sidewalk and go on to the park and go on to the road because it's not wide enough. And to the point where we're trying to do all that we can, let's go back to like the liability aspect of what Fountain Avenue provides to the city. Since 2014, I believe, maybe my timeline's different, we got some calendaring problems tonight. The city's been discussing this. It's been a part of the pedestrian and mobility plan, and it's been there. However, the issue itself is that we have, if we were to be sued as a city, which we have regarding Fountain, a huge liability problem on our hands. There are documents, there's public testimony, there's testimony from individuals here who have essentially said, we have a problem on our hands and we're not doing anything to address it. that means the city is at great liability and we have to do something. I'm looking at it in those ways. Now, it's silly season in West Hollywood, which will hopefully be done with soon, but the truth still does matter, and that truth is important. What's being said by staff is that the project is not even anywhere near done yet. And as Francisco said, 2 years still in some way, shape, or form. There's still community outreach. The problem that's being happened is there is a lot of misinformation out there, and that's unfortunate. People are being misinformed for whatever reason that serves their best interests. And that's okay. We all are trying to live our lives, and we're trying to take information where it is. And individuals that just found out about this yesterday, that's unfortunate, because we want to make sure everyone has all the facts, because facts still matter in 2024. And that's what we're really trying to get down here too. And staff is doing that. Now, I would be remiss without saying that I don't think my two colleagues on my left and my right on all angles are remiss with any of their comments. I think that we all work up here to find whatever types of middle road that we can do, and to make sure that we're doing our best and putting our best foot forward. I appreciate Councilmember Meister's great attention to detail. No one's better than her at that. Councilmember Heilman is a wealth of knowledge, and all of my colleagues, Seppi, Councilmember Shine, and Vice Mayor Byers, they all share and bring a perspective here, which is why in December or in August, when we were looking at this, when Councilmember Meister submitted the way that we could all move forward together, I thought that was a really beautiful way for us to find pathways forward. And I think that's a continued process that we're all looking to do, and that opportunity is still presenting itself. The community needs to hear that these processes and these plans are not complete. Anyone that is telling you that they are complete is lying to you. They are outwardly lying to you, and that's unfortunate. But I'm telling you that right now because it's gonna happen for the next 50 days. You are gonna be scared, you're gonna be threatened, someone is going to say something to you, and it's not true. Just stop lying about projects. I'm not talking about what's going on with the issues of the grant. I understand my colleagues' criticism, I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is that when someone's saying you're losing your parking tomorrow, that is a lie. That is a lie. It is a lie. I'm sorry, it is a lie. It is a lie. And it's not that we're saying no one is going to lose parking. The issue itself is that plans are still in process, so you can engage in those plans as a community. Please remember that the truth still matters, and that people are out there trying to sell you a bill of goods, and it's not happening. We are going to move forward. Thank you so much. Is there a motion? Or Councilmember Heilman?
Mayor, I guess one thing I would like to give direction to our staff is to reach out to the fire department immediately to see how whatever plan that moves forward, their input is crucial. And we shouldn't be designing something that will impede emergency vehicle response. So I think that concern and criticism is valid. With respect to your last point about parking, the last I heard with Gardner Street, the parking was being removed. And I haven't heard from staff a solution to that yet. I've heard different things being floated. With respect to the Fountain Bike Lane project, I haven't heard from staff that they've come up with a solution for where all of the people who currently park on Fountain, who don't have parking in their buildings, where they're going to park. So I understand people raising concerns about that because it hasn't yet been addressed. And I don't think people are lying when they're saying that, nor are they necessarily engaged in fear-mongering. They're raising the concerns that we heard tonight from residents about that aspect of the plan in particular.
And these concerns are valid. I'm not saying that they
Okay,
aren't valid.
thank you.
The concerns, but my question, and I think your comment is exactly right, and from my understanding, these projects that would come before us with any type of design, finalization, no one is saying that it wouldn't be X amount of parking spots at any different time. That's a concept on the table. But what we have to stop and getting away from, I think, is saying that this is, the designs and everything are done. We don't know what that number is, and I think leading people down a different direction in the reverse just doesn't do anyone good when we're trying to figure out the best way forward. All right, thank you so much. Is there a motion on the table or any other comments? And I believe that direction was given by Councilmember Heilman to staff. That's completely acceptable.
Mayor, I'm going to motion to accept the full $8.2 million grant award.
Thanks. Okay, there's a motion and a second by Vice Mayor Byers. Councilmember Shine seconded it. And we'll go to a vote with the direction given by Councilmember Heilman. Staff, are you clear? Great, thanks. Wonderful, that passes 3-2. Thank you so much. We're gonna take a break. It is 9:54. We'll come back at 10:10 and we'll get to E2. All right, we're going to come back to order. If you have conversations, please continue them outside. Thank you. We are going to now hear item E2, agreement for professional services for Hart Park Improvements Project. Will staff please come on down and do your, oh, I see you, Helen. Staff, please come on down, introduce yourself, and provide the staff report.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. I will try to make this quick. The item before you tonight is an agreement for professional services for the Hart Park Improvements Project. Also recently, there's been a volume of correspondence from the community members voicing some concerns about the direction from council to proceed with synthetic turf in the off-leash dog area, which we will address briefly in this presentation. So for brief history on a few points on the project, in 1989, the city initiated a lease from the City of Los Angeles for the park. In 1999, the off-leash dog area was approved on a trial basis by council. In 2018, the City Council directed staff to develop a plan to replace the wood chips with synthetic turf at the off-leash dog area and proceed with accessibility-related improvements that were recommended by a certified access specialist. In 2023, following engagement with the community and commissions, staff returned to council with a concept plan for improvements. The council directed staff to proceed with those improvements in return for the approval of a contract with a design consultant and to work with the ad hoc subcommittee that was developed. This evening, following a formal RFP process, staff is returning for approval of a professional services contract for the design and engineering work. So this is a brief summary of the approved concept, which was presented in 2023. It included accessibility upgrades to the parking lot, improvements to all paths of travel throughout the park for ADA compliance, improvements to the off-leash play area, including accessibility upgrades and surfacing, and other site improvements for access, security, and to improve usability of the park. These three options were presented between 20 and 2021 in community meetings and to the Public Facilities, Recreation, Infrastructure Commission and the Disabilities Advisory Board. There was no consensus from the community on the topic of the surfacing of the dog play area, though a slight majority shared their preference for the current wood chips over the synthetic turf. However, both the DAB and the PFC recommended option 3, as illustrated above, for a separated play area for large and small dogs with synthetic turf, which was later approved by council in 2023. To dive a little bit deeper into the topic of surfacing, staff has considered the pros and cons of various off-leash dog area surfacing options, including on the left, wood chips, decomposed granite or DG, pea gravel, and synthetic turf, which was again previously recommended. And you know, it's important to look at this through multiple lenses, including sustainability, as has been mentioned, but dog safety and health, cleanliness and sanitation, maintenance and replacement timeframes, accessibility, drainage, air quality, and the material and its environmental impacts. So this is kind of a loose ranking, green being good, red being bad, and yellow and orange kind of in between. You know, staff has discussed these issues with the City of LA. Playa Vista Parks, their Bluff Creek Dog Park, was mentioned in the staff report as a case study, which recently tested 3 of the options above. First decomposed granite, then wood chips, and then finally landing on the synthetic turf that it currently uses at the park. And you know, from staff's perspective, there really is no perfect solution. Each material has its pros and cons, depending on which lens of these you're viewing it through. And so the item tonight is about a contract for professional design services, but if there is any further direction from council that could be incorporated into the design, as the consultant team proceeds with the work to improve the park for its current and future users. With that, we can open it for questions and comments.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Hammond, do you have questions?
Just one. What kind of material do we use here at West Hollywood Park, the dog parks?
We currently use artificial turf. It's Forever Lawn canine grass.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Meister? Wonderful. Councilmember Shine?
No.
Vice Mayor Byers? Okay, I just have a few questions. In reading a lot of the commentary, and thank you, Councilmember Heilman, for asking that question, took it right out of my mouth. Let's say we were to move forward and ban turf in general, right? Would we have to replace WeHo Park?
That, of course, would be a policy decision of the council if we were to ban it, and then would we go ahead and ban and remove all, or would we ban moving forward?
Right.
So that would be, again, a policy question for the council at this time. Yeah. There's nothing that requires, actually, I think the state kind of gives it back to the cities to make their own determination at this point.
These types of turfs used in residential complexes, multi-story high-rises, stuff like that, for their dog runs?
Yes, it is, and there are several different variations of the different types of turf materials. So you have some of it that's a little different than others. The type that we currently have here at West Hollywood Park is designed specifically for dog parks. What you see in other areas, depending on the construction, it may be a different type, and it may have different materials and different drainability and all those things. But yes.
In reading some of the reports that were sent to us, there are claims that dogs get sick, cancer, all of these things. Has the city, and maybe we can't discuss this, received any claims or had any litigation regarding claims against our turf?
No.
Not to your knowledge? Okay. And what would be the cost to start over?
The cost to start over, we paid about, I think it was $750,000 in 2018 to put the current dog parks at West Hollywood Park in, for example. If we had to redesign at this point, I'd say it'd probably be over $1 million at least to start over, because you would have to basically start over, because over there with the artificial turf, of course, we have the hills and mounds and stuff, and you wouldn't be able to have those, or you may, but we would have to redesign.
Thank you.
Drainage and everything.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Those are all my questions. We'll go to public comment. Sounds good. Councilmember Meister is ready. Victor Olmanchenko, first person to be followed by Terry Saucier. I apologize, Terry, if I said that wrong.
Victor Omolchenko, longtime West Hollywood resident, and I at one point did serve on the Public Facilities Commission, and I remember when we developed the West Hollywood Park, dog parks, and as you get older, you want to keep your brain fresh and younger, and you learn new things. And I have to say, last Monday in Fiesta Hall, I went to the inaugural event for the first LA Climate Week. And this is an effort that started on the East Coast. It was held in Fiesta Hall. There were all these different groups there. And I learned about the dangers of artificial turf from a group called the Climate Reality Project. And I heard what the staff said, that there's no perfect solution. And when you showed us that you had decided on artificial turf going back to in 2018, basically, and I know you went through the 3 different options and the different commissions recommended what's in the staff report, I just don't like the word preservatives in food or artificial turf in this instance. And I know we have artificial turf in the big West Hollywood Park, but given the outpouring of citizen concern in that, I don't see why we can't keep the wood chips in the smaller historic Hart Park. And I thank I thank the staff also for looking. I appeared at the Public Facilities Commission annual tour from behind a tree. I jumped out in front of Helen Collins and everybody, and I said, please fix up the AIDS memorial, which was in a state of disarray. And as I understand it, the city staff is working to bring that monument back up because it is our first AIDS memorial monument. So
Wonderful.
thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Terry, to be followed by Bob Claster.
Yes, good evening. Terry Saucier, Chair of the SoCal Stop Artificial Turf Task Force. I represent 32 other coalition members. I'm here to ask you to not approve the installation of artificial turf at Hart Dog Park. Science and real-world experience shows us artificial turf does not live up to its promises. We must take into account the real impacts and costs of using artificial turf. For example, tomorrow, LA City Council will vote on a council motion that would transition away from artificial turf into nature-based solutions. LA recognizes that artificial turf is not a sustainable choice and could be banned in future installations. Hart Dog Park is owned by LA. If you install artificial turf now, what happens in 6 to 10 years? The cost to remove and dispose will far outweigh the cost of maintaining the existing surface. WeHo promotes itself as being a progressive city committed to environmental responsibility. How does artificial turf align with these values? When other cities and states are banning the use of plastic grass, why do you want to install this toxic surface? And due to its multiple and cumulative environmental impacts, a full EIR should be required. As you know, artificial turf is plastic, made with fossil fuel-based petrochemicals. It contains hazardous PFAS forever chemicals and microplastics, known carcinogens, neurotoxins, and hormone disruptors. It can harm both people and dogs. Toxic runoff from artificial turf contaminates drinking water, rivers, and oceans with microplastics and PFAS. The EPA reports there's no safe amount of PFAS in drinking water. 15% of microplastics in rivers, lakes, and oceans are from artificial turf. It gets too hot. It can be 80 degrees hotter than the air temperature, reaching 180 or more. I measured it in the valley the other day at 185 degrees. It was 10 degrees hotter than asphalt. It's far too hot for people and dogs, can cause thermal burns, heat stress, and the heat island effect. In a warming climate, cities must prioritize natural, green, and cooler surfaces. Artificial turf is an impervious surface, and that's according to the EPA in the state of California. It impedes groundwater recharge and increases the risk of flooding. We must take into account the full impacts of artificial turf on climate change from the time of production, transportation.
Thank you, Terry.
Thank you.
Bob Claster, to be followed by Peter Gabriel.
We are amazed and baffled that this has gotten to this point. We've made it clear that the users of the park unanimously do not want to see this plan enacted. We have dozens of valid reasons why we don't want it, that we've sent to you in numerous emails, and we have presented you with a mountain of unchallenged scientific evidence proving conclusively that artificial turf is an ecological disaster which spreads disease and would be harmful to the health of the community. It's hot, it's smelly, it's plastic. The brand under consideration for our park is called Canine Grass and is made by a company called Forever Lawn. We obtained their lab report and shared it with scientists who corroborated the findings of an excellent article in the Philadelphia Inquirer, which showed that it was dishonest, deceptive, and utterly self-serving. They failed to test for dangerous chemicals they knew they'd find. They tested for irrelevant things they knew they wouldn't find, and they used absurdly high thresholds to make it appear that their stuff passed muster, and they failed to use the latest detection methods. In other words, their claims are like the reports the tobacco industry used to put out, claiming that cigarette smoking was safe and non-addictive. We can't understand why you would accept the self-serving commercial claims of the petrochemical companies who sell this stuff rather than the overwhelming legitimate scientific evidence we've supplied you with, all of which comes to the same conclusion. There is no safe artificial turf anywhere on this planet. Has there been an environmental impact report for this project? Has anyone checked to see if the Schrager Group, who just paid over $110 million for the former Standard Hotel, will think that an inescapable stench of urine will help them attract customers for their expensive terrace suites that overlook the park? We love our park. We wouldn't be fighting this hard if we didn't, but it works fine the way it is. Do whatever you need to do on the outside, but leave the inside alone.
Peter Gabriel, to be followed by Samantha.
Hi, I'm Peter Gabriel, local resident. I really don't want this plastic in my dog park. It's ugly, it sucks, it scrapes your legs, and you know, even in your own report, it said no detectable levels of PFAS. Personally, when I think about like food, I don't think that detectable levels of feces in it is like a good thing. I want no feces in it. I want no PFAS in my dog park. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Samantha, to be followed by Valeria.
Good evening, council members and City of West Hollywood. My name is Samantha, and I am an elected member of the Los Angeles County Democratic Party for District 49, and I'm also an environmentalist and an animal advocate. I would like to speak about the harm that artificial turf can cause both to the environment and to human and animals. In my opinion, it doesn't make sense to use artificial turf, which contains PFAS and microplastics, which are dangerous and disruptive to human and animal health, can heat up over 80 degrees higher than air temperature, and can destroy the surrounding habitat by preventing them from receiving proper air or nutrition. Given the rich amount of native grasses and wildlife, we can choose a solution that will satisfy the concerns of water usage while also protecting our health, the health of our companion animals and the environment. I urge the City of West Hollywood not to use artificial turf in the dog parks or anywhere else in the city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Valeria, to be followed by David Sarkisian.
Dear Mayor Erickson, Vice Mayor Byers, and council members, thank you for your time. I had the great pleasure of meeting many of you a week ago at the West Hollywood Town Hall. Everything requires time and attention, but we must choose where we invest. I imagine Pitt Mayor Winnie and all the beloved friends of West Hollywood care about their long-term health and well-being, more than talks of lifeless aesthetics that fail to account for the full life cycle impacts and compromise their health and well-being. I urge West Hollywood to take action in stopping greenwashing of plastic grass as an environmentally and safe playing area. As with all leadership roles, it's not easy, and the responsibility to make the most informed choices while meeting the city's needs can be perplexing. I'd like to speak on artificial turf being considered at Hart Park. As we all know, covering the earth with plastic grass is neither a healthy nor an environmentally just option. Artificial turf is made of plastics which contain harmful chemicals like PFAS, forever chemicals, and microplastics known carcinogens. Humans and our more than human residents can be exposed to these toxins through touch, inhalation, and even ingestion while playing. If a dog has an open wound, which can happen with rough play, it can increase the risk of infection, and surface of artificial turfs becomes a smelly germ incubator. With climate change and the 100-degree weather we just experienced last week, we need to be cooling our urban landscapes, not heating them. Artificial turf can heat up to 80 degrees higher than the ambient air temperature, reaching over 180 Fahrenheit. This creates a risk of burns and heat stress to both humans and our pets. Even the shade option that doesn't address the numerous harmful effects of artificial turf, such as the release of toxic chemicals and microplastics that pollute our water, soil, and air, elements we strive to heal. Microplastics from artificial turf can enter the LA watershed, which is the steepest in the continental US, with just 40 miles of mountain to the ocean. The city drains carry these toxins. Hyperion Water Reclamation cannot filter out PFAS or microplastics and has had recent water spills.
Thank you so much. Okay. David Sarkisian, to be followed by Annie Jump Vicente.
Hi, I'm David Sarkisian again. And you've already heard a lot of people talk about the different general reasons why they don't want to go ahead and put in the artificial turf, including health reasons, a variety of factors. But I want to specifically talk about me and my dog, Millie. I moved to West Hollywood, and I was very thrilled to find out that we have not one, but two beautiful dog parks that people could bring their dogs to. It was a big reason why I wanted to move to the city. I love bringing my dog to the dog park. I brought her to the one right over here, and I brought her to the one near my house over the one that we're talking about right now. My dog is a German Shepherd Husky mix, and she runs really fast, and she slips on the artificial turf. It does not provide proper footing. It does not provide the ability for the dog's paws to actually grip into the ground. The fact is, it just doesn't work for us the way that the wood chips do. And I know that there are a lot of people here who have very similar experiences to myself. Bob and his dog Maggie, as well as Dave and his dog Maggie as well. The fact is, your own staff has said it. No turf or wood chips or any option is perfect. But I don't hear any benefits that adding the turf to the West Hollywood Dog Park will give people that they can't already receive at this dog park here. All you're going to be doing is removing the option that a lot of people love to enjoy of bringing their dogs to a dog park that has wood chips, where they can run fast, where they can play and not worry about slipping and hurting themselves, as well as the environmental factors, the health risk factors, and the fact that it gets hot and it smells. Those are all real things. And if you don't believe me, come to the dog park, bring your dogs. I'm sure that there's members on this council who have dogs. Come talk to us. People at the dog park don't want the artificial turf. It's just a fact. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thanks, David. Annie Jump to be followed by David Yoakum.
Well, I actually didn't listen to like any of the presentation, but I heard a lot of the people speak, which is great. As for someone, as you all know, my baby, my sweet D, you all know her. She's a fucking angel, and she deserves the best. She does not deserve AstroTurf. AstroTurf is gross. See, that's the thing. Like everyone's been saying about these germs, you know, the rich people don't want to wash their dogs all the time, therefore there's no dirt involved. So they want AstroTurf. But yet these dogs, like everyone's been saying, gets covered in bacteria. So you're just bringing that shit home anyway. So these rich people just don't want to see the germs, but they're getting increased infections, and their dogs are too, which is so stupid. So, I mean, like for me, I'll roll around my goddamn dog in the mud for all I care. Put nothing there. Green lawns are from Europe. Why are we replicating that shit here in LA? It's not according to the ecology, the ecosystem that's here. It makes no sense. And also, while we're at it, we have AstroTurf right here. I suggest removing it and just fucking putting dirt or the wood chips as, I apologize, person before me that just spoke. But yeah, no, everyone's had great ideas here. You should just listen to everyone here that said, fuck the AstroTurf.
Thank you, Annie. David Yoakum to be followed by Stephanie Harker.
Okay. Listen, thank you for letting us speak tonight. I'm going to kind of change the direction for me personally, and while I agree with a lot of what's been said, you know, when we first had this public event, there was a photo of or a rendering of the dog park with turf and then with AstroTurf, and then chips aside from that. But the latest illustration shows that it appears to be reduced by 30 to 40%. And, you know, it's not at all practical for moderate or heavy usage for the dog park. So my hope is that even if there's a small dog park, great, but please try to keep the size of this dog park the way it is. It's not that big, and we love it. I mean, I'm there every day. I've been going every day there for like 20 years, literally, since before there was a fence. So it's a gift, and I'm thrilled that we can have it. And with that said, it's late, so thank you.
Thank you, David. Stephanie Harker to be followed by Kathy Blavis.
Hello, Stephanie Harker, City West Hollywood. FYI, I think there was a dog early on, a small dog whose paws did get burned in the new WeHo Park one. I think that's true, but anyway. You've heard from many in the community, certainly all the stakeholders at the park. When you have 100% agreement, oh, I'm sorry, wait, my phone's buzzing. What? Who is it? Oh, Winnie. Hi. Hi. How are you? Oh, okay. I'll tell him. What? Okay. Winnie says to please vote no on the artificial turf and yes on the wood chips. Thank you.
That was great, Stephanie. Everyone needs to give you a round of applause. That was my favorite public comment of the entire year. Thank you so much. The entire year, Stephanie, you just won public comment. I just got to tell you. Okay, that was great. I'm recording that, and I'm going to put it up. All right, Kathy. Yeah, that's true. Thank you, Andy. Okay, sounds good. Steve Brusino, thank you.
Hi, I'm not sure about all the health problems with it, but all I know about is AstroTurf is bad for dogs' knees. I've had my own dog get hurt, and I know playing football, AstroTurf doesn't give. So I'm not sure what they said is safe AstroTurf, because I don't think there is such a thing. Ask anyone who's played football. They hate playing on AstroTurf. The amount of knees that get hurt, the amount of body limbs that get torn, Achilles. I mean, if you guys are afraid of lawsuits, I would stay away from AstroTurf. So that's my comment. Thanks.
Thank you, Steve. Are there any? Is it Jamie?
Jamie, go ahead. You'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Mayor Erickson. I just wanted to concur and agree with what people have been saying. AstroTurf is a carcinogenic agent that has actually not been conducive for child parks, let alone dog parks. That's why a lot of family advocates have urged not to have new playgrounds. Furthermore, college athletes, there have been 5 known or associated cases of soccer players, football players, rugby players, lacrosse players that have died of cancer due to exposure. That's speculative, but there's been shown evidence that they died and it could have been preventable. I walk past a lot of these dog parks. The urine and the feces is atrocious. It smells unbelievably so. Can you imagine 105, 110, 115 degree weather, which LA is experiencing year round or especially 5 months out of the year? That is all toxic. That is all dangerous. Toxoplasmosis, flu, influenza, you name it. Dogs and humans are interchangeable. We get sick, the exposure is disgusting. Why not have it natural? Dirt, mud, wood chips, something that's natural from nature. We can't be kind of improvising, thinking it looks aesthetically pleasing. I see the Melrose Walk, that is horrible. That is all AstroTurf. If it was up to me, all of the AstroTurf would be removed. Put succulents, put other flowers and vegetation, but remove the AstroTurf. It is disgusting, it is unhealthy, it is cancer causing. These are all effects of what the environmentalist said so, accurately and, was making the point. And I just want to urge the council, please remove all AstroTurf and don't install any and remove it completely from this city. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Are there any citizen position slips?
Yes, Mayor, we have one. It's from Katie Wood opposing this item.
Thank you. All right, we'll go to commentary and deliberation. Councilmember Heilman, would you like to begin?
Sure. Thank you to everyone who came out to speak and for the information you supplied. I disagree. I completely support staff's recommendation. We have used artificial turf here at West Hollywood Park with great success. The dog parks here are well attended. People love them. They attend them frequently. We haven't had any complaints of dogs getting injured or of people being injured. With respect to the odors emanating from AstroTurf, there are odors emanating from wood chips, and that's part of the reason why they have to be replaced repeatedly. I will say, in fairness, my building installed artificial turf in my building in a dog park area. I was skeptical of it. I voted against it initially, but we've had it for, I think, 5 years now or more. It is very popular and very successful, and our residents utilize that area quite frequently. So I understand the concerns that have been raised, but I support staff's position.
Councilmember Meister.
Okay, first I'd like to ask staff a question. We can go ahead and approve this agreement for professional services for Hart Park improvements without having to worry about the turf at this moment, can't we?
Correct. We could come back later with more information on turf or come back with other alternatives if that was the council's desire, or it would probably, I would say probably midway through design, we would need to know which direction we're going because it impacts the drainage and the
Okay.
design of the drainage.
But we're
so.
talking about maybe a couple of months down the road or
At least
something
a couple,
like that.
at least a couple months. Yeah.
Okay, and we can then do a little more homework on it or discuss with the community a little more. In other words, we don't have to decide on the surface tonight.
No.
Okay.
We wouldn't have to. I mean, I know that the direction from the council, and the council had previously approved artificial turf
Right.
as the material, but
Yeah, I mean, I think, look, people are going to have they're going to have their preferences, and I mean, I don't have any pause in this game because my dogs are antisocial and they don't go to dog park. You know, and the people who are at West Hollywood Park seem to really like, as Councilmember Howman said, they really like the AstroTurf. I have it in my backyard. I happen to really like it. But, you know, this is a different park. This is a different, you know, a different experience. These people have a different experience than I have had. So I would suggest that we just, you know, move forward with the award for the agreement for the professional services for Hart Park Improvement Project, and then have you come back with some turf alternatives. I just want to also confirm that the large dog park will also be for small, like we've done at West Hollywood Park. We'll have the
Correct.
small dog park, and then we'll have the whatever large.
correct.
Okay.
It's currently designed for small and large.
Okay, that's, you know, again, you know, this, compared to the last item, this is not like the thing that's going to, you know, the hill I'm going to die on. But,
You should speak to some of the dog park owners.
But, look, I'm a dog guardian, I know.
Yeah.
But I don't have that same experience. So I'll leave that to my colleagues, but that's what I would suggest at this time.
Councilmember Shine?
Thank you. I would like some, from the research I did, wood chips, and thank you for the public for speaking. Wood chips also can provide different types of chemicals and toxins and ingestion. So what I would like to know is a little bit more information, because I see that there are a majority of residents who use that park that are saying they prefer wood chips. So I'd like some information brought back to us about the different types of wood chips that we would be looking into, perhaps not the old kind that we were using, to make sure that if we're changing from AstroTurf because of PFAs and chemicals and heat, as well as it being hard on the dog's knees, those are all valid points, I think. Chloe, the first pet mayor of West Hollywood, she doesn't actually run around as much over here, but I find her running around in other places. I actually took her hiking for the first time, and that was really interesting. She liked hiking. You never know. You can live with someone for so many years, and then you find out something new by having a new experience with them. I would love to get more information, and if you can actually bring up that graph for me that had all the different types, so it went by really quickly, and I don't think it was in the packet, so that'll be helpful.
Switch back to,
Do you need Olivia?
Yeah, I think we need to switch it.
Sure.
I think Janet's switching it.
Bob? Thank you.
Okay. Wood chips current can injure paws, waste 6 material into different frequent replenishment does not meet accessibility standards, limited drainage, dust and air quality issues, biodegradable. Okay, decomposed granite. Pea gravel. So decomposed granite versus wood chips. Oh, can injure, that's rough for the dogs too. Waste sticks and material. I don't, I'm curious to hear from the rest of my colleagues. What I heard is that there wasn't a lot of community feedback, and then our commissions gave the feedback. Is that what was reported during the?
There was quite a bit of community outreach done both at Hart Park, Plummer Park, West Hollywood Park, the Farmers Market. In total, there was 5 different events prior to going to the Disability Advisory Board and the Public Facilities Commission.
What was the result of the outreach?
I would say that wood chips were the preferred material by probably a 60-40 ratio, something like that. But I think I would also point out that the off-leash dog area is a part of Hart Park, and there are tenants there and others who also had strong opinions about the materials as well. So it wasn't just dog guardians that we spoke with during the outreach process. It was all the users of Hart Park.
Okay. What I would love to get a report back on is the different types of wood chips and see if we can really look into those and see what current, I know you said wood chips current, but different things that don't have chemicals. Because I know some wood chips do, so that at least that part of it is studied a little bit more, but it seems clear that at least the dog owners that go there like that, and if we're going to create something new, why not have a little more diversity and options? Somebody mentioned that in a comment, and that really resonated with me. We have the dog parks here, we don't need to change these, but the Hart Park, let the residents that they're used to that have the same thing, but see if we can upgrade it. And that's where I am right now with this.
Great. Vice Mayor Byers.
Thank you. Thank you all to the public commenters for joining us tonight, and just to staff. I know we're so far down the road on this. We've already sort of approved variations of plans. So I just want to sort of understand this part of the staff report where it says that because of what's happening in the city of Los Angeles around the study of the turf potential ban there, that because we're a leaseholder of the city of Los Angeles at that park, it could impact us. Yeah.
We did meet with the city of Los Angeles last week or the week before last, and they currently are continuing to install artificial turf. They do have an item on their council agenda tomorrow to continue to do a feasibility study on the cost and the impacts of taking it out, and eventually stop installing it and eventually possibly taking it out. So they're still in a kind of a find out phase. We talked with a member of their environmental team as well as a member of their parks team. This project would have to go through the city of Los Angeles for review at 30, 60, and 90% construction drawings anyway. So they would be giving us input. So regardless of what turf we would use, they would have to sign off on it. We had asked the question, of course there's no guarantees ever, but we did ask the question, did they think they would have to take things out? And their thought was no, they thought moving forward it would just be a matter of not being able to install more in the future, but not necessarily taking out what was already installed. But again, there's never a guarantee.
Thank you. That's really helpful. We aren't able to answer or respond to comments, and just wanted to make sure that's clear. So given, our political climate has changed, the awareness and education climate has changed in such a bigger way around this issue since April 2023 when we last heard it. I'm more in favor, in knowing that there's no perfect solution, more in favor of a natural solution for this area, certainly, which would follow sort of Councilmember Meister's suggestions of moving forward with the plans tonight, but knowing that we're going to come back and have a different conversation. Just with everything going on across the region, knowing that our neighbor is looking at this in a serious way, I would be remiss to know that we would, move forward with the plan that just because of timing sort of led us instead of was in alignment with the bigger scope of change that may be happening. So I'm more in favor of a natural solution here than the turf. And I know that's not what's specifically part of the conversation tonight, but supportive of moving forward with the agreement for service, of course.
Thank you. Thank you to all the public commenters, and I just want to say a special thanks to Bob. You put together a big packet, so I just want to acknowledge that, and very informative, and I know more about artificial turf than I probably ever cared to in my entire life, but thank you very much. Winnie, like Councilmember Meister's dogs, are they don't really go to dog parks, so that's okay. That's a whole nother story. She's in therapy about it because she prefers, she prefers the mean streets of Fountain Avenue. I agree with what my colleagues have been saying. I think what I'm hearing here tonight is we don't have to make a decision on the artificial turf right now. I hear what the community is saying about keeping it the way it is. I'm completely fine with that for right now. Getting some more information and data back about the stuff. This is a really important conversation as more people come, and I think Vice Mayor Byer said it really well, that if LA does move forward in certain ways, I would kind of want to be updated on what that happens, right? I do think, and I did go to the community outreach event in February of 2020, and I put my little stickers on the board, so I remember that very well. If we could, we want to try to have it both ways in West Hollywood in every way, shape, and form. I saw in some of the designs, there's ways to, let people have turf in some ways. There's some ways to have wood chips in other ways. If we can make and satisfy, everybody, that would be helpful. Not everyone's going to be happy, but that means it's probably a good solution. But if that's a possibility when you come back to us in the ways that you do it, I think that maybe we'd be all open to that conversation. Yeah? Okay. Great. So I think with that, I'm happy to make the motion to approve this award with a given direction, and that direction is everyone, are you all clear on what that was? Councilmember Howman?
I think we're moving forward with the award, but the issue of what materials is going to come back to us.
Yep.
Thank you.
Great. You did. There you go. All right, I'll second it. You're fast on that trigger. All right. Good. Thank you. All right. And then we'll take a vote. And that, it's the thing. That passes 5-0. Thank you so much.
E3?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. In terms of my colleagues on WeHo Pride, do we need a full staff report or do we have questions? Great. Okay. So we do have some public comment. We don't need a staff report. So why don't staff come set up, unless I'm reading the room wrong, and why don't we go right to public comment? Is that okay? Great. So we're going to go to Scott Schmidt, who's no longer here. We're going to go to Ed H. Great. And then, okay, great. Thank you. Ed, thank you. And then be followed by Annie Jump.
Good evening, council members. Beginning in 2022, after LA Pride left West Hollywood, WeHo Pride weekend is now literally starting in the same week as Memorial Day. We've barely had time to pay our respects, clean the barbecue grills, take down Memorial Day decorations to put up the Pride decorations, and WeHo Pride weekend is gone. I have been a resident of West Hollywood for 28 years, and up until this split, Pride weekend has consistently been the second weekend in June. I understand some people's wishes are to put a pretty bow on this switch and say that having Pride weekend first, West Hollywood's ushering in pride across the nation. This resident is in opposition of having WeHo Pride weekend come so early in June, and in this case, in May. Please consider a different weekend. Thanks to 2024 being a leap year and having Pride weekend on the first weekend in June, the dates you're considering tonight have WeHo Pride starting in the last weekend in May, nearly a full month before the actual Stonewall riot date of June 28th. Prior to having Pride on the first weekend in June, there was a buildup in anticipation in the city as businesses and residents started bringing out the rainbow Pride flags and decorating windows and balconies as soon as June started, and the city came alive and beamed with Pride for a couple of weeks. Now, since 2022, if you're not looking, Pride is here and gone in the blink of an eye. Please consider alternative dates and move WeHo Pride away from the first weekend in June. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Annie, jump.
Well, first off, I like to double down on everything Ed just said. Ed made some really good points here. And number two, hey, 2024 WeHo Pride. That was fucking fun, wasn't it? Your deputies ripped me out of the Pride 3 times because I was marching in the same course of direction with everyone with a fucking sling on my arm because I had just broken my arm a week before. And your deputies ripped me out 3 times forcibly, ripped me the fuck out. One time, it was on KTLA, and that was funny. If you go back to the KTLA video where you all approach the stage, you all lean over to the other side of the stage while I'm getting fucking yanked out on TV by LASD, going, why won't you talk to me? Why won't you talk to me? Please, all I want is a fucking conversation. But you all literally just kept ignoring me. Meanwhile, while I'm marching next to you, again, on body camera, I have TERFs, trans exclusionary radical feminists, attacking me, putting hands on me. And when I asked, are you attempting to assault me? They would go, maybe, or yes. I was getting assaulted right next to all of you by your cops, by the ambassadors yet again, by your private security, by parade staff who put hands on me. Everyone in the fucking city did. Dude, I don't know how many times I have to tell you trans people are not safe here. Who's laughing? Because you can just go fuck yourself, deputy.
Annie, can you direct your comments to us,
We are
please?
not safe here. I am not safe here because all I did at a certain point was just yell trans rights, am I right? And what fucking happened? I kept getting attacked next to all of you, and you all ripped me out from the fucking parade route on TV.
Thank you, Annie. Other citizen position slips? I just saw the thing come up, so. Okay.
Yes, Mayor. Rick Watts in opposition of E3.
Okay. All right, we'll go to questions, comments. Councilmember Meister, did you have any on WeHo Pride? Nope. Councilmember Shine, did you? Thank you.
Yes, I do. Well, first of all, thank you to staff for all the incredible work on WeHo Pride. Since our inception, we have co-created an incredible West Hollywood Pride since I've been in office, and I want to thank former Mayor John D'Amico, who I served on the subcommittee with when we had a vision that the then council had full trust in. That included Councilmember Meister, now County Supervisor Chair Lindsay Horvath, and Mayor John Erickson. I'm so proud of what we've done, where we've come, and JJLA and your partnership has been phenomenal, and every year it keeps getting better. And the L Project, a Women's Freedom Festival, our Pride has, we've created our own stamp, and it's just going to get better and better. I do have a couple of questions. What I'm hearing that the request is to approve a partnership with JJLA through 2027. Is that correct? Okay. When we approved the West Hollywood Pride, we also approved a collaboration with the L Project. And for me, they were in sync with each other. So I didn't see the L Project request to extend their contract as well. And so I'm fully in support of extending JJLAs and to keep everything in sync. I know they're not the same entity, but there's a lot of partnership that goes together. I would like to, with my colleagues' support, add an extension to the L Projects contract as well. For the Women's Freedom Festival, we are literally the only Pride, the only city in LA County that I know of that dedicates funding for a Women's Freedom Festival, which is unique, forward-thinking, and remarkable. I'm very proud of that. And with that, I would also like to request that we increase their funding, because the same reasons why we're increasing some of the funding for JJLA, there are rising costs. And Dyke March, and I've talked to L Project about this, the Dyke March needs to be improved. The way it is, I've been in this now in the Dyke March with the current WeHo Pride since its inception, and unfortunately, because it's going through from this end of West Hollywood to the other end during the time that there's music happening, they need more people involved to create more of a production. And they're willing to do that, but they need higher funding. So my proposal is we increase their funding maybe to $100,000 and also increase their contract. I think we're giving them 80 or 85, is that what we're giving them?
Thank you, Councilmember.
Yeah.
So their agreement is not, for 2025, is not a part of this item this evening. We are planning to begin negotiating that with them, and we'll bring the agreement back at a later meeting. We can do the same if the council wishes, begin negotiating an extension with them, and then would also bring that back at a subsequent meeting. And that's a long way to say that their funding request for this year has not, we haven't received it yet, but $80,000 is what was budgeted during the normal budgeting process.
I understand that. So we can't do that now? Is that what you're telling me legally? Is that the issue? Because this is about West Hollywood Pride, and Women's Freedom Festival is part of it. Or can we give direction for you to do it and come back?
Exactly,
Yes. Okay, so I would like to give direction for the negotiation to happen and for this to come back to us by our next, what's the next council meeting?
It will be October 7th.
By October 7th.
Would you give
Can
them
we do
till
that?
the second?
Till the second meeting?
I
Do we have
think
two
that they're-
meetings in October?
Yeah, they need a little bit of time to negotiate, probably.
Got
but
it.
go.
It sounded like the funding request hasn't even come in yet for you to start your negotiations. It might take a little bit longer than one or two meetings based on where they're at.
Correct. I think that in terms of a timeline, we were shooting for a November meeting to bring those agreements back.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that, and then maybe in the future we can have this all collaboratively done together instead of dividing it all, since it's all WeHo Pride together. Thank you.
Does that conclude your comments?
Yes.
Okay, great. Councilmember Heilman, do you have any comments or questions?
Yeah, one question has to do with what Ed raised about the timing. And I understand that we're trying to do this before LA Pride and also have a certain amount of distance from San Francisco Pride for those who would want to attend both events. I did look at the calendar, June 2026, it'll be June 6th and 7th, so that's a little bit closer. But I have to say, I found this year and the calendar for next year a little strange, where it's actually the Pride weekend is still in May. So have we looked at the dates at all, and have we talked to JJLA about that?
And John, Councilmember Heilman, just so you know, at the council subcommittee, we were talking about that as well. The reason is because and correct me if I'm wrong, Cleo and Meg, I don't want to answer the question for you, but I believe World Pride is June 6th and 7th, and that's in DC. And with all the Holy Stars combined, hopefully people will want to go to DC this next June, but I believe that is something that we were all looking to mitigate because World Pride won't be in the United States next year, correct? So this would be, we wouldn't deal with this next, we were looking like years ahead and trying to figure it out, so this wouldn't happen, not 2025, but in 2026, that week, the weekend to address Ed's comments would,
Yeah, okay.
okay, sorry,
All right.
that's a long way of giving you an answer.
So it is something that we are looking at in terms of the dates. But for this upcoming year, the dates are already set.
Correct, and when WeHo Pride kind of formally began, the council at the time gave the direction for it to be the first weekend of June under the sort of motto, Pride starts here. It has just so happened that this year and last year, the first weekend in June was very early. And so to your point, that next year it'll be a little later.
Yeah, maybe going forward, we should say the first full weekend in June where all of the dates are June dates as opposed to some of them being May dates. You mentioned this in the report, the security concerns that were raised, and I just wanted to reiterate that that's important. I think the council has all expressed concern about that, and I know you'll come up with a plan for addressing that. In terms of the extension with JJLA, I think they did a great job. Have we looked at possibly extending that term? Because I don't know that we're going to find anyone else. I think the extension is for 2 more years, or
Correct.
yeah.
It would take us through 27.
Have we looked at or considered extending it even further?
Not yet, but we can certainly discuss that.
Yeah, I think that's worth doing. I do, I support the idea of the discussion with the Women's Freedom Festival. I actually had some concerns about coordination. It seemed like this year the Dyke March was about to begin, and there seemed to be some tension or conflict between what was happening on stage and the Dyke March wanting to go. So I don't know how much control we have there or if that's been a concern, but it appeared to be a concern to me that there was a lack of coordination at that particular level. And I don't know where the problem came from, but it's something that I think needs to be addressed.
Vice Mayor Byers.
I didn't have too much to add, but just a whole heap of gratitude for all the incredible work. I'm supportive of Councilmember Heilman's recommendation of extending the extension on the JGLA contract timeline, if that's possible. I think that sounds like a good idea, just we know what foresight and planning can do. And I know that for West Hollywood, Harvey Milk Day on May 22nd is sort of part of our big kickoff, so perhaps there's more we can do to sort of orient people's minds around that being our official, unofficial start of Pride, and looking forward to the month no matter when it starts. But Harvey Milk Day is in May, regardless of whatever's happening in June, and has always been an anchor event for us around Pride. So uplifting that and tethering it to the bigger Pride operation feels valuable. And again, just so much gratitude and looking forward to all that's to come.
Ditto, and I would like to also, it sounds like we have 3, and maybe my colleagues are in agreement of extending the contract. I think WeHo Pride is on a different level this year. We're working through the kinks, of course, like we all do, but I would love to see the producers and I think the vision have like a longer runway. And I know we talked about this at the subcommittee meeting, so I know 2027. I'm interested in 2029, 2030. Talent books out years in advance, as you know, planning Halloween for so many years. But I think I would be interested in that. So I don't want to be too specific with that direction, but I feel like there was a consensus to book it, give, and then come back with a contract later on to come back however you would come back in your normal processes. And then I'm happy to make the motion given approving what's before us with the general direction to look at extending the contract out beyond 2027, and then the general direction which was given by Councilmember Shine when you'll come back in November around the Women's Freedom Festival and budget and talking about that. I know Chris Baldwin was here, but she had to go home because it's 11 o'clock, so there you go. But if my colleagues are all comfortable with that, we can go to a vote. Is that good? Okay. All right, that passes 5-0. Thank you so much. We're going to move right on to new business. Award. We'll get out of here by 11:30. Let's do it. All right. Award of exclusive negotiation agreement for the development of affordable housing at 1047 and 1057 North Crescent Heights Boulevard. Do we need a full staff report on this one, or are we okay with going to public comment and questions? Oh, this one was? Oh. F2. Well, sit on down, Allison, because I apologize. I did not put my marker on that one. Request for a financing commitment letter for the authorization to issue a loan from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund in the amount of $5,145,000 for acquisition financing at 1238 and 1244 North Larrabee Drive. Do we need a full staff report on this? Nope. Should we go to public comment right away? Wonderful. Victor Olmanchenko to be followed by Crystal Villapanato.
Good evening again, Council. While the staff report for the Crescent Heights project, which you earlier moved to consent, delineates who the 4 nonprofit finalists were to develop the project, and the finalist was the Community Corporation of Santa Monica. It was selected for one of these exclusive negotiation agreements. This project on Larrabee does not provide similar details. So I'm curious, how was Link LLC of Long Beach chosen to receive $5.145 million in acquisition funding for the 2 Larrabee parcels? Another question I'd like you to look at is the $5.1 million the total cost of the 2 parcels when Link LLC acquires the property from the current owner? I can't figure out who that is. I wasn't able to access that. But I was just curious how this $5.1 million amount was arrived at, and I believe the staff report should have provided you with more backup information. And also, public records indicate that this parcel originally included 11 units of rent-stabilized housing. So going forward, we'll probably get maybe 45 to 50 units of that, but remember that the net gain will be just 34 to 39. And that will certainly help meet goals in the latest housing element. We heard earlier 496 affordable units have been already produced or are in production, and our number is 4,000. And that number in the housing element is aspirational, and it's noble, and our city has clearly identified where those parcels can be. So I really think we should be proud of what we've done up to this point, but if we don't get to the 4,000, that doesn't mean that we're going to be confined to San Quentin. We're working towards that goal. We've already produced more than 10%, so I think we should be proud of what we've done so far, and as we continue, I would like to hear the answers to these questions.
Thank you, Victor. Crystal, to be followed by Annie Jump.
So, good evening, Mayor Erickson and council members. My name is Crystal Villalpando. You pronounced my last name really well, thank you. And I'm here representing Link Housing. I'm also joined by our senior VP, Ben Winter. And I'm here to ask for your support for the project under agenda item F2, which is for a site that's located at 1238 and 1244 Larrabee Street. So Link, this entire year, has been celebrating their 40th anniversary as an LA County-based nonprofit developer and owner of affordable housing. But I'd like to also emphasize that when Link builds in a community, it's primarily because we are here to stay. Our impact stretches beyond just building high-quality, affordable housing. We do this by facilitating community development and bringing jobs and economic security to the area. And to provide a little bit of a background on the proposed project, this is a 45 to 50 unit affordable housing project designed by Barr Architects. And we envision this to be a step-down 5 to 6-story building that will blend in well with the surrounding built environment. Currently, we're considering different financing pathways that include providing homes for seniors as well as homeless seniors, but also potentially other special need populations. And I'd like to just reiterate, we are very excited that the city is bringing tonight's item forward to secure financing to build much needed affordable housing. The proposed project is in a transit-rich area, and we expect that this will be a very great addition to the community.
Thank you, Crystal. Andy Joe?
Thank you.
Are there any on Zoom? Of course there are. Okay. Go ahead, Annie. Sorry about that.
$5.145 million for acquisition of 2 pieces of property. Holy shit, that is a lot of money. Hey, how many people is this supposed to house? 50, 60? I don't know. You just approved this other housing thing for this hotel with live-in service. Oh, indentured servitude. You have to pay to live where you work. Anyway, besides that point, this is, I'm just gonna go off of Victor's point. Victor is a smart motherfucker. I mean, you should just listen to this dude. But I can tell you, I could do a lot more than $5.145 million to these developers. I mean, the developers just keep trying to screw you over for money to screw over everyone else, right? Developers buy property up, they build up units, and I think as Erickson said last time, no, they don't just leave units empty. No, they really do. Developers really do leave units available so that the prices are high, no one fills them. It's artificially inflating the building and the property price to the next building and all that other bullshit. I don't know. Quite frankly, I didn't even look into this. I'm just saying, go off, Victor. Peace.
We'll go to Jamie Francis on Zoom. 4 for 4. We love you, Jamie. I hope you heard that.
Thank you, Mayor.
There you go.
Thank you, Council. I really wanted to just say that I emphasize the fact that we really do need affordable housing. This is one street on Larrabee, and I've looked at units myself, and they were completely unaffordable because they were market rate. Even when Section 8 vouchers were allowed finally in the city, guess what? The rents were too astronomical to even afford 10 years ago. And that was 10 years ago that the Section 8 protection ordinance was passed. So any type of housing in a higher income density bonus area is always appreciated. I went to this meeting at West Hollywood, the West Hollywood Rec Center 2 years ago, and everybody was opposed to it. To the people next door, to the people in the adjacent property, what's going to happen to my view? Well, I've lived there for 20 years. I don't want affordable housing. I remember hearing a woman when she was speaking to one of your staff members, does it have to be built? Do we really need affordable housing? And this is a street that's above Sunset. The mentality above Sunset is ridiculous. Those people feel like they stay clean in a very exclusive enclave. The last I checked, Crescent Heights all the way to Doheny, both sides of Sunset. I live south of Sunset, and here I have lived in the city for 13 years. Took me 7 years to move to this part, right west of Crescent Heights, and I still can't go in the next zip code. And I said that to John Heilman when I saw him at National Night Out. When is this going to happen when we finally have affordable housing north of Sunset Boulevard? The Hollywood Hills are not exclusive. If they're rentals, there should be every type of rental. And we need affordable housing, low income, moderate income, whatever, but I'm just disgusted that there isn't any. We need to pass this some way or another, and I just approve the measure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jamie. All right, we'll move on to council deliberation and discussion. Councilmember Howman, would you like to go first?
I had a question for staff. Although the representative from Link Housing talked about the number of units, that's not actually before us tonight. We're just approving the funding, correct?
That's correct. The planning process, the CEQA process is forthcoming. This is just acquisition funding.
And I will say that Victor asked questions about Link Housing, and they have an outstanding reputation. They've been doing affordable housing for many, many years. In fact, they're an organization that serves as a model for other nonprofit housing developers.
Yeah, and I would only add that they're on our qualified housing list that we put together during the housing element, and I think the council weighed in during that period as well and added some other names at that time. But yes, Link is highly reputable.
Great. Councilmember Meister.
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, and Councilmember Shine and I talked about having some variety of housing providers, so I'm glad to see that we are finding that this evening. I had one suggestion for the language in the commitment letter, because we did have this issue the last time that we made a big commitment.
Yep.
And I personally felt that it was, the sentence we had was kind of vague.
Okay.
And so I felt that it wasn't really followed to the intent that we had when we asked to include it. And since someone from Link is here, this is a perfect opportunity to just ask, or at least say, let me give what I would propose, and see if it's acceptable to everyone. Especially because Link has not produced housing in our city before, as far as I know. I would like to put in the letter, the commitment letter, because it is a big amount of money for us. At the beginning of the project, the consultant shall meet with the city's urban design, city architect, and planning staff to familiarize themselves with local goals and policies, including but not limited to housing, climate, resilience, etc. Then the consultant shall review early site development and conceptual design options with the same staff before finalizing a single final design proposal for the property. So I just want to see us have a little more leverage in terms of design. And again, because we are putting so much money towards this, and being able to, you know, as they are new developers to our city, and we're giving a lot. Can I ask them to come? Can I ask the person to come?
Well, I think what's before us tonight is, I think
It's
you're
a letter. It's a commitment letter, so it needs to either be in there or not.
Yeah, Councilmember Lauren Langer, City Attorney Lauren Langer. Do you want to?
Councilmember Meister, you're talking about section 5 of the letter, the UDAS language from last time,
Yes.
amending it.
Yes,
Yeah, it's a
and-
term in the commitment letter, and so
Yes.
the council member is recommending different language than was used
Right,
last
and I'm
time.
just recommending something just a little bit more specific, so we know what our expectations are, and they know what our expectations are.
Yeah, and just highlighting that it's the specific, also it's a specific number of meetings as well.
Right.
Correct?
Yeah.
Yep.
Great. Do my colleague, hold on one second. Before we have him come up, are my colleagues okay with that additional language? Councilmember Heilman?
Yes.
Okay, great. As long as you're okay with it, then it sounds like we're okay with it.
Good evening. Yeah, Ben Winter, Senior Vice President. That seems appropriate. We're already in communication with planning staff, and our architect is actually on the city's bench of architects, so is familiar with the design requirements of the city.
Great.
Wonderful.
Fantastic.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
With that, I'm very supportive.
Would you like to make the motion?
With that change in the language, I would move the item.
Great. And does staff and the city clerk have that additional language? Great. Councilmember Heilman's got us ready to go. All right, we'll move that forward. That passes 5-0. All right, last item is thank you so much, is the signage on schools. This was held, Councilmember Heilman, I know we have one public commenter. Would you like to get to that first?
Sure. Obviously, we're aware that signage plays a big role in West Hollywood, particularly on Sunset. We've seen the impact that it can have in terms of making projects financially feasible. This is something different. We have West Hollywood Elementary School. They use their fence for signage right now. They don't really have the kind of changeable copy signage that we would expect from a modern facility. And since we have some expertise on signage, the idea was that our staff would work with LA Unified School District, their real property division, to come up with an RFP for signage on West Hollywood Elementary School, which would allow for not only the school to have donor recognition, announcements about events, but it would also allow for off-site signage with revenue going to the school. The item specifies that we clearly have to work with the school district, and they're aware of this item and supportive that we would have to work with them to develop the parameters of the RFP, the limitations on the substance of advertising, and we'd also have to obviously protect our residents from impacts of the signage. So the idea is that this could serve as a pilot project. If it works at that school, we could also implement it at other LA Unified schools in and around West Hollywood. And then after that, LA Unified could take that program and run with it if they wanted. So that's the idea here.
Great.
And I'm glad to answer any questions if you have any.
Well, can we get we'll go to the public real quick.
Sure.
Is there any on Zoom? No? Great. Annie Jo?
Hi. How are you? A sign on the school? Yeah, I think that's great. I also think that it's not cool to highlight donors because who gives a fuck about the person who has money? I just want to see the school have a clean sign so that they can enjoy going to school, so kids can enjoy going to school. Actually, funny, in March 2023, I was volunteering for this. I was volunteering March 4th with Lauren. Actually, we were cleaning up the school together. Remember that? And it was a lot of fun. Unfortunately, I got hit by a car right after. Fucking wild. Who said sit? Who told me to sit down? Anyway, yeah, I heard that. Uh-huh. Yeah, you're not quiet back there. Yeah, so, look, signs on schools are great and everything, but like, a modern digital sign? Do we really need that? Come on. Yeah, probably. I'd probably say we need to get into the digital age with the schools too, but like, I don't know. Again, look, all of that just to say, I really don't care about highlighting donors. I just don't.
Great. Councilmember Meister, did you have questions on this?
No, I guess I understand the intent and I appreciate that. I can't be supportive of this because my concern is that our schools, first of all, we don't have that many, but West Hollywood Elementary is literally surrounded by residential and the same thing with the Laurel. So I can't support it, but.
That's okay.
But I appreciate it.
Council, does anyone else have comments? Otherwise, I'm happy. I do support this item. I think it's a pilot program. So.
I was just going to add that the idea with West Hollywood Elementary is that the signage would be on San Vicente, and there are residential buildings there, but there's also commercial.
Great. Councilmember Heilman, unless my other colleagues have questions or comments. Sorry, Councilmember Shine.
I actually want to say I think this is a very forward-thinking, really bright move. I know that schools have a lot of issues with funding, and I've spoken to the principal of West Hollywood Elementary, and I know that they have a school counselor to deal with a lot of the depression and kids have been experiencing since the pandemic and other issues. So I'm really happy that this is a new stream of income for them. And I'm assuming too that for any residents that perhaps would get affected, this would actually have some input and go by the same standards that we have for our other signs. So with that, I'm supportive of it.
Great. Would you like to make the motion as this is your item, Councilmember Heilman? I'm happy to second it if I got beat to it. Wonderful. We'll go to a vote. And that item passes 4-0. We will now move on to public comment. That concludes the agenda, I believe. Did I miss any? No, I don't think so. Madam City Clerk, did I miss any? We're good. You shook your head yes for a second, and then I was like, I hope so. I hope not. All right, we'll move on to final public comment. Do we have any public commenters on Zoom? You have 2. Let's go to those first.
Our first speaker on Zoom is Joey Kane. Joey, please press *6 to unmute.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Joey. I'm a volunteer campaigner for Plant-Based Treaty here in LA County. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today and for listening to these very late comments that I have. First of all, I want to commend West Hollywood for the bold climate action that they have undertaken. I participated in many events during LA Climate Week and was really inspired by the town hall in West Hollywood, which featured Vice Mayor Chelsea Byers. Shout out to her. I believe that as a city, West Hollywood has acknowledged the role their plant-based food system can have in fighting the climate crisis by making city events plant-based by default. And this raises so much awareness to the public that a plant-based food system will fight the leading causes of climate change, such as land use change, species extinction, ocean dead zones, ocean acidification, deforestation, and greenhouse gas emissions. I would further call on the West Hollywood City Council to endorse the plant-based treaty in order to reaffirm that the climate crisis is real and we can fight it individually and collectively by transitioning our animal-based food system to a plant-based food system. I would also like to see further efforts to promote plant-based foods, such as having a plant-based business week, public outreach programs to promote plant-based foods and recipes, or adding a page to the WeHo website to promote plant-based recipes and businesses. Again, I want to take the opportunity to thank the City Council for all of their work they have done to fight climate change and the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you. Jamie Francis is our next speaker.
Thank you. I appreciate the time, Council. I know it's 11:30, and I wanted to just emphasize and speak about just something that's reflected on me and what I've had to go through. Being a non-senior disabled person who's resided here the last 13 years, 20 years initially, I have seen how LA has changed. It is scary. That's why, partially with anxiety and with conditions that I have, I can't walk the streets in West Hollywood. I've experienced as a victim of crime. I've been assaulted, and it's something that I don't like to encounter. Just tonight on the news, they specified and said that somebody was on a rampage in West Hollywood and brutally attacked 3 people, one who's in critical condition at Cedars-Sinai. It is very frightening. Crime is real. I don't want there any denial of that fact. I understand people want to say every city does have it, but let me just say that it's been very much apparent and underrated here in West Hollywood. I just urge the council to take measures. I know that it's, oh, we don't need armed officers. Well, yes, you do in some certain senses, and now this person is on the loose and still roaming the streets. It's very frightening and scary. So being a non-senior disabled person who's under the age, I'm not protected like someone who's 60 and over, who has federal protection if they are assaulted. I do not, and that's what's disconcerting. So please be advised, being Disability Awareness Month next month, that there are non-senior disabled who live in your city, who try to prosper in your city, who are victims of crime and get assaulted, and I am one of them. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. We'll go back into in-person. David Nash isn't here. Kathy Blavis, to be followed by Victor Omenchenko. And Kathy, I'm going to go grab my water, so I'll be right back. I can still hear you in the back.
Kathy Blavis, City of West Hollywood. I was actually going to direct my public comment to our mayor. So if you can hear me in there, it was brought up during item E1 that community, or the accusation that community was spreading stories or telling lies about what was going on. I want to give this council majority some clarity. What happened was we found out, meaning my neighborhood found out after the fact, after there was asked and answered whether the community was notified. That's when we found out about the plan. Every subsequent thing we found out, we got from staff. We didn't make anything up. We didn't make it up that parking was going to be lost. The number given to us was 56%. We went by everything that was printed. We went by what we heard at meetings. So to say that we're spreading stories or telling lies or frightening the community, quite frankly, what's more frightening to the community is a council majority that asks several times whether or not the community has been included, to find out they have not, and to pass something through regardless. That is more frightening than any so-called lies or exaggerations that any of us have made. And my referring to a plan that's based on what was in the grant. The grant said there was a project, but when we had our last meeting, Vice Mayor Byers, you were there. It was stated there was no plan, there was no project, it was up in the clouds. So you hear that from staff, you hear that from a council member, and then there's a project in the grant. So please, try to remember what it was like at being just a resident, not on the dais. Thank you.
Thanks, Kathy. Sorry I had to step up for a second. I did hear you, though. Ramses Stepomany, to be followed by Steve Brusino. Is Ramses here? Okay, great. To be followed by Steve Brusino.
Your final solution to the homeless question is to exterminate us via covert homeless holocaust through disease, malnutrition, exposure, learned helplessness, attrition, escapism, dehumanization, and the pièce de résistance, overdosing on drugs, especially methamphetamine and fentanyl, as the final coup de grace. This sociopathic Catholic mayor boasts that the city has surplus of $31 million, yet gay people like me are left to die on the streets. This psychopathic mayor boasts that the homeless numbers are decreasing. It's not because he's housing us. Au contraire, it's because we're dying. 2,000 homeless people die annually in LA County. This Catholic Nazi pretend homosexual mayor is rejoicing in our death, demise, and destruction. I came here as a gay refugee from homophobia. To escape homophobia, this has turned out to be gay Auschwitz. You've appropriated the pink triangle from the Nazis. Now's the time to appropriate the Arbeiter macht frei sign. Work sets you free, and put it as your arc de triomphe as you enter West Hollywood to represent your predatory capitalism, rainbow capitalism, and to let every homosexual coming into the city that if they become unable to sustain themselves, you won't hesitate to relegate to die on the street. To let them die on the streets as the gay Nazis that you are. You've made living a luxury, housing a luxury, but offer no way out. Even a physician-assisted suicide is illegal. We can't live or die in dignity. We must suffer on the streets until we die. The only housing we'll get is the housing in the grave. Your only solution is the final solution. Unsurprising, because Democrats are now going so far as to kill their opponents. You want me to die on the streets, and you let crime and drugs run rampant. So I'll be voting for Trump and going back to the Middle East. This histrionic, narcissistic Catholic mayor only wants praise, just like his God, but he can't handle criticism. Down with the mayor and down with the city council.
Thank you so much, Ramses. Steve, to be followed by Wendy Goldman.
Steve Racino. I'll be quick. I just want to say back to the other comment that we need to increase safety in the community. We need to increase police. We need to increase armed police. I know security ambassadors, they do the best job they can, but they cannot stop what is happening out there. They cannot do anything if someone attacks somebody. All they can do is stand around, look at it, and call somebody that has a gun. They can't do anything. I've seen it at 7-Eleven. Also, another comment, I don't know this person, but I want to bring up that Rachel Schmiedler, she was forced to drop out of the race because people were calling her house and harassing her family. And I think that's cowardly. And I saw a look from you thinking who cares? But I mean, why was she attacked? Because she opposes some of the things that you oppose, that you're for? Why was Rachel attacked? Her family was attacked. I think it's ridiculous. I think it's cowardly. And who's ever responsible for it, I mean, their due will come. So yeah, why was she attacked? Because she opposed? Because she was a Jewish mother? Why? You know? I don't know. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Wendy Goldman to be followed by Nick Roybal.
Good evening, Mayor Erickson and council members. My name is Wendy Goldman, long-term resident of West Hollywood and block captain of the Cynthia Sunset Neighborhood Watch Group near Sunset Strip. Tonight I'm speaking on behalf of Congregation Kolami to invite residents to our West Hollywood City Council Candidate Forum on Sunday, September 22nd. That's this coming Sunday. It will be held from 3 to 5 p.m. in person at 1200 North La Brea Avenue. Doors open at 2:30 and we will start promptly at 3. Patrick Auerbach will moderate the forum, which will focus only on local and state issues. Register early as seating is limited and preference is given to West Hollywood residents. Please register at www.kol-ami.org. Synagogue co-president Leonard Slutsky encourages residents to attend. He said, Kolami has been an active part of the West Hollywood community for more than 30 years, and we hope to promote civic engagement and voter turnout through this candidate forum. All candidates who will appear on the official ballot have been invited to speak at the forum, except for one candidate who is out of town. The remaining 8 will participate. We expect all audience members to observe strict rules of conduct during the discussion. It will be live streamed and recorded. Please join us on Sunday, September 22nd. Again, for more info, kol-ami.org. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy, and happy belated birthday. Nick Roybal to be followed by Joseph Green.
Evening, Council. Tonight we heard that people who feared loss were fearmongers. That people who, when they experience loss as a human being, will be fearful. And we heard from the present mayor that being human and feeling fear from loss is a bad thing and makes you less than in our community. John Erickson, that is wrong. It's wrong. I've known you for years. I've known you. I've seen you come up in this city. We're not friends. We've never had coffee. But it's wrong. And that's my witness of your service of power. And it's wrong. That needs to be on this record because I live in this city. And the history needs to record your behavior is wrong. It isn't right. You're not better than anyone. That needs to be clear. There's a threshold of tolerance, if anybody has studied government. You've pushed through that, John. You've pushed through that. Stop.
Thank you so much for your comments. Joseph Green to be followed by Annie Gianfacente.
Good evening, everyone, and almost good morning.
I wasn't expecting to be here this long, so I'll keep this short. My name is Joe Green. I'm a resident of the city of West Hollywood, a member of the Disabilities Advisory Board, and co-chair of the LA County Commission on HIV. I wanted to just take a moment and thank you for recognizing Reverend Kathy Cooper Ledesma earlier today. I've been a member of that church for 14 years. I'm on the board there, and she has done a lot for us, but we have an amazing new pastor, Hannah Adair Bonner, who has already taken over, and our homecoming is this weekend. So if you'd like, homecoming Sunday, it starts at 11 o'clock. We'll have a barbecue grill after that. It's going to be really fun. Also, on behalf of the Commission on HIV, on September 23rd, we'll be having an event entitled Loneliness and Social Isolation, addressing the unique needs of women over 50. Because today, half of the Americans living with HIV are over age 50. So our Aging Caucus and our Women's Caucus are putting this event on. Two other things. September 18th is, I lost my place, National HIV and AIDS and Aging Awareness Day, and that's why we're doing the event on the 23rd. And on September 27th is Gay Men's HIV/AIDS Awareness Day. Just wanted to put that out there for all of you. Thank you very much. Thank you for allowing me to be of service, and thank you for your service.
Thank you. Annie Jump, to be followed by John Frey.
Sorry, I kind of spaced out thinking about Ramses. There's a very fun saying. It's not really fun. If you want to beat up the gays, you go where they live. Where are we? All right? I don't know how much violence you experience, but clearly Ramses does. Clearly I do. Wow, I wasn't expecting him to bring up being branded by a pink triangle, now was I? That was fucking unexpected, because I wear this every goddamn day in my life, and I'll wear it while I sleep. It's not safe. I don't know how many times I have to say it in whichever different ways, but none of us here feel safe. And it's because of all these dumb motherfuckers who keep preaching public safety, and preaching these stupid fucking words that are just talking points from the civil planning department, utilized and weaponized by everybody else. This term fucking public safety, who are we protecting the public from? Is it the mentally ill, homeless people that live on the street? You know, the people that just need fucking a minute to sleep and then they'll just like be cool? Is it the criminals that don't have anything, so like they have to like steal to get anything? Or are we targeting the high profile people that commit the most crimes in this city? I don't know, your richest citizens. But we keep targeting the lower population. We keep targeting us. We keep targeting the queers, the trans. Just makes me really sad.
Thanks, Annie. John Frey? Nope. Anita Liao? You're John? Come on down. To be followed by Anita Lau.
Good evening, council members. My name is John Frey. I'm 26, so I am a part of Gen Z, and I have climate anxiety. The recent heat wave definitely affirmed this climate anxiety, and to help alleviate these feelings, this last week I volunteered with the grassroots initiative called the Plant-Based Treaty for the first ever Los Angeles Climate Week. The Plant-Based Treaty aims to put food systems at the forefront of combating the climate crisis, to halt the widespread degradation of critical ecosystems caused by animal agriculture, and to promote a shift towards healthier, sustainable plant-based diets. I volunteered with Plant-Based Treaty because I believed in this message and that we can fight against climate change in large part by improving our food systems. The first event I volunteered for was last Monday, and it was the West Hollywood Town Hall event. centered around addressing climate action with legislation. This event inspired me to take action and to volunteer at events throughout the rest of LA Climate Week. And it opened my eyes to the fact that we can help climate change by calling for local legislative action. I learned that the city of West Hollywood recently passed a policy requiring that all city-sanctioned events serve plant-based food as a default. And I think that this policy is great for raising awareness about the importance of plant-based food systems and aids in normalizing the presence of plant-based food in our communities as well. I am here to encourage the city of West Hollywood to endorse the plant-based treaty and to implement more plant-based initiatives because we need more sustainable food systems as the climate and environment continues to transform. And as an example, one of the 40 proposals in the plant-based treaty asks that we shift away from supporting monoculture-based farming that depletes soil, decreases biodiversity, and is reliant on animal manure and agrochemicals, and I'd like for us to shift towards supporting diversified organic farming using regenerative and natural principles that restore soil and ecosystems, enhance food security, and provide nutrient-dense foods. I think it would be amazing to have the city of WeHo support on this and many other proposals of the plant-based treaty. Thank you.
Thank you. Anita Leal. And I believe that's our last public commenter. There's more? Sure, come up, we'll get you in, don't worry.
Good evening, my name is Anita and I endorse the plant-based treaty. Last week, we had the first ever LA Climate Week. I volunteer all week alongside my activist friends because I believe in the cause wholeheartedly. I also have serious climate anxiety and thought the only way to cure it was to be a part of the solution. By now, we all have witnessed the devastating drought, wildfires, and record-breaking heat waves. Though it may be uncomfortable for some, we must address the elephant in the room. Animal agriculture is the leading cause of climate disasters. It leads to ocean acidification, soil erosion, as well as deforestation, water pollution, and species extinction. I was an environmentalist first, but then quickly realized the importance of adopting a plant-based diet once I was exposed to the harsh reality. When we know better, we must do better, especially when we're in a climate emergency. West Hollywood has always been the pioneer of positive changes, including being the first city in the US to ban the unethical fur sales. Kudos to you. So my question is, will you be a friend to our planet and endorse the plant-based treaty? The time is now and we can't delay. Thank you for listening.
And thank you for staying this whole time. All right, we're gonna go to Sarah. And then Pat.
Hello. So first of all, I want to say thank you on behalf of 8228 Sunset. We finally got our final permit and we are moving, I know. So hopefully, obviously, we still have to wait for the state to come inspect our lift once we get it put in, but progress, and I appreciate that very much. I am actually here on behalf of 8948 Santa Monica Boulevard. So my partners are the landlords there. They asked me for help because they have been having a lot of delays with the city and trying to get their encroachment permit. Now, when they rented the space, this is the old pump space right at the corner. That patio that was there for pump was pre-COVID. It was not a COVID patio or additional when COVID happened. They have gone in, the new 23-24 that you guys passed last year for having a corridor for the encroachment permits, that is based apparently on the 8 feet corridor that you guys want is starting at the tree wells. Now, according to Rick Abramson, we had a Zoom with him, that is the only block in the city of West Hollywood where those tree wells are actually 4 feet deeper into the sidewalk than anywhere else in the city of West Hollywood. That 8-foot corridor, Rick said that we couldn't find this anywhere in the actual ordinance, but that the direction from the council was that had to be a straight corridor, that 8 feet couldn't zig or zag at all. We couldn't find those comments anywhere from the council, so if somebody could point out where that direction was given, that would be great. The problem is if you, there are no trees, to be clear, in front of 8948. That whole court, it's a double wide sidewalk. If you left the patio where it was with pump from the edge of, which is what they are proposing and asking for, there's 16 feet to the curb. Even if you were to get rid of that double curb, you're still gonna have 12 feet. So there is the 8 feet, but you would have to jog a little to the right to get that.
Thank you, Sarah. Next up, Pat, to be followed by Samantha.
Thank you, Council, and I appreciate your time. I know it's really late, so I'll try and get you out of here quickly. I was previously a designer, so I'm relatively up to speed with how code language is written. So I read through your outdoor dining guidelines. Basically, as explained to me by city staff, as I understand it, you want about 4 feet off the curb for public utilities, another 6 to 8 feet, depending on the sidewalk width, for the pedestrian corridor, and then whatever's remaining can go to any outdoor dining for the businesses that are there. That is being unintentionally enforced unfairly. As Sarah said, the Santa Monica Boulevard Road, the tree wells are located 4 feet further in. That's because of utilities or whatever below the sidewalk. I understand why it's done, but then that ordinance now puts all of those businesses along Santa Monica from Robertson over, at least to the San Vicente, at a unfair position where now their patios can't be as large as they actually could be. In the case of who I represent at 8948 Santa Monica Boulevard, there are no trees in front of the property, so the nearest tree is in front of the neighboring property. 8 feet from that, we created a large space, 8 by 8 clear. We have 16 feet in front of the proposed patio. There is an extended curb, as I understand, for additional queuing because it's a busy road. Even if those 4 feet were removed, you'd have 12 feet. That's more than times and a half of what is provided. When we sat with city staff, we asked just to see where in the code language it was written that the clearance path cannot serpentine. And they said it wasn't written, but it was council's directive. We looked through the minutes, we couldn't find that directive. So if you guys could at least point it out to us and consider a special exemption for the businesses along Santa Monica who are in front of these tree wells, we would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Pat. Samantha?
Hi again. Thank you so much for your time and the opportunity to speak tonight. Aside from being a climate activist and a passionate animal advocate, I'm also a volunteer at Plant-Based Treaty. Plant-Based Treaty is a global campaign, worldwide grassroots initiative to fight climate change by centering the food system. Because animal agriculture is wreaking havoc on our planet, all major ecosystems are at the brink of collapse. Even if we get rid of fossil fuel and switch to renewable energy, it is still forecasted for the temperature to rise by 1.5 degrees Celsius. We need all hands on deck to take climate action. As Victor mentioned earlier, we just finished LA Climate Week and we hosted 9 events in 6 days. Our very first event was a town hall at Fiesta Hall to discuss how local legislative action can fight climate change. We hosted the event in West Hollywood because West Hollywood has always been a pioneer and leader in progressive legislations, especially in climate action, whether it's advancing bike lanes or providing education with Sustainability Town Hall or Mobility and Transportation Expo. And of course, our favorite policy by making all city-sponsored events plant-based by default. We had the honor of having Vice Mayor Byers on the panel to speak how local communities can implement policies to build resilience and sustainability to fight against climate change. We believe West Hollywood can continue to be a leader in progressive climate action by implementing more plant-based initiatives. Maybe something as simple as promotion of plant-based foods through city social media, or by adding a section on newsletter with simple, easy-to-make plant-based recipes. Whatever plant-based initiative that you like to explore and implement, Plant-Based Treaty is here to help and facilitate the city of WeHo, so I look forward to partnership with the endorsement of Plant-Based Treaty. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thanks, Samantha. We're going to move on to council member comments and meeting attendance reports. Councilmember Meister, I'm going to you first.
Thank you, Mayor. I would ask Sam and Pat to go see Jackie Rocco, who is in the back of the room, if Jackie could raise her hand. And I'm sure that Jackie can help you out. I'm just going to do attendance, and that is that I attended BizFed freshman reception. I represented West Side City's COG at the SCAG Energy and Environment Committee and the SCAG Regional Council. I attended the community garden opening and participated in the welcome at the LA Kids Book Festival. And that's it for me.
Councilmember Shine?
Thank you. Today marks the second anniversary of the tragic murder of Mahsa Amini, a young Iranian woman whose life was unjustly taken in September of 2022. Her death sparked the Woman Life Freedom Revolution, a powerful female-led revolution demanding basic human rights and equality in the Islamic Republic of Iran. The Woman Life Freedom Revolution resonated globally, inspiring people, particularly women, to stand against human rights violations and gender inequality. Women in West Hollywood and around the world joined this movement, advocating for justice and freedom. In response to these calls for justice, the City of West Hollywood passed resolutions in October and December 2022. We lit the City Hall with the colors of Iran, confirming support for women's equality and the right for people to peacefully exercise freedom of expression, assembly, and association in the Islamic Republic of Iran. In the wake of Mahsa Amini's death, the Iranian American Women's Foundation organized a candlelight vigil at West Hollywood Park, bringing together the community to honor Mahsa's memory and to highlight the bravery of women risking their lives for freedom in the Islamic Republic of Iran. Last year, to mark the first anniversary of Mahsa Amini's passing, the city proclaimed September 18th, 2023 as Mahsa Amini Day in West Hollywood and released social media content to raise awareness of the Woman Life Freedom Revolution and Mahsa's legacy. Tonight, I ask you to reflect on Mahsa Amini and the profound legacy she leaves behind, as well as all of the people who across the world took to the streets for many, many months to advocate and call for women's rights in Iran, which is a reflection of the need for women's rights across our world, in the United States, and here in the city of West Hollywood. We commend organizations like IAWF for their tireless work in uplifting women and the Iranian community in this ongoing struggle for freedom and equality, a struggle being fought for in the Islamic Republic of Iran and across other parts of the world. I also want to say that tomorrow is a full moon solar eclipse in Pisces, and the axis between Aries and Libra is, after 2 years, shifting to Pisces and Virgo. As a fellow Pisces, I want to wish my mayor, John Erickson, a happy birthday, who is a Virgo. So have a wonderful full moon eclipse week, everyone. And full moon is about release and looking back on the year, and I would say the past 2 years, to see where your growth has been and what to continue releasing. We are going into a whole new cycle. So I wish you the best birthday.
Thank you. We're going to take a pause. Caesar, I'm letting you speak because you signed up and it got missed, but if you don't use the whole 2 minutes, the council will be greatly appreciative of you. Although legally you have 2 minutes, okay?
Thank you, thank you. I know we're approaching midnight. I appreciate your guys' time. Happy birthday as well. I just want to say thank you to the city for all that you do, for being so progressive. We look really forward to a bright future with the Olympics approaching. We would love to be on the front curve of everything happening. Thank you to Vice Mayor Byers again. So basically, plant-based treaty is the 3 R's: to relinquish, so they don't build new factory farm that's destroying the planet; redirect to get people to go more plant-based; and then restore to heal the ecosystem and give back. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, Caesar. Councilmember Heilman.
Well, thank you for letting us know there's a full moon. That may explain our council meeting tonight. I attended the book fair here in West Hollywood Park. I attended the community garden opening at Plummer Park. I also met with a group of Russian-speaking LGBTQ refugees at Plummer Park. And then I know there was a comment at our Human Services Commission about outreach towards religious organizations in the city, and I thought it was a very good idea. And I'm hoping that our staff will look at how we can broaden our outreach with respect to social service programs to make sure people in the community are well aware of them. Churches, synagogues are often places where people go for service. And I'm also thinking property managers of apartment buildings, HOA boards, HOA managers where they have them. Those are all people who are usually knowledgeable about people in need in their buildings. So if we can look at how we expand outreach, I would appreciate it. Those were all my comments.
Wonderful. Vice Mayor Byers.
Thank you. I will start with attendance. I attended the Sanitation District meeting, the National League of Cities Transportation and Infrastructure Committee meeting, the Clean Power Alliance Energy Planning Committee, and I was appointed to the Electric Vehicle Working Group by the National Governors Association and National League of Cities, so I'll be on those meetings as well for our city. I want to just thank the group for organizing LA Climate Week. It was a really enjoyable panel to serve on, and thank this council for the support to attend and participate in a similar panel that'll be taking place at New York Climate Week. The policy that we led here in this council is landmark, the first of its kind in the country, and so it's great opportunities to promote how legislative action at the city level can transform our climate solutions. The mayor and I also participated in a press conference with Assemblymember Matt Heaney to push support for that cannabis cafe bill, so more support for the cannabis cafes here in the city. I want to thank this council quickly for the support of the expansion of the Be Well WeHo program. Looking forward to seeing sound baths and meditations more accessible and in community spaces here in the months to come. And then just want to share my deep gratitude for everyone who shows up in the city to participate, to do their jobs. I recognize the very important work you all do and the role you play, and I have a lot of gratitude for you all, and hope we get through this full moon together. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. In terms of meeting attendance reports, I had my hamburgers and coffee with the mayor at Astro Burger. I went to a reception at the Australian consulate where all they talked about was Kylie Minogue, which was pretty fabulous. The National Gay and Lesbian Journalist Association kickoff event where I presented a proclamation and welcoming. I attended the Matt Haney press conference. I attended the Larchmont Charter School sing-along, and that was quite fun. I commended the community garden opening, the Level Up music event, the LA Kids Book Festival, where I almost melted along with the books and my colleagues, but it was kept cool by everything. The WeHo Climate Town Hall, thank you to everyone that stayed. The Legislative Committee for California Contract Cities, and then I attended the skate party at WeHo Park, which was great, and I wish it was a little bit bigger, because it was a little confined, but next year, and the ice skating rink is coming. I was told to specifically tell Councilmember Heilman that it's coming, so there we go. Additionally, I want to say that 30 years ago, thanks to hardworking activists and individuals here in the city who are dedicated to our recovery committee, one of them being Commissioner Jimmy Palmieri, who founded the Tweakers Project, along with many of other orgs. The first ever meeting of the Crystal Meth Anonymous group was held at the West Hollywood Drug and Alcohol Center, and I want to thank them for their continued work and support for our city, our community, and a drug that is still today taking countless lives and affecting many in our community. So I want to thank thank them and everything that people are doing to be in and part of the recovery community. And then in addition to that, I will be having my next Saturday event this coming Saturday. And then before we close out, I want to wish former Mayor and Council Member Abby Land a happy birthday between now and our next meeting. And then at our next meeting, I know it is October 7th, which is the 1-year anniversary of the Hamas attack on Israel. I would love for us to be able to take a moment of silence at that meeting to commemorate not only the hostages that are still in captivity, as well as those that we've lost, but as well as the individuals who have been killed as a result of the ongoing conflict in Israel and Gaza, and take that moment to reflect and recognize that really solemn and heartfelt moment for all of us that is in our community at the moment. So maybe we can figure out how to do that at the beginning of the meeting. Thank you so much. I think we are adjourned at 12:09.